Oh boy. What's up, Dio? What you going to 100K? Yeah. Guys, I'm road to 1 million subscribers, bro. I'm stuck at 800K. We need 200K more. Please share my videos. Please donate, super chat, super gift, buy your membership. It'll help me get more views. Show some support. Oh boy, get your badge today, guys. We need 7 likes. There's 7 of us. We should have 7 likes, 7 gives, 7 super chats, 7 everything. We need 7 everything right now, guys. 7 likes, 7 super chats. Oh boy, you bet I'm Mexican. I'm from Mexico, Michoacan. Come on, all my Mexicans follow me. There's 35 of us, guys. We should have 35 likes, 35 super chats, 35 super gives, and 35 new members. Come on, chat. Support AFAMBOBIE. I'm Mr. Bueno. What's happening? Soy el Bobby. It's AFAMBOBIE time. I'm just saying, not bragging about it. It's your neighborhood AFAMBOBIE, the next the one and only AFAMBOBIE. I'm just saying, not bragging about it. Oh boy, you betcha, fellas. There's 83 of us. We should have 83 likes, 83 new memberships, 83 likes. Come on, channel, show some love. There's 77 of us. We should have 77 likes, 77 super chats, 77 super gives, 77 people buying my gold badge right now. Where's all of the support, guys? We need more support, fellas. We need more subscribers. We need to get to 1 million, chat. Please show some love, guys. Oh boy, I'm not off the meds no more. I'm 2 years, 3 months sober. I don't know. I'm just a little crazy. Oh boy. Come on, fellas. What the? We went from having 777 people to 4 people? Oh, hell no. Oh, boy. We need more likes. We need more super chats, super gifts, memberships. Get your security badge today, guys. I'm top flight security of the world. What's happening? Oh, boy. Come on, fellas. Just love my videos already and appreciate me. I'm the next YouTuber up next. Oh, it's a small world after all. Oh boy, guys, we need more likes, more super chats, more super gifts. Everybody support, support, support. Support AFAMBOBIE. We need more likes, super chats, super gifts, memberships. Come on, guys, support my channel. Get your security badge today, top flight security of the world. Oh boy, there's 28 of us. We should have 28 likes, 28 super chats, 28 super gifts. You're driving through Iran? Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Bombas everywhere. Top flight security of the world, guys. There's 30 of us. Kid YouTuber, where are you, kid YouTuber? You owe me $500, kid YouTuber. Kid YouTuber, where are you? Come out and play. The kid YouTuber. The kid YouTuber, where are you? Where are you, kid YouTuber? Don't you ever tell AFAMBOBIE to shut up. I'm AFAMBOBIE, the biggest YouTuber up next. Don't you ever tell me to shut up, because I'll find you and I will tickle you. I see why you're always begging for subs. God, I totally need a new here shield. Say hi. You guys are all evil. You guys are all going to hell for not sending me super chat, super gifts. Oh boy! Nobody appreciates my videos like I do. Oh boy, there's 31 of us, guys. on, fellas, run them likes up. I'll super chat you 199 if you talk in normal voice. Okay, I'm gonna talk normal voice, bro. Send me the 199, please. I really need it. I never got in a DUI before, brother. The reason I have never gotten a DUI is because I'm smarter than the police because I'm top flight security of the world. Where's my $1.99, bro? I need it now, bro. And kid YouTuber, where's my $500 you promised me, kid YouTuber? Kid YouTuber, I'm looking for you. There's 38 of us. There should be 38 likes, 38 super chats, 38 super gifts, 38 people buying this batch, 38 people getting their membership. Sir, I had a question. Tengo una pregunta.
Sí, dime.
¿Cómo se llama? ¿Ustedes en dónde usan el baño?
¿Dónde?
¿En dónde usan el baño ustedes?
Oh, aquí.
¿O aquí tienen?
Sí,
Es que le iba a decir que nuestro baño de nuestro no lo van a arreglar hasta el lunes. Si me ganara el baño, podía usar el baño aquí. Vivo en el se los descompuso el baño.
Oh, pero mira,
¿Qué pasaría en esa
no,
situación?
espérame. ¿Tú vives adentro de la
Sí,
casa? No, ajá, ustedes lo tienen que arreglar.
sí, lo vamos a arreglar, pero no van a abrir hasta el lunes.
Ajá.
Lugar, los van a arreglar ellos, pero no abren
Ismael.
hasta el lunes. Ajá,
Ajá.
hasta el lunes tenemos que esperar.
Oh,
Pero
ajá.
si pudiéramos venir a usar el baño como si me ganan la noche como el 2 o el 1, pues lo puedo hacer atrás, pero
Sí, no,
no
aquí no.
no los dejarían ustedes usar el
Sí,
baño,
aquí no puedes.
¿no?
Sí, aquí no puedes.
Aunque viva aquí,
¿Eh?
aunque yo viva aquí.
Sí, aquí no puedes.
Y no tienen baños los.
No, aquí no hay. Espérame, ahorita.
Sí. Oh, boy. Oh, 499. Oh, hell yeah. I hasn't noticed yet. He's doing. Be happy throwing that. Yes, bro. I'm throwing the fiesta, bro. Please, everybody keep sending more stuff. He smells like the blues calling, bro. Brazil. He's buying the tacos tonight.
Sí, no, aquí no puedes.
Entonces voy a tener que sufrir, voy a ir a manejar lejos a buscar baño.
Sí, es que tú le hubieras dicho a ellos.
Sí.
¿Rentas tú aquí?
Sí, yo rento.
¿Rentas toda la casa?
No, como es el cuarto.
Oh, ¿y el dueño quién es?
Es
El,
un señor que se llama Beto.
él te tiene que resolver el problema.
Sí,
¿Con cuántos baños hay adentro?
uno.
No, está mal, hombre, eso no es así.
¿Verdad?
¿Cómo? Sí, eso no. Eso no es así. Malo, malo, malo. Tú debes de ver tu contrato siempre que venga.
Sí.
Tienes que ver todo eso. ¿Eres solo? ¿Tienes?
No, estoy solo. Ahorita tal vez agarre mi ropa y me vaya a dormir ahí a otro lugar para que no, en
¿Eh?
la noche si me gana
Sí,
el baño.
porque el baño es esencial y nosotros aquí
Sí.
nosotros no lo, no lo prestamos.
Ok, está bien.
Sí, ok, bro.
Nes. Oh, boy.
Yo me cobro 250, ¿no?
Ok.
Y te vamos a ir mitad y mitad.
¿O tengo que ayudarle a pagar eso? Ok.
Pues sí, porque pues eso ya me lo está cobrando extra. Y es otro. Y aparte la oficina me va a cobrar. Yo
¿Qué pasó, Beto?
los pelos se están hiriendo porque tú le quitas la coladera a la tina.
Sí.
Te iba a decir que si podías dejarle la coladera para que no se la vayan los pelos.
Ok.
Que no está al 100.
Sí.
No está al 100.
Sí, yo no me resuro de nada allí.
No, cuando se baña uno ya ves cómo
Sí.
tira unos pelos y todo eso.
Ahí estamos, Beto. Entonces todo ya sirve.
Ándale, pues, está bien.
Oh boy, Russian works again. Russian works again. I'm number one. Oh boy. Come on, fellas. Let's run it up. Oh boy. Oh boy, guys. I'm just a down ass fool. I'm just a down ass fool, guys. He picks my thing, guys. Can somebody else let me super chat, super give, guys? This guy's charging me $125, bro, for the restroom, bro. Well, lucky I used it too, so I guess I have some fault with it. Guys, I need super chat, super gift, super everything. You want a perk for 30? Ooh, perk. Loki, I should have just relapsed.
¿A qué te dedicas? A narcotráfico. ¿Para qué organización? Para los Zetas. ¿Cómo ingresó usted a esta organización y cuándo? Luego de desertarme del ejército en el 99, llegué a ¿cómo se llama? A Reynosa. Y ahí yo
Guys, get your badge. Buy your badge, guys. Get your badge today. Guys, there's 30 of us. We should have 30 likes, 30 super chats, 30 super gifts, guys.
En ese entonces que se funda, ¿cuántos eran? Cuando llegué inicialmente eran 7, y luego llegamos posteriormente.
I'm top flight security of the world, guys.
¿Ustedes fundaron? Sí. ¿Qué número ocupas? Soy Z7. ¿Qué sucede cuando capturan a Osiel? Cuando capturan a Osiel, pues todo de lo que pasa, el suceso que pasa ahí queda al mando Costilla. Jorge Costilla Sánchez agarra el mando de todo el personaje. Y entonces, ¿cómo se da esta separación de los Zetas del cartel del Golfo y empiezan ustedes a operar? Ellos se juntan con los cárteles de la familia michoacana, con Mayo Zambaga, con el Chapo Guzmán, con los de Jalisco. Ellos hacen su alianza.
Speak unless. He's a prevention lost guard. Yeah, bro, I'm lost in probation, bro. How you know that 9 bucks is even a necessary to buy? Yes, bro, it is, bro. This right here will give you like superpowers.
Están peleados con todos. Ellos hicieron una alianza, estamos peleados con el Chapo, con el Mayo, con el Jalisco, con la familia michoacana. Los que tienen alianza son los que nos están dando guerra. Entonces la familia de Michoacán. El Chango Méndez ha ido a Aguascalientes a buscar a los Zetas. ¿Están buscando protección de ustedes? Se quería acercar. ¿Para qué?
Oh boy, there's 34 of us. We should have 34 likes, 34 super chats. Guys, everybody just love me, guys. Guess what? My landlord's charging me $125, bro. Can you guys make me rich and famous? Yes, it makes you run faster. It makes you look sexier. It makes you want to love yourself. It makes you want to become a YouTuber, and then people call you top flight security of the world. And then everybody's afraid of you, and even the cops respect you. And then the sheriffs, they want to be your friends. And then you have girlfriends and stuff. And then yeah, like this thing gives you all the powers of the world. Yeah. Get it right now. Get it right. Hi, little buddy. You know you want it. Come over here. You want some candy? You want some candy? Guys, we need some super chats, super gifts. Stop playing with me. Like with the PZ, yeah, that's my bunkie. Should I post another video of me and him together? Oh yeah, brother. I'll post a video of me and him together, friend. From 1 to 70 for $1,000. Guess the number. Oh, I know what number you're guessing, bro. I know what number you are, bro. You're thinking about number 7, bro. I already know, bro. It's number 7. I know you are, bro. I know you're thinking of number 7 from 1 through 70. I know it is, bro. Just send me my 1,000 right now, please.
What happened to him? He was starting to die. I can, since I linked myself to Fourth's markings. Only I
56 lost out of it. You're a liar, bro. You're a fucking piece of shit, bro. You want to hell.
consider this a
I'm a little crazy. I'm a little crazy. What's happening? Laugh my ass off. Guys, please, there's 25 of us. We should have 25 likes, 25 super chats, 25 gifts, 25 new members joining the membership, 25 people buying this batch right now, guys. There's 35 now. There should be 35 likes, 35 super chats, 35 super gifts, 35 memberships, 35 people buying this.
The time when all should become one has come.
Is it because I'm at Supergram stage? The other half of Supergram's power.
Don't you see? I've obtained eternity.
We are the ones who are gonna take you down.
You awaken six-path sage, and you awaken one-eyed renegade. This is the final battle between us, once and for all. Sage on shadow style thunderblast. Sasuke's gone.
This life died. So that's what it can be.
He's not been moved.
Can you at least send a little bit of that 1,000 you're gonna send, bro? Can you send a little bit?
It's moving around.
Oh yeah?
Can see my limbo. He can't see it, but he can sense it.
Have no effect on this other mother.
One ought to be able to sense it, or see how they both gain such power, so such a Tomoe Sharingan, just like marksmanship that goes beyond just bloodline, suit me quite well. That's your left eye's ability as well.
Well then, go on, try it. You can affect the shadow Madara too. It's from when he blocked Naruto's attack earlier. Returns to your body after a fixed time. I'll take on the visible one.
I guess some things never change, huh?
Let me finish what I was saying. I don't care what it is, but get a sage power jutsu.
It's Yukako!
Activation interval, and how to counter it. If he had only been born earlier than Obito, there's no point in reflecting on what could have been. I need to get my other eye back soon.
And I have six paths power too. I'll handle the rest.
That's still a bit annoying.
I don't like what you just say, my boy? Send me some money, bro. Why you watching the Sasuke Naruto fight, Major, with not fights on? How you know, bro? Damn, bro, you're not a real Naruto fan. I'm Naruto. Why is the idiot wearing a security guard badge? Don't you ever call me an idiot again, bro, because I'll send you straight to fucking hell. I ain't no fucking idiot. I'm top flight security of the universe. The whole fucking world fucking hires me all the time. Oh boy. Come on, guys. We should have 29 likes, 29 super chats, 25 and gifts.
Sasuke?
Sakura, what's going on there? It appears that Madara has stolen my Sharingan, but never mind me. What about Obito?
I want you to destroy my left eye. If I let down my guard even just a bit, the gun will fall into Madara's hands.
How much worse can all this get? Hasn't he done enough already?
But just this one eye are so strong.
Guys, please, there should be 30 likes, 30 super chats, 30 super gifts. Kid YouTuber, where are you? Kid YouTuber, Kid YouTuber, you owe me $500, Kid YouTuber. Remember that. Yes, I'm in a lesbian girl. All the LGBT community send me money. LGBT community unite with me. Where are you from? I'm from fucking Michoacán, ese.
Curse tags I implanted in the tomb, but it's ironic that
tried, at the cost of her life. But that too was part of the plan.
You bastard! She deliberately had me see.
Kakashi, so you be sure to come after her.
Just 2 hours ago. Guys, please run them likes up. Show some love. Show some respect to my videos.
What's the status of breeding Kakashi? I don't really understand. Sounds like all of the best guys appear to be choking. Asking what the young flash of belief is doing. Time for this.
I would have had my puppet Shinobi killed. If there's no darkness to create it, don't you think one's elder care was specialty back then? And for all other Shinobi, that's just the kind of guy you are. That left eye of mine.
Seems that Madara has a beard there now.
So what did you do about his shadow?
What are you trying to do, Naruto?
Why nobody gives me likes, super chats, super gifts, super adore shit?
How'd you do that? Well, the thing is, really? Well, this is the first time I'm hearing about it.
Madara took Kakashi's eye and went to where Obito was. Why don't you introduce yourselves one at a time?
The ramen that Iruka-sensei got for me at Ichiraku. To be Hokage!
My name's Sasuke Uchiha. I'm going to restore my clan.
I'm Sakura Haruno. What? And I guess that my dream for the future is...
You've been acknowledged by all and become a hero. I bet your feelings for Sasuke have changed, but you still care for him. Sasuke, your dream was to kill Itachi.
Guys, I think there's a ghost, guys, in my room. Big ass up and give some
Hokage.
jacks for $10. So what? Get your super big ass up and give me 50 jumping jacks for $10? Send me the $10. I'll do jumping jacks right now. They make people for me truck. I'm that big. Yes, bro. Send me the $10 right now, bro. Because a lot of people be promising stuff and don't send shit. Send the $10 right now. I promise I'll do the jumping jacks like nothing. Guys, there's 44 of us. There's 44. And there should be 44 likes, 44 super chats, 44 super gifts, 44 new members joining my membership, and 44 people buying my top flight security the badge. Nobody loves me, guys. You guys are all evil. You guys just want to see me die.
Started by tonic regeneration, the 100 feelings.
Guys, there's 32 of us. We should have 32 likes, 33 super chats. Give me 5 jumping jacks as a sample, then I'll send $10. All right. Send me the $10 now. Send me my $10. Send me my $10.
What does Chloe King have up her sleeves? Here we go. The defending Olympic gold medalist dropping in for Team USA.
Homes.com just launched the new way to search for new construction. With all new homes, all in one place. Of new homes in your community. Our research team has inventoried over 2 million features, plus our detailed builder profile, and we assist your home builder with confidence. Start your new home search.
Guys, where's my money? Where's my $10? Where's my $10? I need them really bad, bro. I need to pay rent. $100. Where's my... This guy's a liar. He's a liar, guys. Yes, I'm the AI from TikTok. How you know I'm from TikTok too, bro? I'm starting to get famous everywhere, bro. I just started a kick, guys. Please, guys, it's time that I be famous and rich, guys. I should be the most famous and viral sensation now.
Sir, table 7, pigs, real ones. I can see that.
Guys, please give me likes. Where's my $10? You want me to shut up? You want me to shut up, it said? Oh boy.
I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I'm hungry. I'm thirsty.
That guy never said me nothing, guys. People don't care about AFAMBOBIE. They don't want to see AFAMBOBIE win. I guess I'm not on... I guess my videos are not good enough like I thought they were. Oh boy, there's 25 of us. We should have 25 likes, 25 super chats, 25 nice teeth.
More compensation after that accident. Here's what
Texas, a finales de los años 80. Un niño rubio nace en el lado equivocado de la frontera para lo que sería su destino. Él
2,000-year-old computer. It had more complicated inner workings than a modern-day Swiss watch. Giant power plants. It's very strange, but it's clearly a battery. And weapons more powerful than anything that exists today. It roared, and then flashes of fire came out of it. Throughout the world, there are artifacts and stories that point to advanced technology in the distant past. Could these be products of our ancestors' imaginations? Or might there be a more profound
Yeah, I could tell you hate me. You made me do jumping jacks and you never paid me. You're a liar. You're going to hell. I hope you know that.
Clearly, what they're describing. Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Ancient aliens really shaped our history? And if so, might we find proof by examining mysterious devices?
Of us, there's 34.
The Giza Necropolis, Egypt, 1993. A team of engineers uses a remotely operated camera in an attempt to discover the true function of what is believed to be an air shaft, leading from the supposed Queen's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. First discovered in 1872, archaeologists long considered these narrow tunnels to be ventilation ducts. All about traveling this small shaft, which is too small for a human or any type of device to go through. Someone had to find the closed door, hinged by two little metal clips. According to mainstream archaeologists, the door and metal handles were intentionally placed as a symbolic passageway for the queen to travel through to the afterlife. But some researchers have questioned why this passageway would have been designed with a deliberate blockage. And why on a plateau filled with monumental pyramids believed to serve as royal tombs, is this pyramid the only one with such a door?
Egyptologists are very much fond of saying that pyramids are tombs and that they have been robbed at some point in the past. But the fact is that we have found in the 20th century a number of pyramids whose central king's chamber, so to speak. And when they opened the sarcophagus, they found that sarcophagus.
Bro, yes, I did them all, bro. I did all the jumping jacks and you never sent me my $10, bro. You're back.
Not a tomb. What may have been its true purpose? In May 2011,
Guys, everybody tell him that I did my 50 jumping jacks, bro, and he never paid me.
a black air shaft
I accidentally liked your video and I just took off the like. Damn, you're evil. God is good. Jesus is Lord. Yeah, Jesus is Lord and King.
through a hole and
Where the four loco at, bro? I'm 2 years and 3 months sober.
actually penetrated
Bullshit. I don't see any proof. Bro, give me my fucking $10, you lying ass piece of crap. Everybody, tell them that I did my 50 jumping jacks. Rewind my video. Rewind my life. I did all the jumping jacks, bro. You played me. I'm a Cash App Venmo ready. I already have my Cash App ready, bro. My Cash App's on my bio, bro. My Cash App's. Hope you are uncomfortable. Damn, bro.
Could these artifacts be actual evidence that electricity once coursed through the structure?
Damn, bro.
Could the Great Pyramid
You're evil, bro.
have been built to serve as not a royal tomb, but a power plant? Some researchers contend
This guy just wishing really bad on me, guys. On AFAMBOBIE, the leader of the world. You're horrible, bro. You know when you wish bad on other people, what happens to you? Let's see those tetas flat. Give me my $10, bro. Send me my $10 now, bro. I'm getting frustrated.
if the Great Pyramid was a sophisticated machine, potentially capable of creating energy, researchers believe clues can be found by exploring underneath the structure. In 2000, maritime engineer John Cadman proposed a theory that the Egyptians pumped water from the nearby Nile River into a small chamber underneath the Great Pyramid.
And that's my Cash App right here, guys.
The pump could then
That's my
create
Cash App.
intense hydraulic pressure that would cause the entire
Cash App me, guys. That's my Cash App right there. Cash App me.
In the subterranean chamber, there is some evidence that shows that there have been
Come on, guys. I need 25 likes, 25 super chats, 25 gifts. Come on, chat. Show some love, please. I need your guys' mental support.
and also
Help my channel not die out, guys. Please. I could be making videos for you guys.
they have a purification rig with extremely low pressure waves, which would have struck the ceiling, and the ceiling is actually chipped, and that would have been from the actual compression waves hitting the ceiling. That's very evident. If Cadman's theory proves true, what would have been the purpose of the hydraulic pulse? Engineer Chris Dunn believes the answer can be found by further examination of the shafts in what some call the Queen's Chamber, where traces of zinc and hydrochloric acid have been discovered.
I believe chemical coming up through the northern shaft was hydrated zinc, and the other chemical coming through the southern shaft into the chamber was dilute hydrochloric acid. These are actually seen on the chamber wall.
Dunn suggests that the two chemicals were poured down through the shafts and then mixed together inside the Queen's Chamber, triggering combustion.
This vessel represents the Queen's Chamber. Into the tubes we're going to pour hydrated zinc and then hydrochloric acid. When you bring these two liquids together, a chemical reaction occurs, and the product of that chemical reaction is hydrogen. You see the vapor, the hydrogen, escaping through the chimney. There you have the reaction.
Dunn speculates that the hydrogen gas traveled from the Queen's Chamber into the King's Chamber. Then, the vibrations from the subterranean pool energized the hydrogen atoms into a microwave energy beam.
The evidence that indicates the use of hydrogen can be found in the King's Chamber. There is a shaft in the King's Chamber has dimensions of 8.4 by 4.8, which would be suitable for a waveguide for a maser or microwave amplification through stimulated emission radiation. And from there, we can actually propose many different ideas of what they did with it.
The ancient Egyptians demonstrated an exceptional level of skill in everything that they created during the Old Kingdom. But the question remains, did they do it on their own? Or did they have some access to information or technology that was not of this earth? If Giza was, in fact, a power plant, could the energy have been used for some otherworldly purpose, as some ancient astronaut theorists suggest? Perhaps further evidence that advanced technology really did exist on Earth thousands of years ago can be found by examining yet another mysterious device, the Ark of the Covenant. Approximately 17 miles northeast of Jerusalem lies the ancient ruins of the city of Jericho. Here, archaeologists have uncovered evidence of settlements dating back to 9,000 BC. According to the Hebrew Bible, Jericho is believed to be where God spoke to Joshua, the successor to Moses, and instructed him to march around the walled city once every 6 days with 7 priests carrying
Israelites marched around the perimeter of the city one last time. But this time, they blew the ram's horns. The walls of Jericho fell, and the city was sacked.
In the Old Testament, you see very clear descriptions in Joshua 6 about the shofar, which is described as a trumpet that was used in the Battle of Jericho to actually bring the walls down.
To religious scholars, the collapse of Jericho's walls was a miracle. To most modern-day scientists and historians, the destruction was most probably caused by an earthquake. But could it have been something else? Could the Israelites have possessed advanced sound wave technology? If so, where did it come from?
In the scriptures, we have a fascinating story about the fall of the walls of Jericho. Armies were told to circle the wall repeatedly and then finally blow their horns, and down came the walls. And we know there was a powerful presence, the Ark of the Covenant. This mysterious sacred item was with them at all times, which of course was part of the event and part of the fall of the walls of Jericho.
The idea that some kind of sonic weapon was used to destroy these huge, thick, ancient walls to allow the Israelites to basically take over that city is a fascinating one. So what kind of technology were they using? It sounds utterly fantastic to us that they could have had some kind of advanced alien technology. It's clearly what they're describing.
There is little doubt that the Ark of the Covenant was a weapon. It was described as a weapon famously when the Israelites crossed over into Canaan. They had to pass by Jericho.
If you have CalFresh, Medi-Cal, or SSI, you may qualify for a free iPhone 11.
Ooh.
Plus up to 10 gigabytes of data every month.
Ooh.
Millions of people already.
I need you guys to get this badge. I need you guys to super chat, super gift, super everything. Kid YouTuber, where's my 500 kid YouTuber?
Demonology and Devil Lore by Monsieur Daniel Conway. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. Preface. 3 friars, says a legend, hid themselves near the witch Sabbath orgies that they might count the devils. But the chief of these, discovering the friars, said, "Reverend brothers, our army is such that if all the Alps, their rocks and glaciers, were equally divided among us, none would have a pound's weight." This was in one alpine valley. Anyone who has caught but a glimpse of the world's Walpurgis night, as revealed in mythology and folklore, must agree that this courteous devil did not overstate the case. Any attempt to catalog the evil specters which have haunted mankind were like trying to count the shadows cast upon the earth by the rising sun. This conviction has grown upon the author of this work at every step in his studies of the subject. In 1859, I contributed, as one of the American tracts for the time, a pamphlet entitled The Natural History of the Devil. Probably the chief value of that essay was to myself, and this in that its preparation had revealed to me how pregnant with interest and importance was the subject selected. Subsequent researches in the same direction, after I had come to reside in Europe, revealed how slight had been my conception of the vastness of the domain upon which that early venture was made. In 1872, while preparing a series of lectures at the Royal Institution on Demonology, it appeared to me that the best I could do was to point those lectures with some notes and additions. But after they were delivered, there still remained with me unused the greater portion of materials collected in many countries, and the phantasmal creatures which I had evoked would not permit me to rest from my labors until I had dealt with them more thoroughly. The fable of Thor's attempt to drink up a small spring, and his failure because it was fed by the ocean, seems aimed at such efforts as mine. But there is another aspect of the case which has yielded me more encouragement. These phantom hosts, however unmanageable as to number when closely examined, present comparatively few types. They coalesce by hundreds. From being at first overwhelmed by their multiplicity, the classifier finds himself at length beating bushes to start a new variety. Around some single form, the physiognomy, it may be, of hunger or disease, of lust or cruelty, ignorant imagination has broken up nature into innumerable bits, like mirrors of various surface, reflect the same in endless sizes and distortions, but they vanish if that central fact be withdrawn. In trying to conquer, as it were, these imaginary monsters, they have sometimes swarmed and gibbered around me in a mad comedy, which travestied their tragic sway over those.
In 2020, we launched this movie, The Conspiracy Theory of Everything, which has been quickly and consistently banned from social media every time we publish it. Now, however, Mark Zuckerberg recently appeared on Joe Rogan and shared that in 2020, the Biden administration forced all big tech companies to outright ban and censor a great deal of content, and that with Trump back in the Oval Office, these restrictions have gone away. As an experiment, we're attempting to republish a version of The Conspiracy Theory of Everything in a more complete form. Watch it while you can. It still may be subject to removal. If this is the case, use the link in the description to get access to Spirit Conspiracies, which includes the full series plus a ton of bonus content as well.
Oh boy.
Welcome to what may very well be one of the most important videos we've ever made. Now, in order to even begin this video, I must first establish this disclaimer. This video is a set of hypotheses, an exploration of the world, and while many ideas will be explored, what we are sharing here is not meant to be taken as definitive truth. We're not claiming this is entirely made up of facts. Rather, we are attempting to explore a deeper, perhaps darker, area of human consciousness and see the bigger picture of what is really going on. Please have your own experience, do your own research, and don't be afraid to go deeper down the rabbit hole, for the truth is often stranger than fiction. There's no denying that the collective human consciousness is in quite of a pickle today. It is chaotic and overtaking itself and all of nature. Because of the internet, we have nearly real-time access to information, and yet most people are only seeing a particular slice of the story. For example, the algorithms behind what you find when you use Google, Facebook, YouTube, and almost every other social network are designed to show you what you're already looking for, or what the computer code thinks you want to see based on other people's behavior. Unless you're actively searching for new information, to find something different, or follow someone who is creating content that is going down rabbit holes and sharing what they find, what you get is generally what you're already accustomed to seeing. You only see what you want to see. Further, due to the controversial nature of many ideas, especially those labeled as conspiracy theories, many ideas are not explored by the masses, because when they hear about it, they see that these ideas are ridiculed, and they write them off as nonsense or dangerous extremism. Following the herd mentality makes it easier to dismiss exploring new ideas, so people can easily go along with their lives. This is critical because the ability to change one's belief changes your experience of life, and most people are happy just letting things be as they are. A minority of people are compelled to seek higher truth at all costs, and certainly most of us know that sometimes it can be very hard to get them to follow.
Oh boy, we got 30 more likes. Guys, we need more likes. We need more gifts.
As the saying goes, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it swim. And trying to convince others to think differently only leads to stress on everyone's part. Many ancient texts how true wisdom is passed on. This creates a sort of self-created deception and distraction from the bigger picture, which is rarely explored. If you're already familiar with spirit science, we've talked before about how everything is connected. This was even a fundamental part of my own awakening, where I had a transcendent experience that all things were one, unified and stemming from and linking to a singular greater whole. Yet today, and the struggle of human consciousness, is that most people are not seeing it, simply not looking, or not even wanting to look. In modern science today, there are many scientists searching for an all-pervading theory of everything, something that unifies quantum mechanics and the theories of relativity. And so today, we respectfully present to you the conspiracy theory of everything. I invite you to watch this with the intention of self-reflection.
Guys, please run them
For
likes
as
up.
is the nature of consciousness
Please just
itself,
love me and support me.
pointing the finger and blaming others
Please let me wake up to 1
is
million subscribers already.
liberating ourselves from the illusion is the only way to really break free of the shackles that bind us to our lower state of being. Our conspiracy theory of everything begins first with the demiurge. The demiurge is an ancient Greek and Gnostic concept describing a consciousness that is considered to essentially be the creator of the physical universe, but not the supreme creative force behind all things. A good way to explore this idea is through The Matrix, a science fiction story that suggests everything we think we know of as the real world is nothing but an illusion, a false world within which most are imprisoned, unable to effectively identify what is real. As people go about their day-to-day lives, they think that their world is authentic, but that every individual is truly plugged into an artificial reality severed from the real world. While people suffer, there is a tremendous benefit to the ruling overlords, who in the film were a form of AI. As it relates to us, this AI is in essence the demiurge. The demiurge was described as a force, a deity, or a consciousness who was responsible for the creation of the physical world and reality. However, in a way, it had imposed itself over top of the true reality, the supreme oneness that created all things. In this, it was a false god who had assumed authority over the world, masking the living beings, namely us, from the supreme truth, the highest order of creation, and making us believe that what we experience is real.
Guys, let me wake up to 1 million subscribers, 1 million likes, $1 million, 1 million gifts, 1 million people buying my batch. Buy my batch right now, guys. Buy this batch. This batch will change your life around. Okay?
The demiurge was either seen as something malevolent, deliberately trying to deceive us, or something that was simply ignorant or misguided of its place in the universe and the rest of creation, which led to us becoming lost in the illusion as a result. Said in simple terms, the demiurge was the force behind the physical universe, but within our consciousness, so long as we perceived that which is physical to be real, we were slaves to the illusion of the false, or at least incomplete, reality. To that end, these ancient people, at least those who were part of the ancient mystery schools, believed that the physical reality was an illusion. They sought to liberate themselves from the illusion of reality through varying spiritual practices, from meditation to plant medicine ceremonies and everything in between, in order to connect with higher realms of existence and break free of the false world by finding the truth. the supreme oneness within. This is because even the demiurge...
Please, we should have 30 more likes, 30 more super chats, 30 more gifts, 30 more people buying these badges, 30 more people just knowing I am the guy.
It was the act of awakening this divine spark within us that would return us to the higher realms, which became the ultimate goal of many Gnostic schools. This is where we find the roots of enlightenment and light concepts from around the world, which teach that within this world of suffering, we can release ourselves from the illusion through various forms of mastery and self-discipline, both physical, emotional, and mental. This, of course, takes considerable effort and intention to do so. In essence, transcendent people do what is hard, and that's why their lives are easy. People in suffering do what is easy, and that's why their lives are hard. Fast forward to today, there is a tremendous volume of voices from across the internet, exploring ideas, concepts, and sharing a metric buttload of memes. But amidst the voices of the masses, we find a new concept emerging and being discussed in scientific and even some mainstream circles. An idea that proposes that the entire universe as we know it is actually a hologram or a simulation of some kind. Scientifically speaking, if we look at the cosmos from the perspective of quantum mechanics, there is a general acknowledgement that we really don't understand the universe like we thought we did. We are seeing the building blocks of the universe, the subatomic particles, the waves, behaving in ways that do not make sense in the context of classical mechanics, which reveal discrepancies in the laws of physics. Yet, the laws of physics still stand and apply in a practical sense when talking about our macroscopic world.
Las fragancias más lujosas ahora están disponibles exclusivamente en tu super favorito. La Unstoppables Unlimited Collection hace que todo huela magnífico. Perlas de perfume para tu lavadora para que puedas oler unstoppable.
At Wells Fargo, we get it. Carlo started his business to obsess over things like basting, butter basting, oil basting, egg wash basting, citrus basting. He lives for the basting.
Oh boy, we need more likes.
What Carlos doesn't live for is the banking. Luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place. So you can get back to doing the things you love. You're good at business, we're good at business banking. Wells Fargo.
Oh boy.
excessive, right? How do you drug addicts go around? You don't like your shit, Naruto. Eat my ass. You don't like it, right? Because no money comes to you. You don't give a shit about no hood. Now is not the time.
Stop, let's go home. It's your first day out, Ray. No trouble.
This ain't overlap. This is my hood. Take it up another time. Count it. Kill you, fool! That's all hustlers like that. They gotta go so dudes can take over. You know what I'm saying? You gotta weed out the independents. The Dante would save our kids and our bitches.
Dame, Pablo. Los tombos son como los bandidos. Son consecuencia de la pobreza. La única diferencia es que los tombos están del lado del gobierno y los bandidos del lado de nosotros. Pero eso van a llegar por montones, mijo, como los que acaban de llegar. Sabe que en eso usted sí tiene toda la razón, Pedro. Chili, dale una cosa. Vamos a dejarnos de huevonadas de una vez por todas. Sobre todo usted, que para mí es el papá de todos los bandidos. A partir de este momento hay una recompensa de $100.000 en efectivo para quien me traiga la cabeza del coronel Martín Pavón. Y ojalá que sea usted mismo el que se la moche para que sea usted el que se quede con esa platica.
Uy, patrón, $100.000. Claro que sí, seguro. A ver si invita el hito del lado.
Dame, Pablo. Los tombos son como los bandidos. Son consecuencia de la pobreza. La única diferencia es que los tombos están del lado del gobierno y los bandidos del lado de nosotros. Pero eso van a llegar por montones, mijo, como los que acaban de llegar. Sabe que en eso usted sí tiene toda la razón, Pedro. Chili, dale una cosa. Vamos a dejarnos de huevonar.
¿Sabías que una sola plática de negocios en los años 90 cambió para siempre la jerarquía del crimen organizado a nivel mundial? Olvida las balas, las persecuciones y la...
You didn't inherit this. You built it. Every late night, every dollar earned, with Relay. See your cash flow clarified. Every account, every move, instantly visible. Real-time dashboard. Mobile controls built for action without friction. Relay is built to run how you run. Separate, sync, and automate all in one place. Fast transfers, smart permissions, zero guesswork. This is business banking and money management for the self-made. Join the self-made nation. Discover more at relayfi.com.
I mean, what are you thinking, summoning me here right now, Jiraiya?
I have my reasons, but I'm thinking of removing you from me for a bit. I'm just about to go into battle with a very tough opponent.
This guy must really be something if you have to release me to go fight him. Anyway,
Super chat, super gift, super like, super.
So how long do you think it'll take? When will you be coming back?
If something should happen to me, just go and store yourself inside of Naruto.
You're well aware that the key that corresponds to Naruto's 8-sided seal is transcribed on my belly. Each and every year, the 4th Hokage seal grows weaker. To place a key right next to the lock it opens is unheard of.
It was always meant to be returned to Naruto one day.
You talked me into loosening the tetragram seal, and you know just as well as I do what happened that time. You haven't forgotten, have you?
No, I believe that Minato entrusting me with this jutsu formula indicates that his will was for Naruto to complete that jutsu for himself one day.
You really think that Naruto requires such a jutsu? When that lock was loosened, Naruto's own chakra was pushed aside by the Nine-Tails chakra. That would really go against the 4th Hokage's will.
But Minato, he split the Nine-Tails power into yin and yang and sealed the yang power inside of Naruto. Why did Minato do that?
Who can tell?
that as a father he simply wanted to pass on that power to his son.
And he never did anything at all without a very good reason. Minato must have known something important, and as a result, he entrusted the Nine Tails power to Naruto because of the knowledge he had. You really believe that's true? Natural disaster. Something else happened. I believe it may very well have been manually summoned.
The Nine Tails has always been a natural disaster that appears when humanity becomes steeped in evil. No one can summon the likes of the Nine Tails.
That's just the thing. There was one. What? And who's that? One of the Uchiha clan founders. Madara Uchiha.
You fool! Madara lived back in the early days of the Hidden Leaf.
First Hokage defeated Madara Uchiha in the battle at the Final Valley. I just have this feeling that I can't shake. Return to the Hidden Leaf village. I'm counting on you now. Well then, I certainly hope this plan works.
Well,
It's Jiraiya.
Jiraiya Sensei. Jiraiya isn't on our side of things. Isn't that correct? Then we must kill him. Now take me to him.
All right then. I'll go on ahead now and handle him by myself until you arrive.
Fire style!
Toad subjugation.
And I never imagined that I'd catch you. You've honed your jutsu magnificently. But even more, you've become quite a catch. Konan. It was my understanding that all of you had died.
It's really you. You're the messenger, Lady Angel.
Which means that you're the messenger for this so-called god.
Kill him now!
Stay away.
And doing that helps you feel like an angel.
I've received my orders from God. I will kill you.
You're soaked in oil, so you can't peel apart. And you were the kindest and gentlest of the three of you children that I trained. What happened to the others? Nagato and Yahiko. I heard you all died, but I guess that was a rumor. So tell me, which of the other two ended up becoming this bane then?
Just what do you want to pay for us after all these years?
I heard that all of you had died. I never imagined that it would come to something like this.
Way back then, we should have done what Orochimaru suggested. Isn't that what you're thinking now?
These kids. Shall I kill them?
Back then, you saved the three of us from their fate instead, but it's too late now.
I have no regrets about letting the three of you live. Enable all of you to survive those harsh, to attack me without even so much as a greeting. Well, that's just too sad. You made a reputation for yourselves, fighting for hire in a few conflicts.
You know nothing about what happened to us afterwards, Sensei.
What the Akatsuki is doing now is simply wrong.
This is what I thought through on my own, and that is that.
Well, your appearance has changed quite a bit, so I guess you're the one who became pain. Nagato, what happened to you?
Summoning jutsu.
He intends to nullify.
Hold on, stay back.
Nagato, it's time for me to ask you a few questions. What happened to Yahiko?
There was such a fellow once, wasn't there? But he died a long time ago. That even innocent, foolish children will grow up in the face of pains.
But abandoning one's love for his friends and fellow man, is that really what it means to become an adult?
From a man to God. It's not your fault if you don't understand what I'm saying. And being a God, I realize that there are things I can do which mortal men cannot even dream of. I'm going to put an end to this senseless war, and I will use the seal-tailed beasts that just one destroy an entire nation.
But how could creating such jutsu possibly bring about an end to war?
To each one of the warring nations, I will hand out a forbidden jutsu weapon.
Wait, what do you say?
Tens of millions of people will die instantly. All of humanity, all the nations will learn what pain truly is.
You want to teach the world pain in order to make it grow up? Is that it?
I believe in this fully because I am a pacifist.
Old Spice Gentleman's Body Wash. Full of vitamin B3. B3.
Get a TurboTax expert who gets your small business.
Bears down by 4.
They said we couldn't toast our sandwiches, but we did.
They said we couldn't make a euro, but we did. So let's go out there and score how many?
40 points.
We're down by toasted sandwiches at Jimmy John's. Oh, that's good.
One of the best compliments is I don't really love horror movies, but I love Ready or Not.
Get ready for our second one.
3, 2, 1.
Ready or not, here I come. Starts out with a bang.
So it begins. We are quite
literally a continuation. At the end of the first movie, I'm sat on some stairs smoking a cigarette, and this one starts the same with me sat on some stairs smoking a cigarette. It picks up right where we left off. We have an insane death within the first 5 minutes of the film. It sets the tone for where the film's going to go from there. How do we surprise the audience if they already know people are going to explode? Work expanding the world, the mythology, the most insane kills. Matt and Tyler consistently say there can never be enough blood. More crazy, huge explosions. We have these giant blood cannons. A shortage of blood here. And a massive cast. Hello, Grace. We've got some icons in this one. When they told me David Cronenberg and my father, I about dropped. Like, that's legend. I freaked out when I heard about Sarah Michelle Gellar. She's an icon. Screaming profanities at Elijah Wood. I didn't realize it was on my bucket list.
Grace finds herself in the custody of this satanic organization. Everything that we know is controlled by the Skull Council. Everything? She is outlived the Ledomasses because she survived this game. Now, the power is in question. The ability to control what is essentially a council for Satan is Satan. Is up for grabs. She either has to survive, or they have to kill her. Whoever does that wins the seed. Yeah, she'll do it. No. But this time she's there with her sister, Faith.
I think I helped quite a bit. Thank you very much. Back for round 2. Yeah. Survival of the fittest.
No, hey.
I think the audience will probably have no idea what they're in for.
It's really mental. Absolutely mental.
I'm joking. Far from it.
That's your summoning then. Summoning Jutsu! Come on, watch it, Mr. Gamakin! I'm sorry. I'm quite ungraceful. We'll be going full strength from the get-go. I'm using Honored Sage mode. What? I'm summoning the 2 great sages. Till then, I'm counting on you to buy me some time. He just vanished. Oh, what a bother. Since he's made himself invisible, we've got to use barrier battle arts.
This barrier senses any intrusion across its boundary.
Hey, you're pretty good. What? What is this? I hope you're okay, Mr. Gamakin. They multiply every time you clobber them. In any case, we better get out of here. Right.
It's the heart of Jutsu, is it?
That should buy us some time. Or not. They already managed to surround us. There's just no end to this. If they simply keep dividing, no matter how hard we strike them. They're here already. And they have a one-track mind. Stupid little mutt! Are you okay? Mr. Gamakin! There's no time left for me to summon the 2 great sages. I really am amazed that there are so many of them.
It's gone. Along with the dogs, too.
Nagato, you're still a rookie. So that's just a shadow clone too?
But that isn't all.
Damn it! This is bad. tell you, it's just one thing after another. I can't very well quit now, but still. So sorry, I'm a bit late. Mr. Comic Kid, don't you think something funny's going on around here?
Too ungraceful to know what you mean by that.
Mainstream ninjutsu. Why is he only using the summoning jutsu against me? Go home! You've done enough. I'll take it from here.
Sure can't fault Bunda for yelling at you the way you behave.
I know it's been a while, and I do apologize for the circumstances, boss. I can't afford to be particular right now. After all, my foe possesses the Rinnegan.
Really? It actually exists. And you're right, you had absolutely no choice. Someday, you really gotta start being able to go into sage mode all by yourself.
Some of those two totems.
Where is this foe then? The one with the nipples of 6 pairs.
No, it's not your eyes. He's hidden himself inside a summoning creature that can make itself transparent.
Let's drag him out using creature detection jutsu.
You're such an ornery fella anyway.
This opponent happens to be a former student of mine.
I never heard one word of this Jiraiya boy. So is he the one then?
Yes.
The child of prophecy. Then why are you battling him, Jiraiya?
Well, from what I've seen of him so far, it appears he didn't grow up in the right direction.
If he's not virtuous, it's your duty to kill him.
All right, let's do it. Aha, found him. So that's the Rinnegan, huh?
I can't believe he's the child of prophecy.
Summoning jutsu.
Thank you for watching till the end. Like and subscribe because new video is coming very soon.
It's decided. The best seat is at the Easter Creative table. A little color, a little squish, a little glimmer, a little more squish. All the squish, all the creativity, all for way less. The hunt is fun. Shop now at Five Below.
Just want to welcome everyone to this special day.
Am I sensing something?
It was an accident. I was drunk. How can you even trust her?
Why are you acting like you've never done it?
Please, stop gossiping.
To the happy, carefree couple. Do you want to start over?
The drama, rated R. Before we descend into 5,000 years of darkness, I need you to understand something. What you're about to hear is not theology. This is not a sermon. This is not an attempt to convince you that hell exists or doesn't exist, that any religion is right or wrong. This is history. Documented, verified, sourced history of how humans in this every culture and every century have imagined the place where souls go to suffer. We will trace hell from its oldest origins in ancient Mesopotamia, through Egyptian underworlds, Greek Hades, the development of the Christian Inferno, Islamic Jahannam, Buddhist and Hindu Naraka, Dante's 9th century, medieval art and torture, Victorian spiritualism, and finally modern psychological interpretations. Every sourced, every translation verified, every artistic depiction traced to its origin. This is not speculation. This is what humans believed, what they wrote, painted, and how those beliefs shaped civilization. If you value deeply research content that examines religion and mythology through a historical lens rather than a faith lens, it presents pure documented scholarship without repetition or padding. Subscribe, turn on notifications, and leave a comment telling me why you're listening. Because hell is universal. Every culture invented it. Every civilization needed it. And understanding why tells us more about humanity than the concept we've created. Now settle in. What follows is we begin not with fire and brimstone,
but with the oldest written words on the land of the dead. Words carved in clay 4,000 years ago in a language most people have never heard. Words that would shape every conception of hell that followed. Let us listen. Chapter 1. The oldest language, Mesopotamia. The concept of hell does not begin with Christianity. It does not begin with any religion most people practice today. It begins in Sumer, in Mesopotamia, in what is now Iraq, approximately 3,000 years before the Common Era. And it begins not with punishment for sin, but with something simpler and more terrifying, the realization that everyone, good, evil, king, slave, goes to the same dark place. The Sumerians called this place Kur, sometimes Ur-Kala. It was not a place of judgment, it was simply a place of the dead, and according to the oldest texts we possess, it was a house of darkness where the dead ate dust and clay. The earliest detailed description comes from a text modern scholars call the Descent of Inanna, written in cuneiform on clay tablets approximately 2,100 BCE. But the story itself is slightly older, passed through oral tradition for generations before anyone was born. Inanna was the Sumerian goddess of love, war, and fertility, and in this epic she decides to descend into the underworld, ruled by her sister Ereshkigal. The poem describes the journey. At each Kur, Inanna must pass through 7 gates. At each gate, the guardian demands she remove one item: her crown, her breastplate, her garments, until she arrives naked before Ereshkigal's throne. This stripping is not arbitrary. It represents the absolute equality of death. In the underworld, status means nothing. Power means nothing. Even a goddess arrives as well. Ereshkigal kills Inanna. The goddess's corpse hangs on a hook for 3 days before the gods negotiate her release. But there is a price. Someone is to pay the price. Her husband Dumuzi is chosen. He will spend half the year in the alternating with his sister. This myth explains the season. When Dumuzi is below, vegetation dies. When he returns, spring comes. But more importantly, it establishes a principle that will echo through every hell tradition that follows. The underworld demands life. Life requires death. Escape requires substitution. What was Kur like for ordinary dead? Another text, the Epic of Gilgamesh, provides description. This epic, composed around 2,100 BCE, but described about 6 centuries earlier, includes a scene where the hero Gilgamesh speaks to his companion Enkidu. Enkidu describes the underworld, the house where the dwellers are without light, where dust is their sustenance and clay their food. They are clothed like birds with feathers. They see no light and dwell in darkness. This is not torture. This is negation. The Mesopotamian absence of light, of proper food, of movement, of life. The dead exist in a state that is not hot existence. They are shades, shadows of what they are, dwelling in eternal gloom, eating dust. The Mesopotamians did believe in different fates for different dead. The properly buried, with correct rituals performed, existed more comfortably than those who died violently or remained unburied. Women who died in childbirth, warriors who died in battle, those who drowned, each had specific conditions in the afterlife, though none were pleasant. The worst fate was to be forgotten. If no one poured libations, left food offerings, or spoke your name, you faded even from the underworld's dim existence. By the time we reach the Babylonian period, around 1800 BC, the concept had evolved slightly. The descent of Ishtar, the Babylonian version of Inanna's story, adds more detail to the structure. Ishtar must pass through 7 gates, each guarded. At each gate, she loses something, arriving powerless. The text describes the underworld as the land of no return. enter and deprived of light. But Babylonian texts introduce something new, the concept of divine judgment in the underworld. The gods Shamash and Sin were believed to judge the dead, though what exactly they judged and what punishments they assigned remains unclear in surviving texts. This is the seed, just the seed, of the idea that the afterlife involves judgment of earthly behavior. The Akkadian poem of the righteous sufferer, sometimes called the Babylonian Job, written around 1400 BCE, describes a man's nightmare vision of being dragged to the underworld prematurely. He sees the house whose entrance has no exit, where the dead are clothed in feather garments like birds. This suggests that even in life, Mesopotamians feared premature death and burial more than they feared punishment after death. What's crucial to understand is that the Mesopotamian underworld was not hell as later traditions conceived it. It was not primarily about punishment. It was about the inevitability and equality of death. Kings and slaves ended in the same dark house. Heroes and cowards ate the same dust. The horror was not torture, but meaninglessness, existence without joy, without purpose, without light, forever. This Mesopotamian vision would profoundly influence every culture that followed. When the Hebrews were exiled to Babylon in 586 BCE, they encountered these traditions. When the Persians conquered Mesopotamia, they absorbed these ideas. When the Greeks traded with Near Eastern cultures, these concepts filtered westward. The underworld is a dark house, as place of shades, as realm requiring passage through gates. These motifs appear again and again in later traditions, because they originated here, in Sumer, 4,000 years ago. The Mesopotamian contribution to hell is this. They established that death was a place, not just an event. That the dead continued to suffer. That the afterlife was dark, joyless, and inescapable. They created the temperament. Every culture that followed would elaborate on this, adding judgment, adding punishment, adding hope of escape or damnation. But the foundation, the house of darkness over the dead, was laid in ancient Sumer, carved in cuneiform on paintings that survived millennia, to tell us how the oldest civilizations understood what awaits us all. Chapter 2, The Weighing of the Heart, Egypt. While Mesopotamia imagined the afterlife as universal darkness, Egypt created something far more complex. The Egyptian underworld, called Duat, was not simply a destination, but a journey. A dangerous, intricate, terrifying journey that every soul must undertake, filled with challenges, monsters, and most significantly, judgment. Our primary source for understanding Egyptian afterlife beliefs is the collection of texts modern scholars call the Book of the Dead. This is a misleading title. The Egyptian name was the Book of Coming Forth by Day, or Spells for Going Forth by Day. It was not a single book, but a collection of approximately 200 spells, prayers, and instructions meant to guide the deceased through the Duat and into the afterlife. These texts were written on papyrus scrolls and placed in tombs, evolving over nearly 2,000 years from around 1550 BCE to 50 BCE. Though the traditions they preserve are certainly older, the journey begins at death. The deceased's bay, one component of the soul, often depicted as a bird with a human head, must travel through the Duat to reach the Hall of Two Truths, where judgment occurs. The Duat is not empty darkness like the Mesopotamian Kur. It is a realm filled with lakes of fire, rivers to cross, gates guarded by demons with knives, serpents that must be defeated or appeased, and challenges that require the correct magical knowledge to overcome. This is why the Book of the Dead contains so many spells. Each spell addresses a specific monster. Spell 125, the most famous, provides the negative confession. A list of sins the deceased must deny committing before the gods. Spell 6 prevents the deceased from being forced to do manual labor in the afterlife. Spell 30b prevents the deceased's heart from testifying against them during judgment. The Egyptians believed that with the right knowledge, the right spells spoken at the right moments, even a perfect person could navigate the duat successfully. The climax of the journey is the weighing of the heart. In the Hall of Two Truths, presided over by Osiris, god of the dead, the deceased's heart is placed on a scale. On the other side sits a feather, the feather of mind, representing truth, justice, and cosmic order. 42 judges, one for each known, administrative district of Egypt observe. Thoth, god of wisdom and light, records the result. If the heart and feather balance, if the deceased lived according to Ma'at, the soul is declared true of voice and granted access to the field of reeds, a paradise resembling idealized Egypt, where the blessed dead live eternally in prosperity, working fertile land, celebrating festivals, reuniting with loved ones. If the heart is heavier than the feather, if it is weighted down with sin and falsehood, it tips the scale. And then comes Ammit. Ammit the Devourer is one of the most terrifying figures in Egyptian mythology. She is depicted as a chimera, the head of a crocodile, the forequarters of a leopard or lion, the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. 3 of the most dangerous animals in Egypt combined into one demon. She sits beside the scales waiting. If the heart is heavy, Ammit devours it. And this is true death, not the death of the body that has already occurred, but the death of the soul. The person ceases to exist. They do not go to a place of suffering. They are simply annihilated, unmade, erased from existence. This is crucial. The Egyptian hell is not a place of eternal torture. It is non-existence. The worst punishment imaginable to Egyptians, who went to extraordinary lengths to preserve bodies and names, was to be forgotten, to cease to be. Ammit represents that ultimate negation. However, the duat itself, the underworld journey, contains suffering for those who fail its tests without reaching judgment. Various spells describe punishments for the wicked encountered in the duat. The Book of Gates, another funerary text from the New Kingdom period, 1550 to 1077 BCE, describes 12 gates the son of Ra passes through during his nightly journey through the duat. The blessed dead bask in Ra's light. Damned burn. They are tied up, decapitated, their bodies thrown into pits of fire. The Book of Caverns, also from the New Kingdom, describes caverns in the duat, where the enemies of Ra are imprisoned and tortured. One scene shows bound prisoners being burned. Another shows their souls, represented as bar birds, being annihilated. These texts suggest that while the virtuous dead proceed to judgment, and possibly the field of reeds, the wicked suffer in the duat itself, punished by demons under Ra's authority. One of the most detailed depictions comes from the tomb of Seti. Pharaoh, approximately 1294 to 1279 BCE. The walls show the duat's geography in intricate detail. There are lakes of fire described as the place of destruction. There are gates where the damned are held upside down. There are serpents guarding gates, and demons with knives waiting to dismember souls who lack the correct spells for safe passage. But even these punishments were not necessarily eternal. Some texts suggest that after a period of suffering, the wicked might be annihilated, the ultimate punishment, rather than tortured forever. The Egyptian mind seemed unable to conceive of eternal conscious torment. Either you passed to paradise, or you suffered in the duat, and were eventually destroyed, or Ammit devoured you immediately. The concept of judgment based on earthly behavior was revolutionary. Mesopotamia had hints of divine judgment, but Egypt made it central. Your fate depended not on proper burial alone, not on offerings from the living, but on how you had lived. The negative confession spell 125 lists 42 declarations that a ceaseless memory. I have not committed sin. I have not committed robbery with violence. I have not stolen. I have not slain men or women. I have not made anyone suffer. I have not damaged the offerings in the temples. I have not added to the weight of the balance. I have not taken milk from the mouths of children. The list continues, covering ethics both ritual, temple offerings, and moral, treatment of others. This is moral accountability in the afterlife. The idea that how you behave toward other humans matters to the gods and determines your eternal fate. This Egyptian development, judgment, the weighing of deeds, punishment or reward based on earthly behavior, would influence Judaism, Christianity, and Islam profoundly. When these religions developed their concepts of afterlife judgment, they were building on foundations laid by Egypt millennia earlier. The Egyptians also contributed the geography of hell. Not a simple dark house, but a complex realm with regions, gates, guardians, obstacles. A journey, not a static destination. This idea that reaching the afterlife requires passage through dangerous territory appears in Greek mythology, in Christian visions of purgatory, in Islamic descriptions of the path of paradise or hell. Egypt invented the underworld as a structured, navigable, if dangerous, place. By the time Egypt fell to Rome in 30 BCE, its religious influence had already spread throughout the Mediterranean. Greek and Roman philosophers studied Egyptian beliefs. Early Christians in Egypt absorbed concepts from the ancient religions surrounding them. The weighing of souls, judgment by divine authority, lakes of fire, demons with specific roles. These Egyptian innovations became part of the vocabulary of hell that would dominate human imagination for the next 2,000 years. Chapter 3. The classical underworld, Greece and Rome. When the Greeks began writing about the afterlife in the 8th century BC, they created something different from both Mesopotamia and Egypt. The Greek underworld, Hades, named after the god who ruled it, was a complex realm with different regions for different types of dead. Not everyone suffered equally. Not everyone was judged. The Greeks introduced nuance, levels, a spectrum of afterlife experience based on who you were and how you died. Our earliest detailed source is Homer's Odyssey, composed approximately 800 to 700 BCE. In Book 11, Odysseus travels to the entrance of the underworld to consult the prophet Tiresias. What he describes as being the dead are strengthless shades, mere shadows of their living selves. They must drink blood to gain enough strength to speak. They remember their lives, but cannot truly participate in existence. Achilles, the greatest Greek hero, tells Odysseus, I would rather be a hired servant in the house of a landless man than king of all these dead. This Homeric underworld resembles the Mesopotamian Kur, a place of diminished existence, joyless and shadowy. But Homer introduces divisions. The wicked suffer specific punishments. Tantalus stands in a pool of water beneath fruit trees, but when he reaches for fruit, it withdraws. When he bends to drink, the water recedes. He is eternally hungry and thirsty, punished for serving his son as food to the gods. Sisyphus pushes a boulder up a hill, only to have it roll down just before reaching the top, forcing him to begin again eternally, punished for his deceitfulness and arrogance toward the gods. These are the first clearly articulated punishments that fit the crime. Tantalus, who violated hospitality and deceived gods with a terrible meal, suffers eternal hunger. Sisyphus, who believed himself clever enough to cheat death, performs pointless labor forever. This concept, that afterlife punishment reflects earthly sin, would become fundamental to later hell traditions. By the time we reach Plato in the 4th century BCE, Greek understanding of the afterlife had evolved significantly. In the Republic, written around 380 BCE, Plato describes the myth of a soldier who died in battle, returns to life and describes what he witnessed in the afterlife. Souls are judged. The just ascend to heaven for a 1,000-year reward. The unjust descend beneath the earth for a 1,000-year punishment. Then both groups are reincarnated. The most wicked, tyrants, murderers, those who committed sacrilege, are cast into Tartarus, a prison far below Hades, where they suffer torments forever. Tartarus becomes crucial in Greek hell tradition. It existed in mythology before Plato, but he systematizes it. Tartarus is not merely the underworld, it is the underworld's prison, as far below Hades as heaven is above earth. Here the Titans were imprisoned after their war with the Olympian gods. Here the truly wicked suffer. Virgil's Aeneid, written around 20 BCE, provides the most detailed tour of the classical underworld. The book says the hero Aeneas descends to the underworld with the Sibyl as his guide. This text would directly inspire Dante's Inferno 13 centuries later, but Virgil's vision is distinctly Roman, synthesizing Greek tradition with Roman values. Virgil describes the geography precisely. The underworld is reached by crossing the river Acheron on Charon's ferry, but only if you've been properly buried and can pay Charon's fee, a coin placed in the corpse's mouth. The dog Cerberus guards the entrance, preventing the living from entering and the dead from leaving. Beyond the entrance are different regions. The fields of mourning hold those who died of unrequited love. The fields of war hold soldiers, unbaptized infants. This is Virgil writing in an era when Christianity was emerging, dwell in limbo, not suffering, but not in paradise. Then come the two extreme destinations. The Elysian Fields, also called the Isles of the Blessed, are paradise for heroes and the virtuous. Here, life is perfect, with eternal spring, games, music, no suffering or want. But on the other path, past the three-headed dog, down into darkness, is Tartarus. Virgil describes its walls, triple-walled, surrounded by a river of fire, the Phlegethon. Inside, he hears groaning, the crack of whips, the dragging of chains. The Sibyl describes the tortures within. Tityos, whose liver is eternally eaten by vultures because he assaulted the goddess Leto. Ixion, bound to an eternally spinning wheel of fire for attempting to seduce Hera. The Danaides, sisters who murdered their husbands and are condemned to fill a jar with water using leaky sieves forever. Rhadamanthus judges the dead in Tartarus, interrogating them and assigning punishments. The worst sinners suffer the worst torments. This is proportional justice in the afterlife. Not everyone goes to the same hell. Your punishment matches your crime. The Romans adopted Greek underworld traditions wholesale, but added their own emphasis. Roman poets and philosophers stressed that earthly behavior determines afterlife fate. Cicero, writing in the 1st century BCE, argued in the Republic and on the nature of the gods that belief in afterlife punishment encourages moral behavior. Whether or not gods exist, he suggested, believing they watch and will judge, is socially useful. This cynical pragmatism about hell as social control would echo through history. By the time Christianity emerged in the 1st century CE, the classical underworld was thoroughly developed. A complex geography with rivers, gates, and guards, different regions for different types of dead, judgment determining fate, eternal reward for the virtuous and Elysian, eternal punishment for the wicked in Tartarus, and specific torments matching specific sins. All of this existed before the New Testament was written. All of this would influence Christian concepts of hell profoundly. One final Greek contribution, the idea that hell could be escaped through knowledge or heroism. Orpheus descended to retrieve his wife Eurydice. Heracles descended as one of his labours and returned. Odysseus visited the entrance. Aeneas made the journey. In Greek tradition, the underworld was terrifying, but not absolutely sealed. With the right guide, the right protection, the right knowledge, even the living could descend and return. This notion that hell can be navigated, that it has a geography knowable to mortals, persists in later traditions from Dante to modern fiction. The Greeks and Romans gave us hell as a structured, governed, knowable place. Not chaos, but order. Not random, but just. A place where earthly actions receive appropriate eternal consequences, where the dead exist in a complex society beneath the earth, where heroic individuals might venture and return with knowledge. This vision would shape Western imagination for 2 millennia. Chapter 4: Jewish Sheol and the Emergence of Gehenna. To understand Christian hell, we must first understand that ancient Judaism had very little concept of afterlife at all, and what concept existed was nothing like the fire and brimstone inferno Christianity would develop. The Hebrew Bible, what Christians call the Old Testament, mentions an afterlife realm called Sheol. But Sheol is not hell. It is closer to the Mesopotamian Kur, or Greek Hades, a shadowy place where all the dead go, regardless of virtue. There is no judgment, no punishment, no reward, just vague, continued existence in darkness beneath the earth. The word Sheol appears 66 times in the Hebrew Bible. Ecclesiastes 9:10 describes it. For in Sheol, where you are going, there is no working or planning or knowledge or wisdom. Psalm 88:10-12 asks, do you work wonders for the dead? Do the departed spirits rise up to praise you? Is your steadfast love declared in the grave, your faithfulness in destruction? Are your wonders known in the darkness? The answer implied is no. Sheol is separation from God. It is not punishment. It is simply the absence of life and divine presence. Both righteous and wicked go there. King David and wicked Korah are both described as descending to Sheol. This is crucial. Ancient Judaism did not have a developed concept of hell as punishment. The focus was on earthly reward and punishment. Follow God's law and prosper in this life. Disobey and suffer in this life. What happens after death was murky, unimportant, barely discussed. This changes during the period of the Second Temple, roughly 500 BCE to 70 CE. During this era, Judaism encountered Persian Zoroastrianism, Greek philosophy, and experienced massive political upheaval. These forces transformed Jewish afterlife beliefs. Zoroastrianism, the Persian religion, had a clear heaven and hell. The righteous crossed the Chinvad bridge to paradise. The wicked fell from the bridge into a pit of torment. After the Babylonian exile, 586 to 538 BCE, when Jews lived under Persian rule, these concepts filtered into Jewish thought. By the time we reach the Book of Daniel, written around 167 to 164 BCE, we find this. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. Daniel 12:2. This is the first clear biblical reference to different eternal fates, resurrection to life or resurrection to punishment. The concept of Gehenna emerges in this period. Gehenna, Greek transliteration of Hebrew Gehinnom, referred to a real place, the Valley of Hinnom, south of Jerusalem. In earlier periods, this valley had been a site where some Israelites practiced child sacrifice to foreign gods, an abomination explicitly condemned. Kings Ahaz and Manasseh were said to have sacrificed their sons there, 2 Chronicles 28:3, 33:6. King Josiah defiled the site to prevent further sacrifices, metaphor for divine punishment. The valley was reportedly used as a garbage dump where fires burned continuously, consuming refuse and bodies of criminals. Whether this is historically accurate or later legend is debated, but the imagery, continuous fire, smoke, destruction, became associated with the name Gehenna. Intertestamental Jewish texts, written between the Old and New Testaments, developed these ideas. The Book of Enoch, probably compiled between 300 to 100 BCE, contains elaborate descriptions of the afterlife. Enoch is taken on a tour of heaven and hell. He sees mountains of fire where fallen angels are imprisoned. He sees places of punishment for human sinners, valleys of fire, places of darkness, prisons where the wicked await final judgment. What's significant is that these are holding places. Final judgment has not yet occurred. At the end of time, there will be resurrection and judgment. Then the righteous receive eternal life, and the wicked receive final punishment, usually described as annihilation or eternal fire. The concept of annihilation is important. Many Jewish texts from this period suggest that the wicked are destroyed, not tortured forever. They burn in fire and cease to exist. This aligns with earlier Hebrew thought about Sheol being negation of existence. By the 1st century CE, when Jesus was teaching and the New Testament was being written, Judaism had multiple competing views of the afterlife. Traditional view, Sheol, where all the dead go, shadowy and neutral. Greek-influenced view, immortal souls that are judged, with the righteous going to paradise and the wicked to punishment. Pharisaic view, bodily resurrection at the end of time, followed by judgment and eternal life or destruction. Sadducee view, no afterlife at all. When you die, you're done. Essene view, as a female, the righteous join the angels, the wicked are destroyed. Jesus used Gehenna as a warning. In the Gospels, he mentions it 12 times. Do not fear those who kill the body, but cannot kill the soul. Rather fear him who can destroy both soul and body in Gehenna. Matthew 10:28. If your hand causes you to sin, cut it off. It is better for you to enter life crippled than with 2 hands to go to Gehenna, to the unquenchable fire. Mark 9:43. These sayings use Gehenna as the ultimate threat. Total destruction, not necessarily eternal conscious torment. The unquenchable fire may refer to fire that cannot be put out while burning, not fire that burns forever without consuming. The parable of the rich man and Lazarus, Luke 16:19-31, shows a different image. The rich man dies and is in Hades, being in torment. He sees Lazarus in Abraham's bosom, paradise. He begs for water, but is told a great chasm separates them. This suggests conscious suffering after death, not just waiting for judgment. The Book of Revelation, written around 95 CE, introduces the lake of fire. This is where death and Hades themselves are thrown, Revelation 20:14, along with anyone whose name is not in the Book of Life. The devil, the beast, and the false prophet are tormented day and night forever and ever, Revelation 20:10. This apocalyptic imagery, eternal torment in fire, would become central to Christian hell. But it's important to note that in Judaism itself, these ideas remained contested. Rabbinic Judaism, developing after the temple's destruction in 70 CE, continued to debate the nature of afterlife punishment. The Talmud mentions Gehenna as a place of punishment, but some texts suggest it lasts 12 months, after which the wicked are either annihilated or purified and admitted to the world to come. So Judaism's contribution to hell is complex. The name Gehenna, imagery of fire and smoke, the concept of judgment followed by different eternal fates, but often emphasizing destruction rather than eternal torture. Christianity would take these raw materials and construct something far more elaborate and terrifying. Chapter 5. Christian Hell Crystallizes. The New Testament provides fragments, images, warnings about hell, but it does not provide a systematic theology. That would come later, developed by early Christian theologians called the Church Fathers, who spent centuries debating, refining, and ultimately establishing what Christians would believe about eternal punishment. The earliest Christian writings after the New Testament show diverse views. The Didache, a Christian manual written around 100 CE, barely mentions the afterlife. The Shepherd of Hermas, written around 140 to 150 CE, suggests that some sinners might be purified rather than eternally damned. These early texts focus on repentance and living righteously, not on detailed hell geography. But as Christianity spread and encountered Greek philosophy, the need for systematic theology grew. How exactly does hell work? Who goes there? For how long? What happens to them? These questions demanded answers. Justin Martyr, writing around 150 to 160 CE, was one of the first to articulate a clear doctrine. In his first apology, he states that the souls of the wicked are punished after death in eternal fire. Not annihilated, punished consciously, forever. This was a significant development. Justin, trained in Greek philosophy, applied Greek concepts of the immortal soul to Christian teaching. If the soul is immortal, and some souls are wicked, they must suffer eternally. Tertullian, writing around 200 CE in North Africa, went further. In On the Spectacles, he describes the joy Christians will feel in heaven watching the damned suffer in hell. He writes, "How shall I admire, how laugh, how rejoice, how exult, when I behold so many proud monarchs groaning in the lowest abyss of darkness, so many magistrates liquefying in fiercer flames than they ever kindled against the Christians. This is shocking to modern readers." But Tertullian was making a theological point. God's justice must be visible and satisfying. The wicked must receive proportionate punishment. Watching that punishment is not cruelty. It is witnessing divine justice fulfilled. Origen of Alexandria, writing 220 to 250 CE, offered a radically different view. In On First Principles, he suggested apokatastasis, universal restoration. Eventually, after however long their punishment requires, all souls, even Satan himself, will be purified and reconciled to God. Hell is corrective, not retributive. It is purgation through fire, not eternal torture. Origen's view was controversial. Many church leaders rejected it as undermining the gravity of sin and the necessity of urgent repentance. If everyone eventually gets to heaven regardless, why bother being good? But Origen's ideas influenced many, and for centuries, universal salvation remained a debated position within Christianity. Augustine of Hippo, writing 400 to 430 CE, essentially settled the debate for Western Christianity. In The City of God, Augustine argues that hell is eternal conscious torment with no hope of escape or annihilation. The damned suffer proportionate to their sins. There are degrees of torment, but all suffer forever. This is just because sin against an infinite God deserves infinite punishment. The damned, in their pride, would continue sinning even in hell if able, so their punishment must continue eternally. Augustine also addresses a question that had troubled many. How can the blessed in heaven be happy, knowing their loved ones suffer in hell? His answer: the blessed will have perfect understanding of divine justice. They will agree with God's decision and will not feel pity for those who rejected salvation. Their happiness will not be diminished by the sufferings of the damned, because they will recognize that justice is being served. This seems harsh to modern sensibilities, but Augustine was working within a logical framework. If God is perfectly just, his decisions must be correct. If souls in heaven retain earthly emotional attachments that conflict with God's justice, heaven would not be perfect bliss. Therefore, in perfection, the blessed must lose those conflicting emotions. By the 5th century, Christian hell had taken definable shape in Western theology. Location, beneath the earth, separated from heaven by an unbridgeable gulf. Nature, eternal fire that torments souls without consuming them. Inhabitants, Satan and his demons, human souls who died in mortal sin without repentance, possibly unbaptized infants, though this was debated. Purpose, punishment for sin, demonstration of divine justice. Duration, eternal, with no possibility of escape, purification, or annihilation. Degrees, different levels of suffering based on the severity of earthly sins. Effect on the blessed. The saved in heaven understand and approve of hell's necessity, experiencing no diminishment of joy. Eastern Christianity developed somewhat differently. Greek-speaking theologians often emphasize theosis, union with God, as the goal of existence. Hell, in much Eastern thought, is not a place God created to punish, but the natural state of a soul that has rejected union with God. It is self-imposed separation, not externally imposed torture. God's love radiates to all, but those who have hardened themselves against it experience that love as burning, while those who have opened themselves to it experience it as light and joy. Gregory of Nyssa, writing in the late 4th century, sided with Origen's view of eventual universal restoration, though he was more cautious in expressing it. He suggested that hell's fire is purified, and that after sufficient time, even the most wicked souls would be cleansed and reconciled. But Augustine's view triumphed in the West, codified by councils and popes. By 500 CE, Christian hell was firmly established, eternal, fiery, inescapable, inhabited by demons and the damned, and absolutely necessary for divine justice. One theological innovation deserves special attention: the harrowing of hell. This doctrine, based on 1 Peter 3:18-20 and 4:6, claims that between his crucifixion and resurrection, Christ descended into hell, or Hades, or Sheol. Terminology varied. There he preached to the spirits of the dead, and according to some versions, liberated the righteous who had died before his coming: Abraham, Moses, David, and others, bringing them to heaven. The harrowing appears in the Apostles' Creed. He descended into hell. Eastern icons depict Christ breaking down hell's gates, trampling them beneath his feet, pulling Adam and Eve from their tombs. This doctrine served multiple theological purposes. It explained where Old Testament righteous went before Christ's resurrection. It demonstrated Christ's victory over death and hell. It showed that salvation reached even beyond the grave. But the harrowing was a one-time event. After Christ's ascension, hell's gates were sealed. No further liberation. The doctrine provided narrative satisfaction. The great heroes of Jewish tradition were saved, without undermining hell's eternal nature and post-Christian sins. By the time the Roman Empire officially Christianized in the 4th century, hell was not just theology, it was social policy. The threat of eternal damnation encouraged conversion. It justified persecution of heretics. Better to coerce someone into the true faith and save their soul than allow them to remain in error and burn forever. It provided ultimate sanction for moral behavior. Earthly punishment is temporary, but hell is eternal. The early church also developed purgatory, though that doctrine would not be fully articulated until medieval times. The concept: most Christians die with some unforgiven sins or unpaid penance. They are destined for heaven, but not yet worthy. Purgatory is a temporary place of purification through fire. It hurts, but it ends. It cleanses. Then, the soul proceeds to heaven. This was a pastoral innovation, offering hope to ordinary Christians who feared they were not holy enough for direct entrance to paradise, but did not deserve damnation. Purgatory is not in scripture. It developed from early Christian practices of praying for the dead, the assumption being that such prayers could help those in intermediate states. 2 Maccabees, 1246, in the Catholic and Orthodox Old Testament, mentions prayers for the dead, suggesting belief that such prayers were efficacious. From this practice grew theology. If prayers help the dead, they must be in a state where help is possible. Not heaven, no need for help, and not hell, beyond hell. Therefore, an intermediate state must exist. By 500 CE, Christian afterlife geography had 3 tiers: heaven for the saved, purgatory for the saved, but not yet purified, and hell for the irredeemably damned. This structure would dominate Western imagination for the next 1,000 years. Chapter 6. Islamic Jahannam, the 7 levels. When Islam emerged in the 7th century CE in Arabia, it inherited influences from Judaism, Christianity, and Zoroastrianism, synthesizing them into a distinctive vision of the afterlife. Islamic hell, Jahannam, shares features with Jewish Gehenna and Christian Inferno, but has unique characteristics that reflect Islamic theology. The Quran, Islam's holy text revealed to the Prophet Muhammad between 610 to 632 CE, mentions Jahannam repeatedly. Unlike the Bible, which provides fragmentary hell references, the Quran describes the afterlife systematically. Judgment, paradise, and hell are central themes, mentioned in nearly every chapter. After death, souls remain in the grave in a state called barzakh, a barrier or waiting period until the day of resurrection. On that day, all the dead will be raised and judged by Allah. Each person's deeds will be weighed on a scale. Those whose good deeds outweigh bad will cross the sirat, a bridge narrow as a hair and sharp as a sword, stretched over Jahannam. The righteous will cross safely to paradise, Jannah. The wicked will fall into the fire below. Jahannam is described in vivid, terrifying detail. The Quran emphasizes physical torment. It is a place of scorching fire. Quran 88:4, where the damned will be given boiling water to drink, 56:54, and garments of fire, 22:19. Their skins will be burned off, then replaced, so they can feel pain again. Those who reject our signs, we shall soon cast them into the fire. As often as their skins are roasted through, we shall change them for fresh skins, that they may taste the penalty. 4:56. The damned will eat from the tree of Zakum, which has bitter fruit like molten brass. It will boil in their insides, like the boiling of scalding water. 44, 43 to 46. They will cry for death, but death will not come. They will beg for relief, but relief will be denied. And they will cry, O Malik, the guardian of hell, would that your Lord put an end to us. He will say, nay, but you shall abide forever. 43:77. Jahannam has 7 levels, each for different categories of sinners. The levels are: 1. Jahannam proper, for sinful Muslims who will eventually be released after purification. 2. Laza, for Christians described in the Quran as raging fire, 70:15. 3. Hutama, for Jews called the crushing one, 104:4-5. 4. Sa'ir, for Sabians and Zoroastrians, a blazing fire, 4:10. 5. Sakar, for those who neglected prayer, described as scorching, 74:42. 6. Jahim, for polytheists and idolaters, a fierce blazing fire, 102:6-7. These levels are hierarchical. The worst sinners, hypocrites who knew truth and rejected it, suffer the most. Polytheists, who never recognized God's unity, suffer severely. Monotheists, who erred in understanding God, Christians and Jews, from the Islamic perspective, suffer but less than polytheists. Sinful Muslims suffer the least and may eventually be released. This introduces a crucial Islamic concept. Hell is not necessarily eternal for everyone. Polytheists and unbelievers who died rejecting God remain in Jahannam forever. But Muslims who sinned but retained faith might be punished for a period, then released to paradise. Their punishment is corrective, not purely retributive. The Hadith, collections of Muhammad's sayings compiled in the centuries after his death, adds elaborate detail. One famous hadith describes the size of Jahannam. The fire will not be full until Allah puts his foot on it, and it will say, "Enough, enough, enough." Sahih Bukhari. This metaphorical language suggests hell's vastness and insatiability. Angels called Zabaniya, 19 in number, guard Jahannam and torture the damned. The Quran describes them as stern and severe, who do not disobey Allah in what He commands them, but do what they are commanded. 66:6. They are not fallen angels. In Islam, angels cannot fall. They are created specifically to administer punishment, and they do so without mercy or hesitation because that is their purpose. The physical descriptions in the Quran are intense. The damned wear chains 70 cubits long, 96:30. They are dragged by their forelocks and feet, 55:41. They drink boiling water that tears their intestines, 47:15. They lie on beds of fire with fire covering them, 7:41. These are not metaphors in traditional Islamic interpretation. They are literal descriptions of what awaits those who reject Allah and die unrepentant. Islamic theology emphasizes that Jahannam is not unjust. Every soul condemned to it deserves its fate because they had knowledge of truth and rejected it, or they committed evil without repentance. Allah is described as the most merciful of those who show mercy, but also as severe in punishment. Justice requires that wickedness be punished. Mercy is available through repentance in life, but after death, judgment is final. One hadith describes intercession. On the day of judgment, the Prophet Muhammad will intercede for sinners, asking Allah to show mercy. Some Muslims who deserve hellfire will be spared through this intercession. Others who have already entered will be released, but this mercy applies only to Muslims who, despite their sins, maintained belief in Allah's unity and Muhammad's prophethood. Unbelievers receive no intercession. The Quran repeatedly emphasizes that the afterlife is the true life, and this life of the world is only an amusement and a play. Verily, the home of the hereafter, that is the life indeed. 29:64. Earthly life is a test. The afterlife is reality. This urgency, that your eternal fate depends on earthly choices during a brief life, is meant to motivate constant awareness of God and moral behavior. Islamic scholars debated some details. The Mu'tazilite school, emphasizing divine justice, argued that Allah must reward good and punish evil, and hell's eternity demonstrates that justice. The Asharite school, emphasizing divine omnipotence, argued that Allah could forgive whom He wills, even without repentance, because He is absolutely sovereign. But both schools agree that the Quran's descriptions of Jahannam are real, and that most of humanity will go there because most reject true faith. One striking difference from Christianity: Islam does not have purgatory. The barzakh is a waiting state, not a place of purification. Either you go to paradise, or you go to hell. The only middle ground is for sinful Muslims who enter hell for a time, are purified through suffering, and then proceed to paradise. But this is not a separate place. It is hell hell itself functioning as purgation for believers. Another difference: predestination. Islam teaches that Allah has written all destinies. He knows who will believe and who will disbelieve, who will go to paradise and who to hell. This raises theological problems. If Allah predestines some to hell, how is that just? Islamic theology responds that humans have moral agency in the moment of choice, even though Allah knows what they will choose. His knowledge does not cause their choice. They freely choose, and He judges accordingly. This paradox, divine foreknowledge and human free will, is acknowledged, but not fully resolved, similar to Christian debates on predestination. By the time Islamic civilization flourished in the 8th through 13th centuries, Jahannam was established in Islamic thought. 7 levels of varying intensity, eternal for unbelievers but possibly temporary for sinful Muslims, administered by merciless angels, described in vivid physical torments, balanced by the possibility of intercession for believers. This vision of hell serves similar functions as in Christianity, motivating moral behavior, warning against sin, promising justice, and explaining why converting to the true faith is urgent. Chapter 7: Buddhist and Hindu Naraka, Eastern Hells. While Abrahamic religions developed concepts of eternal hell for unbelievers, South and East Asian religions created something different: temporary hells within cycles of reincarnation. Suffering is intense but not endless. Punishment is corrective, preparing the soul for rebirth. In Hinduism, Naraka is described in various texts. The oldest references appear in the Rig Veda, composed approximately 1500 to 1200 BCE, but detailed descriptions come much later, particularly in the Puranas, written between 300 to 1500 CE. The Garuda Purana, probably composed around 900 CE, describes 28 major narakas, each specializing in punishing particular sins. These are not permanent residences. Souls go to naraka after death, suffer in proportion to their earthly karma, the moral law of cause and effect, and then are reborn. Some of the narakas described in the Garuda Purana: Tamisra, darkness. For those who robbed others or committed adultery, the soul is bound and beaten by young servants until unconscious, then revived and beaten again. Raurava, fearful. For those who cause suffering, the soul is tormented by Ruru serpents. Mahajwala, grateful. For those who stole, the soul burns in fire. Krimibojana, worm-feed. For those who didn't honor guests or ate before feeding others, the soul is devoured by worms while unable to die. Kumbhipaka, cooked in a pot. For those who cooked living beings, the soul is boiled in oil. Asipatravana, forest of sword leaves. For those who deviated from righteous path, the soul walks through a forest where leaves are sharp blades that cut flesh. The descriptions are graphic, but the key difference from Abrahamic hell is temporariness. After suffering exhausts the negative karma, the soul is released and reborn. Rebirth might be as a human again, or as an animal, insect, or plant, depending on remaining karma. Eventually, through cycles of birth, death, and rebirth, the soul can achieve moksha, liberation from the cycle entirely, union with the divine, ending all suffering. Naraka is administered by Yama, the god of death, assisted by Chitragupta, who keeps records of all deeds. When a soul arrives, Chitragupta reads the right record. Yama assigns the appropriate naraka and duration. This is not arbitrary judgment, it is precise accounting. Every action has consequences. The punishment fits the crime exactly. Buddhism, which emerged in India around the 5th century BCE, adopted and adapted Hindu naraka concepts. Buddhist texts describe multiple hell realms, usually 8 hot hells and 8 cold hells, plus numerous peripheral hells. The Devaduta Sutta, part of the Pali Canon, compiled in the 1st century BCE, describes King Yama, same name as Hindu Yama, but here judge, not himself a god, interrogating the newly dead. He asks, "Did you not see the 5 messengers sent by heaven to warn you?" The messengers are an infant, birth brings suffering; an aged person, aging brings suffering; a sick person, illness brings suffering; a criminal being punished, actions have consequences; and a corpse, death comes to all. The sinner admits seeing these warnings, but ignored them. Yama then assigns punishment appropriate to the sins committed. The Buddhist hell realms include the hell of living beings, where the damned are attacked by guardians and each other, hacking at each other with weapons, only to revive and endure it again. The black line, hell, where lines are drawn on the damned's body, then they are sawed or cut along those lines. The crushing hell, where the damned are crushed between mountains. The howling hell, where the damned burn in fire and scream. The great howling hell, like the howling hell, but more intense. The hot hell, where the damned are roasted in iron buildings. The very hot hell, like the hot hell but worse. The Avicii hell, the worst of the hot hells, reserved for the most serious sins like killing parents, killing an enlightened being, or causing schism in the Buddhist community. Here the damned burn continuously without relief. But even Avicii is not eternal. Buddhist texts calculate lifespans in the hell realms, though the numbers are astronomically long, equivalent to many human lifetimes. One day in Avicii equals trillions of years. But eventually, the karma is exhausted, and the soul is released for rebirth. The cold hells mirror the hot hells. Arbuda, blisters from cold; Nirabuda, blisters burst; Tata, shivering; Hahava, lamentations; chattering teeth from cold; Utpala, skin turns blue; Padma, skin cracks into pieces; and Mahapadma, skin breaks and body breaks apart. Again, these are temporary, lasting however long it takes to exhaust the negative karma that sent the soul there. Japanese Buddhism developed particularly elaborate hell imagery. The Jigoku Zoshi, hell scrolls, painted in the 12th century CE, depict various Buddhist hells in gruesome detail. Demons with animal heads torturing naked humans, people being sawed, crushed, boiled, frozen, and dismembered. These scrolls were used to teach Buddhist ethics, showing the consequences of breaking precepts. Chinese Buddhism similarly developed vivid hell imagery, influenced by indigenous Chinese beliefs about the afterlife. The Diyu, earth prison, in Chinese tradition has multiple levels, often described as 18 levels corresponding to different sins. Souls are judged by Yama, Yanlo Wang in Chinese, and his assistants. The punishments are precisely tailored. Liars have their tongues ripped out, thieves have their hands cut off, murderers are thrown in a cauldron of boiling oil. But again, these punishments are temporary. Chinese folk religion added the concept that living descendants could help souls in Diyu by performing rituals, offering prayers, and burning joss paper money. This offered comfort to the living and reinforced filial piety. Children must care for parents even after death. A crucial philosophical difference between Eastern and Western hells is purpose. In Abrahamic religions, hell is retributive justice, punishment for the sake of justice. In Hindu and Buddhist thought, Naraka is corrective, suffering that burns away negative karma, preparing the soul for better rebirth. The goal is not vengeance, but purification. This difference reflects deeper theological contrasts. Abrahamic religions generally believe in one earthly life, one judgment, and eternal afterlife. Eastern religions believe in countless cycles of rebirth. One life is not enough to exhaust karma or achieve enlightenment. Hell is not a small journey that continues through many lifetimes. Another difference. In Hinduism and Buddhism, hells are not ruled by an evil being. Yama is not Satan. He is a judge, not a tempter. Demons in Buddhist hell are not fallen angels. They are manifestations of karma itself, punishing agents without moral status. Hell is not rebellion against God, but a natural consequence of cause and effect. You create your own hell through actions. You liberate yourself through understanding and right conduct. The variety of hell beliefs across Asian traditions is vast. Jainism, an Indian religion contemporary with early Buddhism, teaches that souls attach karmic particles through action. Heavy karma pulls souls down into hellish realms, while light karma allows them to rise. Tibetan Buddhism's Bardo Thodol, Tibetan Book of the Dead, describes intermediate states between death and rebirth, where the soul encounters terrifying, wrathful deities. But these are projections of one's own mind, not external torturers. Chinese Taoism developed its own afterlife bureaucracy, with multiple departments of hell corresponding to different sects, all managed with the same obsessive record-keeping as earthly Chinese government. This reflects cultural values. Even the cosmos operates through administration and proper procedure. What unites these diverse Eastern hell traditions is the principle: suffering is temporary and purposeful. Hell is not an end state, but a transition. The ultimate goal is not avoiding hell. It is escaping the cycle of rebirth entirely, reaching a state, moksha, nirvana, enlightenment, where neither hell nor heaven matters, because the self has transcended all conditional existence. This contrasts sharply with Western traditions, where heaven and hell are final destinations, eternal states. Eastern philosophies see both paradise and punishment as traps, gilded cages, and torture chambers within the same prison. True liberation means leaving the prison entirely. Chapter 8: Medieval Christian Hell, Dante and the Nine Circles. By the medieval period, roughly 500 to 1500 CE, Christian hell was thoroughly developed in theology. But it was Dante Alighieri who gave hell its most enduring artistic form. His Divine Comedy, written 1308 to 1320, created a hell so vivid, so systematically organized, and so psychologically compelling that for many people, Dante's vision is hell, overshadowing even scripture. Dante was not writing theology, he was writing poetry, fiction, but he was synthesizing centuries of Christian thought about sin, punishment, and divine justice into a coherent vision. And he succeeded so completely that his inventions became absorbed into popular belief as if they had always been Christian doctrine. The Inferno, the first part of the Divine Comedy, describes Dante's journey through hell, guided by the Roman poet Virgil. The poem begins: midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within a forest dark, for the straightforward pathway had been lost. This is not physical geography, it is spiritual autobiography. Dante, at age 35, felt he had lost his way morally and spiritually. The journey through hell is a journey through the landscape of sin, recognizing evil in all its forms, before ascending to purgatory and paradise. Hell's entrance bears the famous inscription, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." These words capture hell's essence in Dante's vision: hopelessness. The damned know their fate is eternal, no appeal, no escape, no change, forever. Dante's hell is structured as 9 concentric circles descending into the earth, like an inverted cone, with each circle reserved for particular categories of sin, and with punishments becoming more severe as you descend. Before entering the first circle, Dante and Virgil pass through the vestibule, where the uncommitted dwell, souls who in life took no stand for good or evil, who lived entirely for themselves. These souls are not important enough for either heaven or hell proper. They chase a blank banner eternally, while being stung by wasps and hornets. This is Dante's invention, his contempt for moral Then comes the river Acheron, the boundary. Charon, the ferryman, borrowed from Greek mythology, transports souls across. This is where hell proper begins. Circle 1, Limbo. Here dwell virtuous pagans, those who lived good lives but were born before Christ or died without baptism. They are not tortured. They exist in a noble castle, discussing philosophy and literature, but they are separated from God, which is their punishment. Dante places great classical authors and philosophers here: Homer, Virgil, Aristotle, Plato, Socrates. Also unbaptized infants. This solves a theological problem. What happens to good people born in the wrong time or place? Dante's answer: they don't suffer torment, but they cannot reach heaven. It is a humane solution, though Augustine would have disagreed. He believed even unbaptized infants deserved hell for original sin. Circle 2. Lust. Here the lustful, those ruled by sexual desire, are blown about eternally by violent winds, never resting. Dante speaks with Francesca da Rimini, who fell in love with her husband's brother. She and her lover were murdered, and now they are bound together. The punishment reflects the sin. They were blown about by passionate love. They were blown out literally in death. Circle 3. Gluttony. The gluttonous lie in mud under freezing rain, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed dog from Greek mythology. They wallowed in food and drink in life. They wallow in filth in death. Circle 4. Greed. The avaricious and the wasteful, those who hoarded wealth and those who squandered it, pushed great weights in opposite directions around the circle, colliding, cursing each other, and pushing again. Money controlled them in life. Pointless labor is their fate in death. Circle 5. Wrath. The wrathful fight each other on the surface of the river Styx. The sullen, those who kept anger inside, lie beneath the water, gurgling, unable to speak. Anger that expressed itself violently in life is expressed eternally. Anger suppressed in life remains suppressed underwater. The first 5 circles constitute upper hell, where sins of incontinence, lack of self-control, are punished. These are serious sins, but not as grave as what follows. Past the river, Styx is the city of Dis, a fortress with burning towers. Demons guard its walls. Inside are lower hell circles, where sins of malice, deliberate evil, are punished far more severely. Circle 6. Heresy. Those who denied the soul's immortality lie in burning tombs. Dante includes Epicureans and others who believed death ends consciousness. Their punishment, conscious suffering in fire, proving them wrong eternally. Circle 7. Violence. This circle has 3 rings for violence against different victims. Ring 1. Violence against neighbours, murderers, tyrants, warlords. They boil in a river of blood, shot by centaurs as they try to rise. Ring 2. Violence against self, suicides. They are transformed into twisted trees. Harpies nest in their branches, eating leaves and causing pain. Dante's theology. The body is God's gift. Destroying it is violence against God's property. Therefore, suicides cannot have human form. Ring 3. Violence against God, nature, and art. This includes blasphemers, sodomites, and usurers. They walk on burning sand under a rain of fire. Circle 8. Fraud. This circle, called Malabulge, evil ditches, has 10 concentric ditches, each for a particular type of fraud. Handlers and seducers, whipped by demons. Flatterers, immersed in excrement. Simonists, those who sold church offices, planted upside down with feet on fire. Sorcerers and false prophets, heads twisted backwards. Corrupt politicians, immersed in boiling tar hypocrites, wearing lead robes painted gold, thieves, bitten by serpents, transforming into serpents themselves, evil counselors trapped in flames, sowers of discord, hacked apart by demons, falsifiers, diseased and itching, heads twisted backward. You looked backward into the future through divination in life. So you look backward, eternal. Immersed in excrement, you spoke shit in life. So you swim in shit forever. Circle 9. Treachery. The lowest circle, frozen in ice. This is the Casitas, a frozen lake where traitors are imprisoned. It has 4 rounds. Canaan, traitors to family, frozen in ice up to their faces. Traitors to country, frozen similarly but able to move their heads. Ptolemaea, traitors to guests, frozen with only their faces above ice, tears freezing on their eyes. Judeca, traitors to benefactors, completely submerged in ice. At the center, in the deepest pit, is Satan himself. Dante's Satan is not the cunning tempter of popular imagination. He is grotesque, immobile, trapped waist deep in ice at the universe's center. He has 3 faces, a twisted mockery of the Trinity. In each mouth he chews a traitor eternally. Judas Iscariot betrayed Christ, and Brutus and Cassius betrayed Julius Caesar. Satan's 6 winds beat, creating the wind that freezes Casitas. He weeps from 6 eyes, and the tears mix with blood from his meals. This Satan is pathetic, not terrifying. He is the ultimate prisoner. The greatest rebel is the most trained. He is not hell's king. He is its chief victim. Dante's genius was making hell a reflection of human psychology. Each punishment fits not just the act, but the mentality behind it. The lustful lost self-control. They are controlled by wind. The gluttons lived for appetite. They rot in filth. The traitors destroyed bonds of trust. They are frozen in ice, alone, unable to connect. Dante structured sins, hierarchically based on malice. Incontinence, losing control to passion, is bad. Violence, deliberate harm, is worse. Fraud, harming through deception, is worse still. Treachery, betraying those who trusted you, is worse. This structure influenced Western thought profoundly. Dante codified an ethical ranking. It is worse to betray than to kill, worse to deceive than to rage. He placed Brutus in the lowest hell, not because he murdered, but because he murdered the man who trusted him. Dante's hell is also populated with specific historical and contemporary figures. He puts popes in hell, enemies in hell, even people still living in 1308, their souls already damned though bodies still walked earth. This made hell political, personal. It was not abstract theology. It was where real people you might know were going. The Inferno was spectacularly popular. It was copied, translated, illustrated, read aloud. It shaped how Christians imagined hell for the next 7 centuries. When modern people picture hell as having levels, punishments fitting sins, and Satan at the center, they are picturing Dante's invention, not biblical teaching. But Dante's hell is also merciful in its logic. Every soul there chose to be there. They were offered grace and refused it. They preferred sin to God. Hell is that preference eternalized. This is a more philosophically coherent version than some earlier Christian thought, which portrayed God as vengeful judge. In Dante, God does not send souls to hell. They go willingly, pursuing what they love, discovering that what they love leads to misery. Chapter 9. Hell in medieval art, Bosch, manuscripts, and doom paintings. While Dante wrote hell, medieval artists painted it. And what they painted was far more visceral, more grotesque, more surreal than words could capture. Medieval hell art served multiple purposes. Teaching the illiterate, terrifying sinners into repentance, expressing theological ideas visually, and sometimes, especially in the case of artists like Hieronymus Bosch, creating genuinely visionary artwork that transcends its didactic origins. The earliest Christian hell art appears in Byzantine mosaics and frescoes from the 6th century onward. The Last Judgment is a common theme, Christ enthroned, separating sheep from goats, righteous ascending to paradise on the right, damned descending to hell on the left. These early depictions show hell as a mouth, the mouth of hell, often depicted as a giant fish or dragon head swallowing sins. This imagery comes from Jonah and the whale, but also from Job 41's description of Leviathan. Out of his mouth go burning lamps, and sparks of fire leap out. The mouth of hell became standard iconography. Medieval mystery plays, theatrical performances of biblical stories, featured elaborate mechanical mouths belching smoke and fire, demon actors dragging sinners inside, while others screamed. These performances terrified audiences, which was precisely their intention. Illuminated manuscripts provide countless hell depictions. The Winchester Psalter, created around 1150 CE, contains a famous image: demons torturing naked sinners with pitchforks and hooks, fire everywhere, demons with animal heads and human bodies. One demon pours molten metal down a sinner's throat, another stokes fires. Christ presides above, heaven is serene, showing that this torture is divinely sanctioned justice. The Très Riche Heure du Duc de Berry, created 1412 to 1460 by the Limbourg brothers, includes a hell scene in its depiction of the Last Judgment. Demons are blue, black, and green with grotesque features: horns, claws, bat wings, animal heads. They enthusiastically torment the condemned. One demon plays a musical instrument made from human bones. This detail seems gleeful rather than grim, as if the artists enjoyed depicting creative cruelty. Doom paintings, depictions of the Last Judgment, appeared on the walls of medieval churches throughout Europe. These were not subtle. The typical doom painting, placed above the chancel arch so congregants saw it throughout the service, showed Christ in glory judging the world. To his right, angels guided the blessed toward heaven, often depicted as a beautiful garden or golden city. To his left, demons dragged screaming sinners toward hell's mouth, where more demons waited for implements of torture. Inside the mouth, fire, cauldrons, chains, and creative punishments awaited. These paintings were meant to provoke fear. Medieval preachers pointed to them during sermons. You see there on the left, that is where you will go if you continue in sin. For a largely illiterate population, these images communicated hell's reality more powerfully than any symbol. The Garden of Earthly Delights by Hieronymus Bosch, painted in 1490 to 1510, is perhaps the most famous hell painting. This triptych, 3 hinged panels, shows in its left panel the Garden of Eden. In the center panel, a bizarre landscape of earthly pleasures, and in the right panel, hell. Bosch's hell is unlike anything before it. It is not just fire and demons with pitchforks. It is surreal nightmare. There is a giant pair of ears with a knife between them, marching on legs. There is a bird-headed demon sitting on a thrown toilet, eating sinners and defecating them into a pit. There is a musical instrument that tortures souls. There is a man crucified on a harp. Strange hybrid creatures, part human, part animal, part machine, populate the landscape. Buildings burn, ice and fire coexist. Nothing makes sense. Everything is wrong. Art historians debate Bosch's intentions. Was he teaching orthodox theology? Was he a heretic expressing hidden meanings? Was he simply a brilliant artist creating nightmare imagery to express the incomprehensibility of damnation? The painting works on all levels. It is theologically correct. Sin leads to hell. But it is also psychologically true. Sin creates inner chaos, a world where nothing makes sense, where logic breaks down, where the self becomes fragmented and monstrous. One striking detail in Bosch's hell: many demons have human faces, or wear monks' habits. This suggests that humans become demons, or that religious figures can be damned, or that evil hides behind respectable appearance. It is a dark suggestion, more psychologically sophisticated than most medieval art. Medieval hell art also depicted specific torments for specific sins, similar to Dante. A fresco in the Cathedral of France, painted around 1500, shows gluttons forced to eat toads and serpents, the proud broken on a wheel, the lustful roasted on a spit, the greedy boiled in cauldrons of molten gold, the slothful thrown into ice, the wrathful torn apart by demons, envious immersed in freezing water. These punishments are precise moral lessons. You desired gold. You would have it, molten forever. You burned with lust. You would burn literally. The Sistine Chapel's Last Judgment by Michelangelo, painted 1536 to 1541, is a later but related work. Michelangelo shows Charon, the ferryman from classical mythology, beating souls into his boat to ferry them to hell. He shows demons dragging sinners down by their genitals, by their hair, by their limbs. But Michelangelo's damned are not grotesque. They are athletic, idealized human forms, contorted in agony. Even in torment, they are beautiful. This Renaissance humanism in hell art is striking. Humans retain dignity in damnation. The psychological impact of centuries of hell art on medieval and Renaissance Europeans cannot be overstated. From childhood, people saw these images. They internalized them. Hell was not abstract theology. It was vivid, visual, always present. Churches used art to teach and terrify, and it worked. Fear of hell was reinforced weekly by seeing it painted on church walls, powerfully motivated moral behavior and church obedience. But the art also reveals something else, human fascination with the grotesque. Artists tried to paint hell in such creative, disturbing detail. They chose to. Bosch, in particular, seems to have delighted in inventing bizarre torments. This suggests that hell art served not just religious purposes, but psychological ones. It allowed exploration of taboo imagery, the violence, of the body and extremes, under the safe label of moral instruction. By the late medieval period, hell art had created a visual vocabulary that would persist. Demons with horns and pitchforks, fire and ice, the mouth of hell, sinners categorized by sin, punished appropriately, Satan as monstrous figure residing, and always the emphasis on physical torment. This vocabulary would be carried forward into Renaissance art, Protestant propaganda, Victorian illustration, and eventually 20th century film. Chapter 10: Protestant Reformation and Hell's Political Use. When Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the church door in Wittenberg in 1517, he ignited a religious revolution that would splinter Western Christianity and, in the process, transform how people thought about hell. Luther's initial objection was to indulgences, the Catholic practice of reducing time in purgatory through payments to the church or performance of good works. His Thesis 27 stated, "They preach only human doctrines, who say that as soon as the money clinks into the money chest, the soul flies out of purgatory." Luther argued that only God grants forgiveness, not the church, and certainly not for money. But Luther's theological revolution went further. He emphasized salvation by faith alone, sola fide, not by works. This undercut the entire structure of Catholic purgatory, which assumed that good works and prayers could reduce punishment after death. If salvation depends only on faith in Christ, then either you are saved, going to heaven, or damned, going to hell. No middle ground, no purgatory, no indulgences. Luther did not reject hell. He believed in it absolutely, but he rejected the Catholic idea that humans could influence who went there, or how long anyone suffered. God alone decides. Human righteousness does not earn salvation. Christ's sacrifice saves, and faith in that sacrifice is the sole requirement. This had radical implications. If only faith matters, then the entire Catholic system of masses for the dead, prayers to saints for intercession, and pilgrimages to reduce purgatory time became useless superstition. Protestants closed purgatory. After death, immediate judgment sends you to heaven or hell. Final. John Calvin, another major reformer, went further. He developed the doctrine of predestination. Before creation, God elected some souls for salvation and others for damnation. Your earthly choices do not change this. The elect will believe and be saved. The reprobate will not believe and will be damned. Both outcomes glorify God. The saved demonstrate his mercy. The damned demonstrate his justice. This is harsh theology. Calvin defended it by arguing that all humans deserve damnation due to original sin inherited from Adam. No one merits salvation. That God saves anyone is pure grace. That he does not save everyone is pure justice. If you find this unfair, Calvin would say you do not understand the depth of human depravity or the sovereignty of divine will. Calvinist theology led to the question, how do I know if I am elect? The answer, you cannot know with certainty, but living a godly life, experiencing faith, and doing good works are evidence, not cause, of election. This created anxiety, but also motivation to demonstrate through behavior that you were among the chosen. Protestant hell eliminated purgatory's hope. In Catholicism, even if you died with unforgiven sins, you might eventually reach heaven after purgatory. In Protestantism, you are saved or damned at death. Period. This made hell more urgent and absolute. Protestant preachers used hell liberally. Jonathan Edwards' sermon, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, delivered in Massachusetts in 1741, is perhaps the most famous hell sermon in English. Edwards described God holding sinners over hell's pit, like a man holds a spider over fire. The God that holds you over the pit of hell, much as one holds a spider or some loathsome insect over the fire, abhors you and is dreadfully provoked. He looks upon you as worthy of nothing else but to be cast into the fire. This was not subtle. Edwards wanted his congregation to feel terror. Many listeners reportedly wept, cried out, or fainted. The sermon sparked religious revival as Edwards intended. Fear of hell, vividly expressed, motivated conversion. Protestant reformers also used hell politically. During the Reformation, both Catholics and Protestants printed propaganda showing their enemies in hell. Catholic posters showed Luther being dragged to hell by demons. Protestant posters showed the Pope in hell. Both sides portrayed religious warfare as cosmic battle. If you follow the wrong doctrine, hell awaits. The English Reformation under Henry VIII was particularly brutal. When England broke with Rome in 1534, Catholic martyrs who refused to accept Henry as head of the church were executed. Protestant propaganda depicted Catholic bishops and cardinals burning in hell for their idolatry and superstition. Later, when Catholic Queen Mary I took the throne, 1553 to 1558, and executed Protestants, Catholic propaganda showed Protestant heretics in hell. John Fox's Actes and Monuments, commonly called Fox's Book of Martyrs, published 1563, documented Protestant martyrs burned by Catholic authorities. The book included woodcut illustrations showing the martyrs' peaceful deaths, contrasted with their persecutors' damnation. One illustration shows the soul of a Protestant martyr ascending to heaven, while the Catholic bishops who burned him are dragged by demons to hell. This propaganda served to demonize opponents, literally. It was not enough to say the other side was wrong theologically. They had to be shown as destined for hell, as in league with demons, as beyond redemption. This justified violence. If your enemy is going to hell anyway, killing them might even be merciful, preventing them from leading others astray. The doctrine of hell also motivated missions. If most of humanity is going to hell, and if preaching the gospel is the only way to save them, then evangelism becomes urgently necessary. Protestant and Catholic missionaries carried their faith to the Americas, Africa, and Asia, often justifying colonialism as necessary to bring salvation to the heathen. Better to conquer and convert than allow entire populations to go to hell in ignorance. This created theological problems. What about people who lived before Christ? What about those who never heard the gospel? Augustine had said they go to hell. God is not obligated to save anyone, and ignorance is no excuse. Some later theologians suggested that God judges the unevangelized by their response to natural revelation, the evidence of God in creation. But this was contested. The discovery of the Americas raised this issue acutely. Millions of people had lived and died in the New World without hearing of Christ. Were they all in hell? Some Christians said yes, tragically, but justly. Others argued that God must have provided special revelation. Still others suggested that virtuous pagans might be saved through Christ's atonement without explicit knowledge of him. Controversial but more merciful. By the 17th century, Christianity had fractured into dozens of denominations, each with slightly different hell doctrines. All agreed hell existed. All agreed it involved eternal suffering, but they disagreed on who went there, whether predestination decided it, whether infants went there, whether ignorance excused, and whether hell's primary purpose was justice or deterrence. Hell remained central to Christian life. It motivated moral behavior, church attendance, confession of sins, missionary work, religious wars, and political control. Fear of hell was a tool of social order. Threatening people with eternal torment was effective governance, whether the threat came from church or state. Chapter 11. Victorian Spiritualism and Hell Visits. By the Victorian era, roughly 1837 to 1901, Western society was transforming rapidly. Industrialization, scientific advancement, and Enlightenment rationalism challenged traditional religious authority. And yet, paradoxically, this era saw an explosion of interest in the supernatural, including claims of contact with the afterlife, both heaven and hell. Spiritualism emerged in the 1840s, beginning in Hydesville, New York, where the Fox sisters claimed to communicate with spirits through rappings. The movement spread throughout America and Britain. By the 1850s, seances were fashionable entertainment among all social classes. Mediums claimed to contact the dead, relay messages, and sometimes provide descriptions of the afterlife. Spiritualists generally promoted a comforting theology. There is no hell, or if there is, it is temporary. The spirit world has different spheres. Less developed souls dwell in lower, darker spheres. More developed souls in higher, brighter spheres. All souls progress upward through moral development. Eventually, everyone reaches the highest sphere, which is essentially heaven. This contradicted traditional Christianity, but appealed to Victorians unsettled by harsh doctrines of eternal damnation. However, some spiritualist accounts described hellish lower spheres. Andrew Jackson Davis, called the John the Baptist of spiritualism, published The Great Harmonia in 1850, describing his visions of the afterlife received in trance states. He claimed the lowest sphere was dark, cold, and inhabited by undeveloped spirits who still clung to earthly vices. They suffered not from divine punishment, but from their own moral poverty. But this was temporary. Through help from higher spirits, even these souls would eventually progress. Other mediums described darker visions. In seances, some spirits allegedly described experiences resembling traditional hell: darkness, isolation, suffering, regret. But almost always, The message was that this was self-imposed and escapable through spiritual development. The Victorian era also saw claims of near-death experiences, though that term was not used yet. George Washington Carver, in 1849, published an account of a man who was pronounced dead, revived, and described visiting hell. He saw eternal fire, heard screaming, and encountered demons. This account was used by Christian ministers to argue against spiritualism's comfortable universalism. Victorian novels explored hell. Charles Dickens's A Christmas Carol, 1843, shows Scrooge a vision of his possible afterlife. Not traditional hell, but a fate of wandering as a ghost, chained, unable to help suffering humanity, tormented by missed opportunities for good. This is psychological hell, regret, isolation, inability to change the past. Victorian science also began examining claims of afterlife contact. The Society for Psychical Research, founded in London in 1882, investigated mediums, seances, and claims of spirit communication. They approached the subject skeptically, but open-mindedly, documenting evidence and exposing fraud. Many mediums were proven fraudulent, using hidden accomplices, tricks, and cold reading. But some cases remained unexplained. The Victorian obsession with death and the afterlife reflected the era's anxieties. Industrialization had uprooted traditional communities. Scientific discoveries challenged religious certainty. Death rates, especially child mortality, remained high despite medical advances. People desperately wanted assurance that death was not the end, that loved ones continued somewhere, that morality mattered beyond this life. Hell remained part of mainstream Christian preaching. Victorian sermons frequently emphasized eternal punishment. But there was also growing discomfort. Charles Spurgeon, the famous Baptist preacher, gave a sermon in 1855 titled The Resurrection of the Dead, in which he described hell's eternity. Sinner, if you die impenitent, you will lift up your eyes in hell forever. There is no hope for you. Through ages and ages upon ages you must suffer the wrath of God. But Spurgeon himself seemed troubled by this. In another sermon, he admitted, I have often been asked, how can you reconcile the existence of hell with the love of God? I cannot. I have never tried. This honesty reveals the theological tension. Belief in eternal hell increasingly conflicted with belief in a loving God. Some Victorian theologians began arguing for conditional immortality or annihilationism. Only the saved receive eternal life. The damned are ultimately destroyed, not tortured forever. This seemed more just and more compatible with divine love. But it remained a minority view, considered suspect by mainstream denominations. Victorian hell also appeared in art and illustration. Gustave Doré's engravings for Dante's Inferno, published 1861, became the definitive visual representation. Doré's hell was vast, dark, architecturally complex, and populated by countless suffering souls. His images combined classical precision with romantic atmosphere, creating a hell that was terrifying, but also somehow beautiful, aesthetically compelling, rather than merely grotesque. These illustrations were widely reproduced, appearing in books, on walls, in sermons. For millions of Victorians, Doré's vision was hell. It shaped imagination more than scripture, more than theology, perhaps more than anything except Dante's original text. Victorian occultists also explored hell. Aleister Crowley, though his major work came slightly later, early 1900s, began his occult career in the Victorian era. He and others in magical orders like the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn practiced rituals supposedly contacting spiritual entities, including demons. Their descriptions of such encounters read like hell visits, oppressive atmosphere, malevolent intelligences, visions of suffering and darkness. But for these occultists, demons were not necessarily evil. They were forces of nature, amoral, powerful, dangerous if not properly controlled, but not inherently opposed to humanity. This represented a major shift from Christian demonology, which saw demons as fallen angels, servants of Satan, devoted to human damnation. By the end of the Victorian era, hell remained doctrinally central to Christianity, but culturally it was beginning to weaken. The horrors of World War I, 1914 to 1918, just beyond the Victorian period, would further erode belief. How could hell be worse than the trenches? How could a loving God create hell after allowing such earthly suffering? These questions would dominate 20th century theology, but the Victorians bequeathed to modernity a complex hell legacy. Doré's vivid images, spiritualism's comforting alternatives, scientific skepticism about afterlife claims, theological discomfort with eternal torture, and popularization of ghost stories and occult practices that treated the afterlife as explorable territory rather than absolute divine decree. Chapter 12. Modern psychology and the death of literal hell. In the 20th century, hell underwent a transformation more radical than any previous theological development. It became metaphor. For many Western Christians, and for secular people entirely, hell ceased to be a literal place and became a psychological state, a symbol of alienation from meaning, a literary device, or simply an abandoned belief. This shift had multiple causes. World War I shattered Victorian optimism. The scale of industrial slaughter, millions dead, often for negligible territorial gains, made Europeans question God's goodness or existence. If God allowed this, what moral authority did he have? And if hell is God's creation, what does that say about divine character? Sigmund Freud, writing in the early 20th century, offered psychological explanations for religious beliefs. In The Future of an Illusion, 1927, he argued that religion, including hell belief, arises from humans' inability to accept mortality and need for father figure authority. Hell is wish fulfillment. We want the wicked punished, even if earthly justice fails, so we invent cosmic justice. But it is projection, not reality. Carl Jung, Freud's former student, took a different approach. He saw religious imagery, including hell, as expressions of the collective unconscious, universal human psychological patterns. Hell represents the shadow self, the repressed darkness everyone carries. Encountering hell in dreams or visions means confronting one's own capacity for evil. It is therapeutic metaphor, not literal geography. Jean-Paul Sartre's existentialist play No Exit, 1944, contains the famous line, "Hell is other people." Sartre depicts hell as an elegant drawing room where three people are locked together forever. No physical torture. The torture is psychological, being trapped with people who see you as you truly are, unable to deceive, unable to escape their judgment. This is hell as alienation, as the inability to control how you are perceived and judged. C.S. Lewis, a Christian apologist writing mid-20th century, offered a sophisticated defense of hell. In The Problem of Pain, 1940, and The Great Divorce, 1945, he argued that hell is not divine torture chamber, but the logical consequence of rejecting God. God does not send people to hell. They choose it by choosing self over God. Hell is that choice extended into eternity. It is locked from the inside. Lewis wrote, "There are only two kinds of people in the end. Those who say to God, 'Thy will be done,' and those to whom God says, 'In the end, thy will be done.'" This makes hell more palatable. It is freely chosen, not imposed. But critics note that few people consciously choose damnation. Most simply fail to meet theological requirements through ignorance, cultural conditioning, or human weakness. Is eternal punishment proportionate to finite earthly failures? By the mid-20th century, many mainstream Protestant denominations and liberal Catholic theologians began softening hell doctrine. Some suggested universalism, all will eventually be saved. Others suggested annihilationism, the damned cease to exist rather than suffering forever. Still others treated hell as metaphor for alienation from God, real in some sense, but not literal fire. The Second Vatican Council, 1962 to 1965, modernized Catholic teaching, though it retained hell doctrine. The Catechism affirms hell's existence, but emphasizes God's mercy and states that while we must accept hell as possible, we may hope all are saved. This is careful language. Hell exists, orthodoxy maintained, but perhaps empty, pastoral hope expressed. Conservative Protestantism, especially American evangelicalism, maintained traditional hell belief. Preachers like Billy Graham preach damnation but emphasize that accepting Jesus Christ guarantees salvation, available to anyone, making hell avoidable. This turn or burn evangelism used hell as motivation, but coupled it with an easy escape route: say a prayer, accept Jesus, be saved. Near-death experience research, beginning with Raymond Moody's Life After Life, 1975, documented thousands of accounts of people who clinically died and revived. Most described positive experiences, tunnels, light, deceased relatives, feelings of peace, but some described negative experiences, darkness, fear, disturbing entities. Researchers debated whether these were glimpses of actual afterlife or brain chemistry at death's threshold. Religious interpretations varied. Christians noted that positive experiences resembled heaven descriptions, and negative experiences resembled hell. Skeptics noted that experiences matched cultural expectations. Christians saw Jesus, Hindus saw Hindu deities, suggesting psychological rather than objective reality. Popular culture trivialized hell. Films, television, and literature used hell as setting for dark comedy, action-adventure, or horror without theological seriousness. Dante's Inferno inspired video games where players battle through hell's levels. The television series Lucifer portrayed Satan as a charming nightclub owner in Los Angeles. Hell became aesthetic, a vibe, not a doctrine. This cultural shift reflects secularization. For many people in developed Western countries, hell simply does not factor into daily thinking. It is a relic of superstitious past, an abandoned belief alongside flat earth and demonic illness causes. Surveys consistently show declining hell belief, even among churchgoers. A 2015 Pew Research survey found that only 58% of American Christians believe in hell. And even among those who believe, many struggle to accept eternal conscious torment. Theological debates continue. Annihilationism has gained support among some evangelical scholars. Universalism, while historically considered heresy, has articulate defenders like theologian David Bentley Hart, who argues that infinite punishment for finite sins contradicts divine justice and love. Orthodox Christianity still officially teaches eternal hell, but many clergy avoid preaching it, focusing instead on God's love and grace. Some theologians propose that hell's eternity means timelessness rather than infinite duration. The damned experience their state as eternal, even if, from God's perspective, it ends. Others suggest hell's fire is metaphorical for psychological anguish of separation from God. Still others propose that hell exists but is empty. Christ's atonement was effective for all, whether they consciously accepted it or not. These theological gymnastics reflect discomfort. Modern ethical sensibilities balk at eternal torture. The analogy often used: if a parent burned their child for misbehavior, we would call that evil. How then is God, the perfect parent, justified in eternal burning. Defenders respond that the analogy fails. Children are innocent and limited in their understanding, while adult sinners with full knowledge deserve punishment. But this response satisfies fewer people each generation. Hell's decline in secular culture is nearly complete. But hell remains in three domains: conservative religious communities where traditional doctrine holds, philosophical and literary analysis of religious history, and psychological metaphor for inner suffering. Modern psychology, particularly existential and humanistic branches, describes hell states, depression, anxiety disorders, PTSD, addiction. These are experienced as hellish, inescapable suffering, loss of control, darkness, isolation. Whether these psychological hells relate to theological hell is debated, but the language borrows from religious tradition because religious tradition captured something true about human experience of severe suffering. Hell also survives in religious extremism. ISIS and similar groups use hell threats to motivate followers and justify violence against unbelievers. Their hell doctrine is medieval in severity, drawn from strict interpretations of Islamic texts. This shows that hell, in its most literal form, remains a powerful tool of control and motivation when societies are less educated and more religiously dogmatic. The future of hell is unclear. In secularizing Western countries, it may become fully metaphorical, retained as cultural reference, but emptied of belief. In conservative religious communities and developing countries where traditional faith remains strong, it may persist as literal doctrine. The divide between these worlds, secular metaphorical hell and religious literal hell, is one of many fractures in global religious landscape. We have traveled 5,000 years, from Sumerian Kur to Christian Inferno to modern metaphor. We have examined Mesopotamian houses of dust, Egyptian judgment halls, Greek Hades, Jewish Gehenna, Christian fire and ice, Islamic Jahannam, Buddhist Naraka, Dante's 9 circles, medieval art, Victorian seances, and 20th century psychology. We have seen hell transform from neutral destination for all the dead to elaborate system of eternal torture, to psychological state, to abandoned belief, to metaphor for suffering. What have we learned? Let me separate what we can verify from what we cannot. What we know. Every major civilization developed afterlife beliefs involving suffering or darkness for some or all of the dead. This is not coincidence. It reflects universal human experiences of death, fear, injustice, and desire for meaning. These beliefs evolved over time, influenced by cultural contact, political needs, and theological development. Hell is not a fixed eternal truth revealed once. It is a human construction refined across millennia. Hell beliefs serve multiple social functions, explaining death, motivating moral behavior, providing justice when earthly justice failed, enforcing social control, and offering comfort that death is not final annihilation. Religious texts describing hell are historical documents reflecting their authors' beliefs and times, not necessarily accurate descriptions of objective reality. The Quran's Jahannam tells us what 7th century Muslims believed. Dante's Inferno tells us what 14th century Christian Italy imagined. Neither proves hell's literal existence. The diversity of hell conceptions, Mesopotamian dust-eating, Greek shadowy Hades, Christian fire, Buddhist temporary punishment, Islamic 7 levels, suggests cultural invention rather than discovery of objective fact. If hell were objectively real and observable, we would expect more consistency. What we cannot know, whether any afterlife exists at all. Consciousness after death remains unproven scientifically. Near-death experiences are intriguing but not conclusive. They could reflect brain chemistry rather than actual journey to another realm. Whether, if afterlife exists, it includes hell. Some religious traditions emphasize heaven or reincarnation. without hell. If afterlife exists, its nature remains unknown. Whether any specific hell doctrine, Christian, Islamic, Buddhist, or other, is accurate, religions make mutually exclusive claims. They cannot all be right. They might all be wrong. What we believe, this is personal. I am a historian, not a theologian or evangelist. I have presented what humans have believed about hell across cultures and centuries. Whether you believe hell exists, whether you fear it, whether you think it metaphorical or literal, is your decision. But I will offer observations. Hell belief clearly causes suffering. People live in terror of damnation, their own or loved ones. Parents fear dead children are in hell for dying unbaptized. People of one faith fear those of another faith are damned. This anxiety is real and documented. If hell does not exist, this is unnecessary suffering caused by false belief. If hell does exist, the anxiety is proportionate to the risk, but the suffering itself is unquestionable. Hell belief has motivated both good and evil. It has inspired charity, missionary work, moral reform, and art. It has also justified wars, torture, oppression, and psychological abuse. Whether the good outweighs the evil depends on your calculus and values. Hell belief has declined in modern West, primarily due to ethical objections, not disproof. Modern people increasingly find eternal torture incompatible with divine love. This is an ethical evolution. We have decided that certain punishments are wrong, even if traditional religions taught them. This reflects well on human moral development, but does not, strictly speaking, disprove hell's existence. What we fear, hell endures not primarily as doctrine, but as fear. Humans fear suffering. We fear death. We fear meaninglessness. We fear that evil goes unpunished. We fear that we are not good enough, that we have failed moral tests, that we deserve punishment. Hell gives form to these fears. It says, yes, you should fear. Suffering awaits. Your inadequacies matter eternally. Evil will be punished, including the evil you have committed. But hell also, paradoxically, offers comfort. It says evil does not triumph. Justice exists. Meaning is real. The universe cares about morality. These are comforting thoughts, even if the price is eternal punishment for some. The question each person must answer: does hell exist because humans fear and need it? Or do humans fear and need it because it exists? I cannot answer that. What I can say is this: if hell does not exist, humanity has inflicted incalculable suffering on itself through 5,000 years of hell belief, fear, anxiety, nightmares, trauma, violence committed to save souls or punish heretics. This would be among history's great tragedies. If hell does exist, and if most of humanity is going there as most hell doctrines teach, then this tragedy exceeds anything human history has produced. The suffering of all earthly wars, famines, plagues, and disasters combined would be insignificant compared to infinite conscious torment for billions. I will not tell you which to believe. I will say, whichever you choose, take it seriously. If you believe in hell, let that belief motivate compassion, not cruelty. If you reject hell, acknowledge the comfort and justice it provided to millions, even as you celebrate liberation from its fear. Hell shaped civilization. It inspired Dante, Milton, Michelangelo, Bosch. It motivated moral philosophy, legal systems, charitable works, and artistic masterpieces. It terrorized but also organized. It comforted and tormented. It reflected our worst fears and the highest values simultaneously. Whether hell is real or not, humans made it real through belief. We created the concept, elaborated it, painted it, preached it, feared it, and used it to shape societies. Hell is our creation. Whether it is also God's creation remains the ultimate, unanswerable question. As we emerge from this 6-hour journey, I hope you understand hell not not as simple doctrine to accept or reject, but as complex human response to mortality, morality, and meaning. Hell is psychology, philosophy, art, history, and theology intertwined. It is what happens when humans ask, what happens when we die? Is justice real? Do our choices matter? Does evil receive consequences? These are the questions that built hell, and these are the questions that, regardless of literal hell's existence, we must each answer for ourselves as we navigate life's brief passage between two darknesses. Thank you for descending with me. We have returned, and whatever awaits us after this life, we have at least understood what 5,000 years of humanity believed was waiting. That knowledge in itself is valuable, not as salvation or damnation, but as understanding our species' long struggle with mortality, meaning, and the possibility that somehow, somewhere beyond death, we continue. The complete history of hell is the history of human hope and fear. Hope that life continues, fear of what that continuation might hold. That dual nature, hope and fear intertwined, is perhaps the most human thing of all. There is a question that has haunted humanity since the first moment we became conscious enough to ask it. A question whispered by every ancient philosopher, contemplated by every civilization, pondered by every person who has ever watched the sunset and wondered if they would see it rise. Not a question of fear, but of profound curiosity. Not a question that paralyzes us, but one that has driven some of humanity's most beautiful cultural achievements. What does it mean to die? Every person listening to this has lost someone. A grandparent whose stories are now memory. A friend whose laughter lives only in your mind. Perhaps a parent, a sibling, a child. Losses that reshape the landscape of your life. And in those moments of loss, you join a tradition 60,000 years old. The tradition of humans who looked at death and refused to accept it as merely biological termination. Who insisted, through ritual and ceremony and art, that death means something, that how we say goodbye matters, that the dead deserve remembrance. This is a documentary about that tradition, about how humans across 6,000 years of recorded history, and earlier, into the deep past where only archaeology can reach, have transformed death from a moment of ending into an act of meaning. How Egyptians created immortality through preservation, how Vikings sent their honored dead to sea in flames, how Tibetans offer bodies to sky and vultures in acts of profound generosity, how Victorians transformed mourning into an art form, how the living, in every culture and every age, have created beauty from grief. Before we begin, let me be clear about what you're about to hear. This is not a religious documentary. I am not here to tell you what happens after death or to advocate for any particular belief about the afterlife. Different traditions have different answers, and this documentary respects all of them by presenting them as what they are. Human attempts to make sense of mystery. This is anthropology, cultural history, a journey through how diverse peoples have ritualized death, not a judgment about who was right or wrong. When we explore Egyptian mummification, we're not claiming the Egyptians had the truth. We're documenting what they did and why it mattered to them. When we examine Tibetan sky burial, we're not promoting it. We're understanding the beautiful logic behind a practice that seems strange to outsiders, but profound to practitioners. My goal is not to convince you what to believe about death. My goal is to show you the magnificent tapestry of human responses to mortality, to let you see how your ancestors, wherever you come from, made sense of loss, created meaning from grief, and built cultures around the certainty that we are mortal and the hope that somehow, in memory or spirit or influence, something of us continues. If you value thoughtful exploration of how humans create meaning, if you appreciate cultural history presented with respect and depth, if you want to understand death not as something to fear, but as something humans have transformed into art, ritual, and profound cultural expression, then subscribe, And leave a comment telling me where you're listening from, because I promise that wherever you are, your ancestors had death practices that reveal something beautiful about how they understood what it means to be human. Death is the one universal human experience, but responses to death are wonderfully diverse, and in that diversity we find not darkness, but light, not fear, but creativity, not endings, but the ways humans insist on meaning, connection, and continuation. Let us begin 60,000 years ago in a cave in ancient Mesopotamia, where someone who loved another person placed flowers on a grave, a gesture of tenderness from so deep in our past that the people who made it were not even our species. Yet that gesture, flowers for the dead, would echo through every culture that followed, a gesture that says, you mattered, your death is significant. Mark this moment with beauty. This is the complete history of death, but more truly, it is the history of love, memory, and the human refusal to let death be the final word. Chapter 1. The First Graves. When death became sacred. In the mountains of what we now call Iraq, there is a cave called Shanadar. For thousands of years, people lived in this cave, hunting the valleys below, gathering from the hillsides, sheltering from winter cold in its depths. And approximately 60,000 years ago, someone in that cave community died. We don't know their name. We don't know if they were old or young, male or female. Though skeletal analysis suggests an adult man, we don't know how they died, but we know what happened after they died because the evidence survived 60,000 years to tell us a story about love. The living dug a grave, not a random hole, but a carefully shaped pit in the cave floor. They positioned the body gently, on its side, knees drawn up, as if sleeping. And then they did something remarkable. They gathered flowers. They went out into the mountain meadows and collected yarrow with its delicate white blossoms, cornflowers, brilliant blue, hollyhock, tall and colourful, groundsel, grape hyacinth, woody horsetail, an armful of the mountain's beauty, and they placed these flowers with the person they had lost. Then carefully, tenderly, they covered the grave with earth. This discovery was made in 1960 by archaeologist Ralph Solecki. When the soil from the grave was analysed by French paleobotanist Arlette Leroy-Gourhan, she found pollen concentrations that suggested deliberate flower placement. Some scientists have questioned this interpretation. Perhaps rodents brought the flowers, perhaps wind-scattered pollen over millennia, but combined with the deliberately dug grave and the careful positioning of the body, many researchers believe this represents exactly what it appears to be, a funeral, one of the oldest funerals in the archaeological record. And here is what makes this discovery even more profound. The person buried at Shanadar was not Homo sapiens. They were Neanderthal, our evolutionary cousins, a separate human species that lived across Europe and Western Asia for hundreds of thousands of years before going extinct, approximately 40,000 years ago. This means that the impulse to honor the dead with ritual, to mark death as meaningful, to place flowers on graves, this impulse is older than our species. It is part of what it means to be human in the deepest sense. Other Neanderthal burials confirm this pattern. At La Chapelle-aux-Saints in France, a Neanderthal was buried in a specially dug rectangular pit, positioned carefully with stones arranged around the head like a pillow. At La Ferracie, also in France, archaeologists found 6 Neanderthal graves, adults and children, suggesting a family cemetery, a place where this community deliberately chose to lay their dead to rest together. At Kabara Cave in Israel, a Neanderthal burial shows such careful positioning and immediate filling of the grave that researchers believe it represents organized ceremony, people gathering, a body laid to rest, earth quickly replaced, ritual completed. One Neanderthal burial from Shanadar Cave tells a particularly moving story. The skeleton, known as Shanadar I, belonged to a man who lived for years, despite having only one functional arm, likely being blind in one eye, and having survived severe head trauma. He could not hunt, could not easily gather food, could not defend himself. Yet he lived, which means his community cared for him, fed him, protected him, valued him not for what he could do, but simply because he was part of their group. And when he finally died, they buried him with the same care they buried everyone else. This is not primitive. This is profoundly civilized. The recognition that every person deserves dignity in death, regardless of their abilities in life. The willingness to invest time and labor into honoring the dead. The insistence that death requires human response, ceremony, ritual marking. These Neanderthals, 60,000 years ago, were doing what humans still do today, gathering when someone dies, performing rituals that acknowledge loss, creating meaning from grief. Our own species, Homo sapiens, continued and elaborated these traditions. At Kafse Cave in Israel, archaeologists found a burial dated to 92,000 years ago. A child, carefully positioned with red ochre, a mineral pigment that required effort to obtain and prepare, spread on the body. Near the child were deer antlers. Again, we see grave goods, objects placed with the dead. Why? The simplest explanation is that those who buried the child believed these objects might be needed or wanted, which suggests some concept of continued existence. But even if we set aside beliefs about afterlife, the presence of ochre and antlers tells us something certain. This child was mourned. This death mattered. People invested time and precious resources into honoring this young life. By 30,000 years ago, burial practices had become spectacular in their elaboration. At Sungir, Russia, graves discovered in the 1960s revealed burials so extraordinary that they challenge our assumptions about Ice Age life. One grave contained a man buried in clothing decorated with approximately 3,000 ivory beads, each carved from mammoth tusk, each representing hours of meticulous work. The total labor investment in these beads alone would have been months. He was buried with ivory bracelets, carved pendants, and spears made from straightened mammoth tusks more than 2 meters long. Another grave at Sungir contained 2 children, buried head to head, likewise adorned with thousands of ivory beads, accompanied by carved ivory animals, discs, and spears. The clothing the children wore appears to have been made specifically for burial, ceremonial garments created to honor them in death. Think about what this means. These were Ice Age people living in harsh conditions where survival was challenging and resources were precious, yet they chose to invest enormous time and valuable materials into funerals. They chose to honor the dead extravagantly. Why? Because even in the hardest circumstances, humans insist that some things matter more than mere survival. That beauty, ceremony, honor, and memory are worth the cost. That saying goodbye properly is one of the most important things humans do. This is where death culture begins. Not in fear, but in love. Not in darkness, but in the human insistence on creating meaning, ritual, and beauty, even in moments of profound loss. Every culture we will explore in this documentary, from ancient Mesopotamia to Victorian England to contemporary practices, descends from this impulse. The impulse to say, you mattered, your death is significant. We mark this moment, we remember, and we begin that exploration not with the living, but with what the living leave behind. The grave, the monument, the ritual, the story. Chapter 2, Mesopotamia, Death and the Afterlife in the First Cities. By 5,000 years ago, humans had created something unprecedented in our species' history. Cities, not temporary camps, not seasonal gathering places, but permanent settlements where thousands of people lived together year-round, farming, trading, creating art, developing writing, building temples. The first civilization, as we understand the term, emerged in Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in what is now Iraq. And with civilization came new questions about death. In small bands of hunters and gatherers, everyone knows everyone. Deaths are personal losses of people you shared your life with. But in cities containing thousands of people, death becomes something more complex. It becomes social structure, religious doctrine, political power, and philosophical question. The first written texts we possess, clay tablets inscribed in cuneiform from ancient Sumer, include meditations on death and what follows it. The Mesopotamians believed that death was not the end of existence, but a transition to a different kind of existence. The dead descended to Kur, sometimes called Irkalla, the underworld, a vast realm beneath the earth where all the dead went regardless of whether they had been good or evil, king or slave. This underworld was not a place of torture, but it was not pleasant. The dead existed as shadows, spirits deprived of the joys they had known in life. They dwelled in darkness. They ate dust and clay. They were clothed in feathers like birds. They remembered life, but could not participate in it. This belief profoundly shaped how Mesopotamians treated their dead. If the dead continued to exist in the underworld, then they required care from the living. Proper burial was essential. The deceased needed to be buried with grave goods, food, drink, tools, weapons, jewelry, that would serve them in Kur. More importantly, the living needed to continue providing offerings after burial. Regular libations of water, offerings of food, prayers invoking the deceased by name. If a person died without proper burial, or if their descendants forgot to make offerings, their spirit would suffer terribly in the underworld, or worse, might wander the earth as a vengeful ghost, causing misfortune to the living. The royal tombs of Ur, excavated in the 1920s by British archaeologist Leonard Woolley, provide spectacular evidence of Mesopotamian death culture at its most elaborate. These tombs, dating to approximately 2,600 years before the Common Era, contained the burials of Sumerian royalty, kings and queens interred with astonishing grave goods, gold jewelry, lapis lazuli imported from Afghanistan, silver vessels, musical instruments including lyres decorated with bull heads made from lapis and gold, elaborate headdresses, weapons, furniture. But most remarkably, the royal dead were not buried alone. In some tombs, dozens of courtiers, soldiers, servants, musicians were buried with the king or queen. These appear to have been human sacrifices, people who died specifically to accompany and serve their ruler in the afterlife. Analysis of the skeletons shows no signs of violence. These people apparently died willingly, probably through poison, lying down in formation in the tomb before the burial chamber was sealed. Whether they truly volunteered or were coerced by religious duty is something we cannot know. But their presence tells us that Mesopotamian belief in the afterlife was literal and practical. The queen would need her servants in Kur. Her musicians would play for her in the underworld. Death was a journey, and one brought along one's household for that journey. For ordinary Mesopotamians, burial was simpler, but no less important. The body was washed and wrapped. Personal possessions were included. A carpenter might be buried with tools, a woman with spinning equipment or jewelry, a child with toys. The family dug a grave beneath the floor of their house, or in a cemetery outside the city. The deceased was positioned on their side, sometimes in a clay coffin, sometimes simply wrapped in cloth. Food and drink were placed nearby. Then the family began the ongoing obligation of offerings and remembrance. Mesopotamian texts revealed deep anxiety about being forgotten. The greatest curse you could imagine was to die without descendants to perform burial rituals and maintain offerings. To be forgotten meant to suffer eternally in the underworld, or to be utterly erased from existence. This is why genealogy mattered, why having children mattered, why names were important. The dead lived on through memory and through the rituals of the living. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest surviving works of literature, is fundamentally a meditation on death and the human desire for immortality. Gilgamesh, the legendary king of Uruk, is devastated when his beloved friend Enkidu dies. He refuses to accept death as final. He embarks on a desperate quest to find immortality, traveling to the ends of the earth seeking the secret of eternal life. He learns that only one human, Utnapishtim, survived the Great Flood and was granted immortality by the gods. Gilgamesh finds Utnapishtim and demands to know how he too can become immortal. Utnapishtim tells him, "You cannot." The gods granted immortality to him alone as reward for surviving the flood. Humans are mortal. Death is inevitable. But then Utnapishtim offers Gilgamesh a chance. There is a plant at the bottom of the ocean that restores youth. Not true immortality, but perpetual renewal. Gilgamesh dives to the ocean floor and retrieves the plant. He plans to bring it back to Uruk, to share it with the elders of his city. But on the journey home, while Gilgamesh bathes in a pool, a serpent steals and eats the plant. The serpent sheds its skin, renewed, and slithers away. Gilgamesh has lost his one chance at escaping death. The epic ends with Gilgamesh returning to Uruk, accepting his mortality, and finding solace not in immortality, but in legacy. He has built great walls, ruled justly, created a city, that will endure long after he is gone. His name will be remembered. His works will outlast his life. This is the only immortality available to humans. Memory, legacy, impact on the world we leave behind. This theme runs through all of Mesopotamian death culture. We cannot escape death, but we can ensure that death is not forgetting. Through ritual, through offerings, through descendants who speak our names, through works that endure, we continue in some form. Not as we were, perhaps, but as memory, as influence, as the ripples we created in the world during our brief time above ground. When Mesopotamian civilization faded, when the great cities were abandoned, when cuneiform stopped being written, when the languages died, their death practices ended with them. But their core insight persisted and spread to every culture that followed. Death is not simply an ending. It is a relationship between the living and the dead, and how the living maintain that relationship through ritual, through memory, through honor, defines a culture's deepest values. Chapter 3, Egypt, the conquest of death through preservation. If Mesopotamia accepted death as inevitable and created rituals to honor the dead in their shadowy afterlife, Egypt attempted something far more ambitious. Egypt set out to defeat death entirely, not to accept mortality and make peace with it, but to preserve the body so perfectly that the person could live forever, literally and physically, in an eternal paradise that mirrored the best of earthly life. This is the extraordinary audacity of ancient Egyptian culture. They believed death could be overcome through knowledge, through ritual, through the proper care of the body. And they developed the most sophisticated death practices the ancient world ever knew. Practices that would continue for 3,000 years. Practices so elaborate and expensive that they required entire professional classes devoted solely to preparing the dead for eternity. The Egyptian concept of death and afterlife was complex and evolved over millennia, but certain core beliefs remained constant. Humans were not single unified souls. Each person consisted of multiple spiritual components. The Ka was your life force, your vital energy. The Ba was your personality, your individual character, often depicted as a bird with a human head. The Akh was the transfigured spirit, what you became after successful passage through death and judgment. And the name, your Ren, was itself a spiritual component. To speak someone's name was to keep them alive. To erase someone's name was to destroy them utterly. For these spiritual components to survive death and continue into the afterlife, one thing was absolutely essential. The body had to be preserved. If the body decayed, the Ka and Ba had nowhere to return. The spirit would be lost. This is why mummification became central to Egyptian death practice. Preservation of the body was literally preservation of the soul. The process of mummification took 70 days and required specialized knowledge passed down through generations of embalmers. When a person died, their body was brought to the Pernifa, the house of beauty, where embalmers worked. These were priests trained in anatomy, chemistry, and ritual. They worked under the protection of Anubis, the jackal-headed god who presided over mummification and guided souls through the afterlife. The procedure was meticulous. First, the body was washed with water from the Nile and wine. Then the embalmer made an incision on the left side of the abdomen and removed the internal organs, stomach, intestines, liver, lungs. These organs were treated separately, dried, wrapped, and placed in canopic jars, each protected by one of the 4 sons of Horus. The heart, however, was left in place. Egyptians believed the heart was the seat of intelligence and emotion. It would be needed in the afterlife, and most critically, it would be weighed during judgment to determine if the deceased was worthy of paradise. The brain was removed through the nose using a long hooked instrument that broke through the ethmoid bone and allowed the embalmer to extract brain tissue piece by piece. The Egyptians did not understand the brain's function. They thought it merely produced mucus, so it was discarded. The skull cavity was then filled with resin or linen. With the organs removed, the body cavity was washed with palm wine and spices. Then came the critical phase, desiccation. The body was covered and packed with natron, a naturally occurring salt mixture found in dry lake beds. Natron absorbed all moisture from the tissues. The body remained covered in natron for 40 days, carefully monitored by embalmers who would rotate and repack the natron to ensure complete drying. This is what prevented decay. By removing all water, bacteria could not grow. The body was preserved. After 40 days, the natron was removed. The body was now desiccated, leathery, dramatically reduced in size. The embalmers would massage the skin with oils and resins to restore some suppleness. The body cavity was packed with linen, sawdust, or sand to restore a more natural shape. The abdominal incision was closed. Artificial eyes might be placed in the sockets. The skin was coated with resin as a protective sealant. Then came wrapping, which was itself a ritual taking many days. The body was wrapped in hundreds of meters of linen strips, starting with the fingers and toes, working up each limb, around the torso, covering the head. Between layers, prayers were recited and protective amulets were placed. Scarabs, the Eye of Horus, Died pillars, ankhs. These amulets served specific purposes, protecting the heart, ensuring safe passage, providing magical defense against underworld dangers. The wrapping was not random, but followed precise instructions from religious texts. The final wrapping included a shroud, often decorated with images of deities. Then the mummy was placed in a coffin, which itself was often placed inside one or more larger coffins, and finally in a stone sarcophagus. The coffins were decorated with spells, prayers, maps of the underworld, images of the deceased and the gods. Everything was designed to aid the deceased in their journey through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, and into the field of rites, the paradise awaiting the virtuous. This entire process was expensive. Full mummification with all rituals, high-quality materials, elaborate coffins, and tomb construction was available only to royalty and the very wealthy. But Egyptians of more modest means still sought some form of preservation and proper burial. A poor family might afford only basic mummification, the body dried in natron without organ removal, wrapped in simpler materials, buried in a simple wooden coffin. But even the poorest Egyptians tried to ensure their dead were buried properly, with at least minimal grave goods and ritual, because the alternative, decay and loss of the afterlife, was unbearable to contemplate. The mummification process was only the beginning of the deceased's journey. The real test came after burial. The deceased spirit had to navigate the Duat, a dangerous underworld filled with lakes of fire, rivers to cross, gates guarded by demons with knives, serpents that had to be defeated or appeased. This is where the Book of the Dead became essential. This collection of spells, prayers, and instructions, written on papyrus and placed in the tomb, told the deceased how to overcome each obstacle. Spell 1, for example, provided the words needed to pass judgment. Spell 6 prevented the deceased from being forced to do manual labor in the afterlife. Spell 33 prevented the heart from testifying against you during judgment. The climax of the afterlife journey was the weighing of the heart, which occurred in all its Here, in the presence of Osiris, god of the dead and resurrection, the deceased's heart was placed on one pan of a great scale. On the other pan sat a single feather, the feather of Ma'at, goddess of truth and justice. 42 judges, the assessor gods, one for each nome of Egypt, observed. Thoth, god of wisdom and writing, stood ready with his reed pen to record the result. The deceased recited the negative confession, a declaration of innocence covering 42 sins they claim not to have committed. I have not killed, I have not not told lies. I have not committed adultery. I have not caused pain. I have not caused fear. I have not been angry without cause. The list continued, covering both ritual offences like violating temple offerings and moral offences like causing suffering or harming children. As the deceased spoke, the scale measured the heart against the feather. If the heart was light, unburdened by sin, aligned with ma'at, living according to truth and justice, the scale balanced. The deceased was declared true of voice, justified, worthy. Osiris granted passage to the field of rites, a paradise that looked like idealized Egypt. Abundant crops, cool water, shade, festivals, reunion with loved ones who had died before, eternal life and perfection. But if the heart was heavy, weighted down by sin, by deception, by violation of ma'at, the scale turned. And then came the most feared Egyptian Ammit the devourer, sat beside the scales waiting, rose. She was a chimera, the head of a crocodile, the forequarters of a lion, the hindquarters of a hippopotamus. Three of the most dangerous animals in Egypt combined into one demon purpose to own souls. If the heart was heavy, Ammit devoured it. And this was true death. Not the death of the body, which had already occurred and been preserved, but the death of the soul, annihilation, complete erasure from existence. The person ceased to be. They did not suffer in hell. They did not exist in diminished form. They simply ended, utterly and finally. This fear of annihilation drove Egyptian death culture. Everything, the mummification, the tomb, the rituals, the offerings, the prayers, the Book of the Dead, existed to prevent that final death. To ensure that you passed judgment, entered the field of rites, and lived forever. For 3,000 years, Egypt maintained these practices with remarkable consistency. Even as dynasties rose and fell, even as foreign powers conquered Egypt, even as the language evolved and political structures changed, the core death practices persisted. Because they were not merely domestic, they were the technology and immortality, the one thing that gave death meaning and offered hope that those who loved continued. When Rome conquered Egypt, 30 years before the Common Era, mummification gradually declined. Christianity, which spread through Egypt in the first centuries of the Common Era, taught resurrection of the body at the end of time, not preservation through mummification. By the 4th century, mummification had essentially ceased. The knowledge was lost. The priests who held the secrets died without passing them on. The last mummies were made. The practice that had defined Egyptian civilization for 3 millennia ended. But Egypt's influence on how humans think about death persisted. The idea that the body matters, that preservation honors the dead, that death is a transition requiring careful ritual preparation, that judgment awaits based on how we lived. All of these concepts, refined in Egypt over thousands of years, would influence Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and Western death culture generally. When we embalm bodies today, when we dress the dead carefully for viewing, when we build elaborate tombs and monuments, when we speak of judgment after death, we are echoing, however distantly, ideas that first flourished on the banks of the Nile 5,000 years ago. Egypt attempted to conquer death through preservation, through knowledge, through perfect ritual performance. They believed that if you did everything correctly, lived according to ma'at, preserved your body properly, equipped your tomb with the right spells, you could defeat death and live forever. That this did not work as they hoped does not diminish the extraordinary beauty of the attempt. The courage to face mortality and say, we refuse to accept this. We will find a way to continue. We will preserve what we love. We will not let death be the end. That courage, that refusal, that insistence on meaning and continuation, that is the most human thing of all. Chapter 4. Greece and Rome. Death in the classical world. The Greeks and Romans inherited death practices from the cultures that preceded them, from Egypt, from Mesopotamia, from the indigenous traditions of the Mediterranean. But they transformed these inheritances into something distinctively their own, something that balanced practicality with poetry, ritual with philosophy, emotion with dignity. Greek death culture centered on the idea that the dead required proper treatment, not just for their own sake, but for the sake of the living and the community. An unburied body was pollution, miasma, spiritual contamination that endangered everyone. This is why, even in war, there were truces specifically to recover and bury the dead. To leave bodies on the battlefield was not just dishonorable, it was dangerous to the entire society. When a Greek died, the process began immediately. The women of the household, usually the closest female relatives, took charge. They washed the body with water, anointed it with olive oil, and dressed it in white garments or sometimes the person's finest clothing. A coin, an obol, was placed in the mouth or on the eyes. This was payment for carry, the ferryman who would transport the soul across the river Styx to the underworld. Without this payment, the soul would wander the shores of Styx for 100 years before being allowed to cross. The body was then laid out for prothesis, the lying in state. This occurred in the home, usually for one day. The deceased was placed on a couch, feet toward the door, surrounded by family and mourners. Professional mourners, women hired for their ability to wail and lament effectively, led the grieving. They sang dirges, tore their clothing, beat their breasts, pulled their hair. The family joined in, and the house was filled with the sounds of lamentation. This was not seen as excessive. This was proper expression of grief. The dead deserved to be mourned loudly. On the following day came the ekphora, the funeral procession. Before dawn, the body was carried from the house to the burial ground outside the city walls. Greek cities did not allow burial within city limits. The dead belonged outside, in specially designated areas. The procession moved through darkened streets, family and mourners following the body, continuing their laments. The timing, before dawn, was deliberate. Daylight belonged to the living. The dead departed in darkness. At the burial ground, the body was either buried or cremated. Both practices existed throughout Greek history, with cremation becoming more common after Homeric times when it was associated with heroic tradition. If cremated, the body was placed on a funeral pyre, wood stacked carefully, the corpse arranged on top, and fire was set. The family would watch as the flames consumed the body, reducing it to bones and ash. These remains were collected, washed with wine, and placed in an urn, which was then buried. If buried without cremation, the body was placed in a grave or a stone-lined cist, positioned on its side or back, often accompanied by grave goods. A warrior might be buried with weapons and armor, a woman with jewelry and household items, a child with toys. These objects served partly as offerings to the dead, partly as statements about who this person had been in life. After burial or cremation, the family held a feast, the perideipnon, gathering relatives and community members to share food and wine, to tell stories about the deceased, to begin the process of reintegrating the family into normal life after the disruption of death. This was not celebration, but rather acknowledgement that life continues. The dead are gone, but the living remain, and must find a way to go on. Greek mourning had specified periods. Formal mourning lasted 30 days, during which the family made regular visits to the grave, with offerings of food, wine, oil, and flowers. On the third day, 9th day, and 30th day after death, special ceremonies were held at the grave. After the 30th day, annual commemorations continued. Families would visit graves on the anniversary of death, on specific festival days, maintaining the connection between living and dead. The graves themselves varied based on wealth. The poor had simple markers, a stone stele with the person's name. The wealthy erected elaborate monuments, columns carved with reliefs showing the deceased in idealized form. Often in scenes of farewell, a father shaking hands with his son, a woman looking into a mirror held by her servant one last time. These reliefs were not meant to show death, but life. The dead were depicted as they had been, vital, beautiful, engaged in the activities that defined them. Death was the end of life, but memory preserved the person as they had lived. The Greek underworld, Hades, was not a place of punishment for most souls. It was simply where the dead went. A shadowy realm ruled by the god Hades and his queen Persephone, where the dead existed as shades, insubstantial shadows of their living selves. They remembered life, but could not participate in it. They had consciousness, but no agency. It was a melancholy existence, neither torture nor joy, just pale continuation. Only the worst offenders suffered specific punishments in Tartarus, a prison deep below Hades. Tantalus, who murdered his son and served him as food to the gods to test their omniscience, stood eternally in a pool of water beneath fruit trees. When he bent to drink, the water receded. When he reached for fruit, the branches withdrew. Eternal hunger and thirst for an unforgivable crime. Sisyphus, who thought himself clever enough to cheat death and escape the underworld, was condemned to push a boulder up a hill eternally. Just as he neared the summit, the boulder would roll back down, and he would begin again. Eternal futile labor for eternal arrogance. These specific punishments were rare in Greek thought. Most people, regardless of virtue, went to the neutral grey asphodel meadows and existed without joy or torment. Only great heroes went to Elysium, the Isles of the Blessed, where eternal spring and happiness awaited. But this was exceptional. The normal fate was neither paradise nor hell, but a kind of continued existence drained of vitality. This Greek view profoundly influenced how they thought about life. If death was inevitable, and the afterlife was grey regardless of how virtuously you lived, then what mattered? The answer: glory, memory, legacy. You could not change your fate in Hades, but you could change how you were remembered on Earth. Achilles chose a short, glorious life over a long, obscure one specifically because he understood that memory was the only immortality available. Better to die young in a way that would be sung about for generations than to live long and be forgotten. The Romans inherited Greek death practices, but adapted them to Roman values: duty, family, honor, public service. Roman funerals became elaborate public spectacles, especially for prominent citizens. When a Roman noble died, the funeral procession included not just family, but also professional mourners, musicians playing trumpets and horns, and, most distinctively, actors wearing masks representing the deceased's ancestors. These ancestral masks, called imagines, were kept in the family home, and during funerals they were brought out and worn by actors who processed through the streets impersonating the dead ancestors. The message was clear. This person comes from a line of distinguished Romans. Their death diminishes not just a family, but the republic itself. The funeral oration, the Laudatio Funebra, was delivered in the forum before the entire assembled city. The speaker, usually a relative, would recount the deceased's achievements, military service, political offices held, virtues displayed. This was not modest. Romans believed in documenting accomplishments. The funeral speech became part of the historical record, preserved for posterity, shaping how future generations would remember this person. After the oration, the body was cremated. Roman cremations were large-scale affairs. The pyre was built high, constructed from pine and cypress wood, decorated with fabric and flowers. The body, dressed in the toga, if a citizen, was placed on top. Family members would avert their eyes as the torch was applied. Looking at a burning corpse was considered inauspicious. But they would stay near as the fire consumed the body, which could take hours. When the fire died down, the family collected the bones and ash, washed them with wine, and placed them in an urn. This urn was then deposited in the family tomb. Romans practiced collective burial. Families maintained tombs where generations were interred together. These tombs lined the roads leading out of Rome. The Appian Way, the famous road from Rome to southern Italy, was bordered for miles by elaborate tombs and monuments. In death, prominent Romans remained visible, their monuments serving as permanent reminders of their existence and achievements. For ordinary Romans, burial was simpler, but followed similar patterns. Cremation was common, but not universal. Burial in simple coffins, or directly in the earth, was practiced, especially among the poor. Burial societies, collegia, allowed working-class Romans to pool resources, ensuring that even the poor could have dignified funerals and proper burial. Membership fees paid while alive guaranteed that when you died, your colleagues would arrange and pay for a funeral, maintain offerings at your grave, and remember your name during annual commemorations. This Roman emphasis on memory and collective commemoration reveals something important. For both Greeks and Romans, death's sting lay not in physical extinction, but in being forgotten. The great horror was not ceasing to exist, but ceasing to be remembered. This is why epitaphs on Roman tombs so often included phrases like, I was, I am not, I care not, a proclamation of acceptance, but also, you who read this, remember that you too must die, so live well and remember my name. The dead spoke to the living through their monuments. Reminding those who passed by that memory was a gift the living could give to the dead. When Christianity spread through the Roman Empire in the first centuries of the Common Era, it brought different ideas about death and burial. Christians rejected cremation, believing in literal bodily resurrection at the end of time. They needed intact bodies, so burial became mandatory. They rejected elaborate public funerals as pagan vanity. They rejected offering food and wine at graves as feeding demons. They created new burial practices, catacombs, underground galleries where Christians could be buried together, away from pagan cemeteries, surrounded by fellow believers and images of Christ, the apostles, and biblical scenes promising resurrection and eternal life. This Christian transformation of Roman death culture marked a major shift. Death was no longer merely an ending to be accepted with dignity and commemorated with glory. Death became a transition to judgment and eternity, heaven or hell determined by faith and behavior. The body became sacred, a temple to be preserved for resurrection. Funerals became religious rites, not civic ceremonies, and the dead were no longer simply remembered. They were prayed for, their souls believed to continue conscious existence, awaiting final judgment. This shift would reshape European death culture in the next 1500 years. But even as Christianity transformed the practices, echoes of Greek and Roman death culture persisted. The importance of proper burial, the gathering of community to mourn, the emphasis on memory and commemoration, the belief that how we treat the dead reveals our values. These principles, refined in the classical world, remain foundational to Western death culture today. Chapter 5. Viking funerals, fire and ships. In the cold northern waters of Scandinavia, between the 8th and 11th centuries, the Vikings developed funeral practices as dramatic and distinctive as their culture. Practices involving ships, fire, elaborate grave goods, and occasionally human sacrifice. These were not a gentle people. They were raiders, warriors, seafarers, who travelled from Scandinavia to raid and trade across Europe, reaching as far as the Mediterranean, Russia, and even North America. And their funerals reflected their values: honor, courage, warrior ethos, and the belief that death was a journey requiring proper preparation. The most famous Viking funeral practice is the ship burial. When a prominent Viking died, a chieftain, a wealthy trader, a warrior of renown, they might be buried in a ship, not a symbolic model, an actual seagoing vessel, the finest the community could provide. The ship was dragged inland and positioned in a specially dug pit or placed on the surface and covered with a mound of earth. The deceased was placed in the ship, often in a specially constructed burial chamber within the vessel, dressed in fine clothes, armed with weapons, surrounded by everything they might need in the afterlife. The grave goods buried with wealthy Vikings were extraordinary. Weapons, swords, spears, axes, shields, often elaborately decorated, sometimes inscribed with runes, jewelry, gold armorets, silver brooches, amber beads, elaborate necklaces, household items, cauldrons, cooking equipment, game boards, dice, animals, horses, dogs, sometimes cattle or oxen, sacrificed and placed in the ship, and in some cases, humans. The most complete Viking ship burial ever found is the Oseberg ship, discovered in Norway in 1904. The ship, built around 820, had been hauled inland and buried in a peat bog, which preserved it remarkably well. Inside were two women, one in her 70s or 80s, one in her 50s, buried with astonishing wealth. The ship itself was beautifully made, with elaborate carvings on the prow. Inside were found 4 decoratively carved sleighs, an ornate cart, beds, textiles, kitchen equipment, farming tools, and the remains of multiple sacrificed animals, including horses, cattle, and dogs. Whoever these women were, possibly a queen and her servant, or a noblewoman and a companion, their community invested extraordinary resources into equipping them for the journey after death. Another famous ship burial, the Gokstad ship, discovered in Norway in 1880, contained a man in his 40s, buried with his ship, weapons, 3 small boats, 12 horses, 6 dogs, and a peacock, exotic bird from far away, demonstrating the deceased's wealth and connections. The ship itself was seaworthy, a magnificent example of Viking shipbuilding, approximately 23 meters long, perfectly balanced for both rowing and sailing. This was not a ceremonial object. This was a working vessel, retired from service to carry its owner to the next world. Why ships? The most obvious explanation is that Vikings were seafarers. Their ships were their most valuable possessions, the technology that allowed them to raid, trade, explore, and build an empire across the North Atlantic. Burial in a ship made symbolic sense. As the ship had carried them through life, it would carry them to the afterlife. But there may have been a more literal belief as well. Norse mythology speaks of the dead traveling to the afterlife, and a ship would be necessary for that journey, especially if you were headed to Valhalla, Odin's hall, where warriors who died in battle would feast and fight until Ragnarok, the end of the world. Not all Vikings could afford ship burials. For most, burial was simpler. The body might be placed in a wooden coffin or simply wrapped in cloth and buried in the earth. A mound or stone cairn marked the grave. Stones might be arranged in the shape of a ship. Boat-shaped stone settings called stone ships, creating a symbolic vessel for those who couldn't afford an actual one. Even the poorest Vikings tried to include some grave goods. A knife, a cloak pin, a simple piece of jewellery, a cup. Something to show that this person mattered, that their death deserved commemoration. Viking cremation was also practiced, though less commonly than burial. When cremation occurred, it could be spectacular. The deceased was placed on a funeral pyre, sometimes on a ship that was then burned, sometimes on a constructed wooden platform. Grave goods were piled around the body. Fire was set. The community gathered to watch as the flames consumed everything, reducing body, ship, and offerings to ash and charred remains. These ashes might be buried in an urn, or scattered, or, according to some accounts, placed in a stone-lined grave and covered with a mound. The most detailed description of a Viking funeral comes from an eyewitness account by Ahmad ibn Fadlan, an Arab traveller and diplomat who encountered Vikings along the Volga River in Russia in 921. Ibn Fadlan was not sympathetic to Viking culture. He found them crude and their practices shocking, but his account is invaluable because it describes a funeral ceremony in detail from someone who actually witnessed it. According to Ibn Fadlan, when a wealthy Viking chieftain died, his property was divided into 3 parts. 1/3 for his family, 1/3 to pay for funeral clothes, and 1/3 to provide alcohol for the funeral feast. The body was placed in a temporary grave for 10 days while preparations were made. During this time, his slave women were asked if any wished to die with him, to serve him in the afterlife. One volunteered. A ship was dragged onto land. Inside, a pavilion was constructed. The dead chieftain was dressed in elaborate clothes: trousers, boots, a coat, a brocade caftan with gold buttons, a hat with sable fur. He was placed on cushions inside the pavilion, surrounded by food, alcohol, weapons, and 2 horses, 2 cows, a rooster, and a hen, all killed and placed with him. Then the slave woman who had volunteered was taken through the camp. At each tent, men engaged in ritual intercourse with her, while she was made to drink alcohol continuously. Ibn Fadlan, disgusted, asked what this meant. He was told she was saying goodbye to everyone, and they were honouring her before she joined her master. Finally, she was led to the ship. She was given more alcohol to drink. Inside the pavilion where her dead master lay, an old woman known as the Angel of Death, the ritual specialist who performed this ceremony, helped her onto the bed. Men held her arms and legs. The Angel of Death wrapped a cord around her neck. 2 men pulled the cord tight, strangling her, while the Angel of Death stabbed her between the ribs with a dagger. Then she was laid beside her master. The chieftain's closest relative, completely naked, his face turned away so he wouldn't see the ship burning, approached with a torch and lit the wood stacked around the ship. Others came forward with burning brands. The fire spread rapidly. The entire ship was consumed. A mound was raised over the ashes, and a wooden pole was erected with the dead man's name carved in runes. This account is shocking, and we must remember that Ibn Fadlan was hostile to Vikings and may have exaggerated or misunderstood some aspects. Human sacrifice at Viking funerals is debated among scholars. Some burials show evidence of possible sacrifice servants or slaves, but it's difficult to determine if these people died voluntarily, were coerced, or died from other causes and were included in the burial. What is clear is that Vikings believed the dead might need companionship and service in the afterlife, and high-status individuals were sometimes buried with multiple bodies, animals, and vast amounts of goods. The Viking afterlife was complex. Warriors who died in battle, killed by weapons, not disease or age, were believed to be chosen by Odin or Freya and brought to Valhalla or Folkvanger, halls where they would feast, drink, and fight until Ragnarok. This was the best possible fate: eternal honor, combat, and celebration with other heroes. Those who died peacefully went to Hel, a realm ruled by the goddess Hel, daughter of Loki. This was not a place of punishment, but rather a neutral realm of the dead, similar to the Greek Hades, shadowy and quiet, neither joyful nor torturous. The worst fate was to die without honor, from sickness, old age, or cowardice, and have no proper burial, wandering as a ghost, unable to reach the afterlife. This belief system shaped Viking behavior. Warriors sought death in battle specifically to guarantee Valhalla. Old men who felt death approaching from illness might ask a friend to wound them with a weapon so they would die from a blade rather than sickness. Women who died in childbirth were sometimes buried with infant-sized weapons, perhaps to give them status as warriors who had died in their own form of battle. Honor in death was more important than merely continuing to live. When Christianity arrived in Scandinavia, gradually between the 9th and 12th centuries, these practices changed. Christian missionaries condemned ship burials, cremation, grave goods, and especially human sacrifice as pagan abominations. Kings who converted to Christianity banned the old practices and mandated Christian burial. Bodies placed in the earth without cremation, minimal grave goods, burial in consecrated ground near churches, prayers for the soul's salvation rather than feasting for the dead warrior's honor. The conversion was gradual and often partial. Some Vikings hedged their bets, accepting baptism, but continuing some old practices. Burial sites from the transitional period show mixed elements, bodies buried rather than cremated, but still with grave goods. Christian crosses alongside Thor's hammers, burial near churches but in ship-shaped stone settings. It took generations for Christianity to fully replace Norse paganism, and even after conversion, folk memories of the old ways persisted in stories, in placenames, in traditions that continued under Christian disguise. But for approximately 3 centuries, Viking funerals represented a distinctive approach to death. Dramatic, material, focused on equipping the dead for a journey and honouring them with community resources. The ship burials, the elaborate grave goods, the mounds raised over the dead, these were statements that death was not an ending but a voyage, and that those who had lived with honour deserved to depart with honour. When we excavate Viking burial sites today and find ships, weapons, treasures buried deep in Scandinavian earth, we are finding not just archaeological artefacts, but evidence of a culture's deepest values: courage, honour. The belief that how you die and how you are remembered matters more than the length of your life. Chapter 6, Tibetan Sky Burial, the final act of generosity. On the high plateau of Tibet, at elevations where the air is thin and the ground is frozen solid much of the year, a death practice exists that seems shocking to outsiders, but represents, to those who practice it, the ultimate expression of Buddhist compassion. It is called Jato, sky burial, and it involves giving the body of the deceased to vultures. To understand sky burial, we must first understand Tibetan Buddhist beliefs about death, the body, and the nature of existence. Buddhism teaches that the self is an illusion, that what we think of as I is actually a temporary collection of aggregates, physical form, sensation, perception, mental formations, consciousness, that come together for a lifetime and then disperse at death. The body is not the person. The body is merely a vessel that consciousness inhabited temporarily. At death, consciousness leaves the body and enters the bardo, an intermediate state between death and rebirth, where it will remain for up to 49 days before being reborn according to karma. If the body is merely an empty vessel after consciousness departs, then what should be done with it? Tibetan Buddhists answer: use it for one final act of generosity. Feed it to the vultures. Give this meat, which is no longer needed, to creatures who do need it. In doing so, the deceased performs one last compassionate act, accumulating positive karma that will benefit them in their next life. Sky burial takes place at specific sites, usually on hilltops or mountainsides, chosen because vultures frequent these areas, and because the high elevation makes the ritual visible from a distance. When someone dies in a Tibetan community, practicing this tradition, the body is kept for 3 days, while monks perform rituals and prayers to guide the consciousness through the bardo. On the fourth day, the body is taken to the sky burial site. The people who perform sky burials are called rogyapas, body breakers. This is a hereditary profession passed down through families. It is considered both necessary and ritually polluting work. Necessary because the community needs this service, polluting because it involves handling corpses, which are considered contaminated in Tibetan culture. Rogyapas are respected for providing essential service, but exist somewhat outside normal social structures because of the work they do. At the sky burial site, the Rogyapas unwrap the body from the cloth it has been wrapped in. They position it face down. They make specific cuts, working methodically to separate the body into pieces that vultures can consume. This is not done with disrespect. This is technical work, performed with the goal of making the body as accessible as possible to the birds. The Rogyapas are highly skilled. They know exactly how to process a body efficiently. As they work, they sometimes mix the bones with barley flour, tsampa, the staple food of Tibet, to make them more palatable to the vultures. They use wooden mallets to break larger bones into smaller pieces. Nothing is wasted. The goal is complete consumption by the birds. When preparation is complete, the Rogyapas step back. The vultures, which have been circling overhead or waiting nearby, descend. These are Himalayan griffon vultures, enormous birds with wingspans that can exceed 2 meters. They are efficient scavengers, and they are hungry. They consume the body rapidly, often within an hour. They take the soft tissues first, then the organs, finally the bones if they've been broken small enough. What the vultures cannot eat, the Rogyapas burn or scatter. Family members sometimes watch from a distance. Monks may be present, praying for the deceased. But the ritual is not meant to be a spectacle. It is functional, practical, compassionate. When the vultures have finished and flown away, the Rogyapas clean the site. Nothing remains. The body has been given back to nature, has nourished other living beings, has served its final purpose. Why this practice? Several practical reasons contribute. Tibet is high-altitude terrain, where wood is scarce, making cremation difficult and expensive. The ground is often frozen solid, making digging graves nearly impossible for much of the year. Burial in the earth, even when possible, is problematic in Tibetan thought because bodies buried without decomposition might create obstacles for the consciousness trying to move on. Cremation, while practiced for high lamas and wealthy individuals who can afford wood, is too expensive for most. Sky burial is the practical, available option. But beyond practicality, there is profound philosophy. In Buddhist teaching, generosity, dana, is one of the most important virtues. The most precious gift is giving without expectation of return. What greater gift can a person give than their own body, used to sustain other living creatures? The vultures need food. The deceased no longer needs this body. This transaction is pure generosity, the final bodhisattva act of putting others' needs above your own. There is also recognition of impermanence and non-attachment. Tibetan Buddhism emphasizes that nothing lasts, that clinging to things, including our own bodies, causes suffering. Sky burial is a powerful demonstration of impermanence. The body we spent a lifetime caring for, protecting, identifying with, is gone in an hour, transformed from me into vulture nourishment. This stark recognition of our physical mortality is meant to teach the living, to remind them not to be too attached to material existence, to focus on consciousness and karma rather than physical form. For Tibetans who practice sky burial, watching vultures consume a loved one's body is not traumatic. It is considered auspicious. If the vultures come quickly and consume the body completely, this is a good sign. It It means the deceased had good karma. It means the offerings have been accepted. It means the consciousness can move on unimpeded. If vultures are slow to come or leave portions uneaten, this is concerning. It suggests obstacles, problems with the deceased's karma, the need for more prayers and rituals to help the consciousness navigate the bardo successfully. Sky burial is not the only Tibetan funeral practice. High lamas, recognized reincarnations of enlightened teachers, are often cremated, and their ashes may be mixed with clay to create tsatsas, small votive stupas that are placed in shrines and temples as objects of veneration. Very young children who die, and sometimes people who died from infectious diseases, may be given water burial. The body is placed in a river and allowed to flow away. But for ordinary Tibetans, sky burial is the most common practice and has been for centuries. When China invaded and occupied Tibet in the 1950s, sky burial was initially banned as barbaric and primitive. Chinese authorities tried to impose cremation and burial in the ground, which Tibetans resisted. Eventually, recognizing that sky burial was deeply important to Tibetan cultural identity, Chinese authorities allowed it to continue with restrictions. Sky burial cannot be photographed or filmed by outsiders. It cannot be turned into a tourist spectacle. It must remain what it has always been, a private, sacred ritual for the Tibetan Buddhist community. In recent decades, sky burial has faced new challenges. Modernization brings changes. Some younger Tibetans, especially those educated in Chinese cities, choose cremation. Diclofenac, a drug given to livestock that is toxic to vultures, has caused vulture populations to decline dramatically across South Asia, threatening the ecology that makes sky burial possible. Climate change is altering the high plateau, changing the distribution of vultures and other scavengers. There are concerns that sky burial, which has been practiced for over 1,000 years in Tibet, may not be sustainable in its traditional form for much longer. But for now, in traditional Tibetan communities, sky burial continues. When someone dies, their body is washed, wrapped, and kept while monks pray. On the fourth day, the Rogyapas carry the body to the burial site. They perform their necessary work. The vultures descend. The body nourishes life. The consciousness moves on. And the living are reminded once more of impermanence, of generosity, of the Buddhist teaching that we are not our bodies, that compassion is the highest virtue, and that even in death we can give to others. This practice, which seems so alien to Western sensibilities, is in its way no different from any other death ritual. It is humans making meaning from mortality, transforming death into something with purpose, ensuring that even at the end, we serve something larger than ourselves. The Tibetans give bodies to vultures. Egyptians preserved bodies in tombs. Vikings burned bodies on ships. Each culture creates practices that reflect their deepest values. For Tibetan Buddhists, those values are generosity, impermanence, and non-attachment. Sky burial embodies all three. Chapter 7. Chinese ancestor veneration, the living and the dead. In China, death does not sever the relationship between family members. The dead remain part of the family, consulted for guidance, honored with offerings, blamed when things go wrong, thanked when fortunes improve. For more than 3,000 years, Chinese culture has maintained elaborate practices of ancestor veneration based on the fundamental belief that the dead are not gone. They have simply moved to a different realm from which they continue to influence and interact with the living. This belief system is rooted in Confucianism, the philosophical tradition established by Confucius in the 5th century, before the Common Era. Confucianism emphasizes filial piety, zhao, the duty of children to honor, obey, and care for their parents. This duty does not end at death. In fact, it becomes more elaborate after death, because caring for deceased parents requires ongoing ritual offerings, maintenance of graves, and proper remembrance that must continue for generations. When a person dies in traditional Chinese culture, the family immediately begins a complex series of rituals that will continue for years. The body is washed and dressed in special burial clothes, often including multiple layers representing different aspects of life. The body is placed in a coffin. In traditional practice, wealthy families might have commissioned an elaborate wooden coffin years before death, keeping it in the house as a reminder of mortality and a symbol of preparedness. The coffin is sealed and kept in the house for a period, sometimes days, sometimes months, depending on the family's ability to pay for rituals and prepare the burial site. During this time, the family enters mourning. The degree and duration of mourning depends on the relationship to the deceased. For a parent, children would traditionally mourn for 3 years, though in practice, this was often shortened to about 27 months. During this period, mourners wear specific clothing, usually undyed cloth, white or beige, and observe behavioral restrictions. They do not attend celebrations. They may not marry. They abstain from certain foods and entertainments. This extended mourning demonstrates respect and ensures that the deceased receives proper honor. The funeral itself is an elaborate affair. Professional mourners may be hired to wail and lament. Musicians play. Monks or priests, Buddhists, Taoists, or sometimes both, perform rituals to guide the soul on its journey. Offerings of food, wine, and paper goods are made, and significantly, offerings of joss paper, especially printed paper money, and paper representations of goods the deceased might need in the afterlife, are burned. The smoke carries these offerings to the spirit realm, where the deceased can use them. These paper offerings are extraordinarily diverse. Traditional offerings include paper money, paper clothing, paper furniture, but contemporary practices have evolved. Today you can burn paper cell phones, paper cars, even paper houses complete with paper furniture. The logic is the same as in ancient times. The deceased needs things in the afterlife, and burning paper representations transmits them spiritually. After the funeral, the family establishes an ancestor tablet, a wooden plaque inscribed with the deceased's name and dates, which is placed in the family home on an ancestor shrine. This tablet represents the deceased. It is not idolatry. It is a focal point for veneration and communication. The family makes regular offerings before the tablet, burning incense, offering food and tea, bowing respectfully. On the deceased's birthday, on death anniversary, on major holidays, the family gathers at the shrine to honor their ancestor. The grave itself requires ongoing care. Traditionally, Chinese graves are located according to feng shui principles, geomancy, determining proper placement for harmony with landscape and cosmic forces. The gravesite affects the fortune of the entire family. If ancestors are buried in inauspicious locations, the living may suffer. If graves are well placed and properly maintained, the family will prosper. This creates strong incentive for descendants to ensure graves are well kept. The Qingming Festival, Tomb Sweeping Day, occurs in early April each year. On this day, families visit ancestral graves to clean them, repair any damage, offer food and drink, burn incense and joss paper. This is not somber. This is family reunion. Multiple generations gather at the gravesite. Children learn about their ancestors. Stories are told. Food is shared. The living commune with the dead, maintaining relationships across generations. This practice extends back thousands of years. The Shang dynasty, China's first historically verified dynasty, which ruled from approximately 1600 to 1046 before the Common Era, left extensive evidence of ancestor veneration. historical bones, pieces of ox bone or turtle shell inscribed with questions and heated until they cracked, with the cracks interpreted as answers from ancestors and gods, showed that the Shang regularly consulted their deceased ancestors about military campaigns, harvests, construction projects, and political decisions. The dead were believed to have power and knowledge that could benefit the living if properly honored. The most spectacular example of Chinese death culture is the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of unified China, who died in 210 before the Conquer era. This tomb, located near modern Xi'an, contains the famous terracotta army, more than 8,000 life-size clay soldiers, each individually sculpted with unique features, along with horses, chariots, and weapons. These were not offerings to be burned. These were actual clay figures, buried with the emperor to serve him in the afterlife. The tomb itself has not been fully excavated. Too dangerous, too culturally sensitive, too technologically challenging with current conservation methods. But ancient historical texts describe its contents. Rivers of mercury flowing across a map of China, celestial representations on the ceiling, crossbows set to automatically fire at intruders, treasures beyond counting. Whether these descriptions are accurate or exaggerated propaganda, they reveal how important afterlife preparation was to China's most powerful ruler. He unified China, built the Great Wall, standardized currency and writing, and he spent enormous resources ensuring his afterlife would be as magnificent as his earthly reign. For ordinary Chinese, afterlife beliefs were less grandiose, but no less important. The soul was believed to have multiple components: the Han, spiritual soul, that ascends to heaven, and the Po, corporeal soul, that descends to earth or remains with the body. Both needed care. The Han required regular offerings to remain benevolent. The Po required proper burial to prevent it from becoming a vengeful ghost. Ancestor veneration was not worship. It was relationship maintenance. The dead were believed to retain interest in family affairs, to be capable of helping or hindering descendants, to require and deserve respect. Neglecting ancestors brought misfortune. A family experiencing repeated bad luck might consult a specialist who might determine that an ancestor's grave was improperly situated or that offerings had been neglected. Correcting these oversights would restore harmony and fortune. This system reinforced Confucian's social values. Filial piety was the foundation of social order. If children honored parents while alive and venerated them after death, families would be stable, which meant society would be stable. The emperor could present himself as the ultimate filial son, honoring his ancestors, and expect subjects to emulate this behavior. The entire social hierarchy, from emperor to peasant, rested on the belief that respecting one's elders and ancestors was the fundamental human duty. When Buddhism entered China from India in the 1st century of the Common Era, it encountered this existing ancestor veneration system. Buddhism taught different concepts: reincarnation, karma, the possibility of escaping the cycle of rebirth entirely through enlightenment. How could you venerate ancestors who had been reincarnated as someone else, or who had achieved nirvana and no longer existed in any form? Chinese Buddhism adapted. It developed the concept that souls remained in intermediate states where offerings from the living could benefit them, improving their karma and helping them achieve better rebirths or eventual enlightenment. The Ghost Festival, celebrated on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, became important in Chinese Buddhist practice. On this day, the gates of hell open and hungry ghosts are released to seek offerings from the living. Families make elaborate offerings to ensure their deceased relatives are fed and honored, preventing them from becoming hungry ghosts themselves. This synthesis of Confucian ancestor veneration and Buddhist reincarnation beliefs created a distinctively Chinese approach to death. The dead remain present, as ancestors on tablets, as spirits requiring offerings, as bones in graves that affect family fortune, while also potentially moving through cycles of rebirth. Both systems coexist, sometimes in contradiction, but both serve the same function, ensuring that death does not sever human relationships, that the dead remain integrated into family and community, that memory and honor persist across generations. Even today, in modern China, where communist ideology officially rejects superstition and promotes materialist atheism, ancestor veneration persists. Qingming Festival is a national holiday. Families still gather at graves. Offerings are still made, though perhaps more modest than in traditional practice. Ancestor tablets may no longer be common in urban apartments, but photographs of deceased parents and grandparents are displayed prominently, flowers placed before them on important dates. The Chinese contribution to death culture is the insistence that the dead are not gone, that family bonds are eternal, that memory is not passive nostalgia, but active relationship maintenance requiring work, ritual, and devotion from each generation. Your ancestors made you possible. Your duty is to honor them, remember them, and eventually join them, becoming an ancestor yourself, honored by descendants you will never meet, but who will owe you the same devotion you showed to those who came before. Chapter 8. Aztec Death and the Day of the Dead. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived in Mexico in 1518, they encountered the Aztec Empire at its height. Millions of people, elaborate cities, sophisticated agriculture, complex religious systems. They also encountered death practices that shocked and horrified them. Human sacrifice on a scale Europeans had never imagined. Skull racks displaying thousands of skulls. Festivals where bones and death were celebrated rather than mourned. The Spanish saw this as barbarism, but the Aztecs saw it as cosmic necessity. To understand Aztec death culture, we must understand their worldview, where death was not an enemy, but a vital component of existence, where sacrifice kept the universe functioning, and where the dead did not vanish, but continued in specific realms, depending on how they died. Aztec cosmology was complex. They believed the world had been created and destroyed 4 times before, with the current world, the 5th sun, destined to eventually end in catastrophic earthquakes. To prevent this destruction, to keep the sun rising each day, to maintain cosmic order, the gods required payment, human blood and hearts. This was not cruelty, this was reciprocity. The gods had sacrificed themselves to create humans and the world. Humans owed them sustenance. Without regular sacrifices, the sun would fail, the world would end, and everyone would die. Therefore, human sacrifice was not murder. It was cosmic maintenance, the most important work a civilization could perform. Those chosen for sacrifice were not seen as victims, but as honored participants in essential ritual. Many were war captives, taken specifically for this purpose. Aztec warfare had 2 goals: territorial expansion and capture of prisoners for sacrifice. Warriors who captured enemies for sacrifice gained honor and status. The captives themselves, knowing they would die, accepted this fate, or were taught to accept it, because dying as a sacrifice earned the best possible afterlife. The Aztecs believed that how you died determined where you went after death. There were 3 primary destinations. Mictlan, or the underworld, was where most people went, those who died of illness, old age, or any natural cause. This was a dark, cold realm, deep beneath the earth, ruled by Mictlantecuhtli, the skeletal lord of death, and his wife Mictlantecuhtli. The journey to Mictlan took 4 years and required navigating 9 levels of challenges, crossing a river, passing between mountains that crashed together, avoiding obsidian winds, enduring cold that shredded flesh. The living helped the deceased by providing offerings and burying them with supplies, food, water, a dog to guide them. Sometimes a live dog was killed and buried with the deceased. After 4 years, if the deceased successfully reached Mictlan's deepest level, they would finally rest. This was not punishment, just the final destination for most souls. Tlalocan, the paradise of the rain god Tlaloc, was reserved for those who died from water-related causes, drowning, lightning strikes, diseases associated with water like dropsy. These people had been chosen by Tlaloc and were blessed. Tlalocan was an eternal spring, abundant with food and flowers, free from suffering, essentially paradise. Bodies of those destined for Tlalocan were not cremated but buried, because they belonged to the earth and water deity, not to fire. The highest paradise was reserved for warriors who died in battle or on the sacrificial stone, and for women who died in childbirth, considered warriors who died in their own form of battle. These honored dead would join the sun god, accompanying the sun on its daily journey across the sky. Warriors accompanied the sun from dawn to zenith. Women who died in childbirth accompanied the sun from zenith to sunset. After 4 years, these souls would be transformed into hummingbirds or butterflies, continuing to live in beauty and light. This hierarchy meant that dying in sacrifice was the best possible death. You would join the sun, the highest honor imaginable. This belief system made sacrificial rituals not executions, but transformations, creating powerful spiritual incentive for accepting one's fate. The rituals themselves were elaborate and varied depending on the deity being honored. At the Templo Maya, the main temple in the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, sacrifices occurred regularly. The most common method was heart extraction. The victim was held down on a stone altar, chest upward. A priest used an obsidian blade to cut beneath the sternum, reach into the chest cavity, and remove the still beating heart, which was offered to the deity's statue and then burned. The body was rolled down the temple steps. In many cases, the body was then dismembered, and portions were ritually consumed, not casual cannibalism, but sacred consumption of divine flesh, the sacrificed person having been transformed through ritual into a god representative. The scale of Aztec sacrifice is debated. Spanish chroniclers claim hundreds or even thousands were sacrificed at major festivals, with some accounts describing tens of thousands sacrificed at the dedication of the expanded Templo Maya in 1487. Modern scholars are skeptical of these numbers, suggesting Spanish exaggeration to justify conquest. Even conservative estimates suggest hundreds or thousands were sacrificed annually across the Aztec Empire. Huitzilopochtli, skull racks where skulls of sacrificed people were displayed, contained thousands of skulls, archaeological evidence of extensive practice. For Aztecs, these skulls were not macabre, they were sacred. They represented transformation, honor, cosmic participation. Death was not hidden or denied, but displayed publicly, integrated into city architecture, celebrated in art and ritual. Skulls appeared in sculpture, murals, pottery, jewelry. Death gods were honored alongside life gods. The message was clear. Death is part of life, necessary and even beautiful. When the Spanish conquered the Aztec Empire between 1519 and 1521, they systematically destroyed these practices. Human sacrifice was banned, temples were demolished, skull racks were torn down. Catholic priests declared Aztec death gods to be demons and Aztec rituals to be satanic. Conversion to Christianity was forced or encouraged through violence, coercion, and the collapse of indigenous systems following disease and conquest. But the Aztecs did not simply abandon their relationship with death, they adapted. Catholic Christianity, introduced by Spanish missionaries, had its own death rituals. All Saints' Day, November 1st, honoring saints and martyrs. All Souls' Day, November 2nd, The Aztecs merged these Catholic festivals with their own indigenous practices, particularly the festival of Huitl, which honored ancestors and the dead. This synthesis created what is now known as Dia de Muertos, Day of the Dead, celebrated throughout Mexico and increasingly in Mexican-American communities worldwide. On the night of October 31st, and throughout November 1st and 2nd, families create ofrendas, altars to honor deceased relatives. These altars are elaborate, decorated with marigolds, the traditional flower of death in Aztec culture, candles, photos of the deceased, favorite foods and drinks of those being honored, sugar skulls, pan de muerto, bread of the dead, and papel picado, cut paper decorations. The belief is that on these days, the boundary between the living and the dead becomes permeable. The dead return to visit their families, attracted by the offerings. They cannot physically consume the food, but they absorb its essence, its aroma, its spiritual nourishment. Families gather at the ofrenda to tell stories about those who have died, to laugh and cry, to maintain relationships across death. This is not somber, this is celebration. Death is not an ending, but a different form of presence. Some families also visit cemeteries, cleaning graves, decorating them with flowers and candles, picnicking at grave sites, playing music the deceased loved. This is communal. Entire communities may gather at cemeteries, creating a festival atmosphere. Children are present. Death is not hidden from the young, but integrated into life. Everyone will die. Everyone has lost someone. Death is something we share, something we face together, something we can make beautiful through ritual and memory. Day of the Dead is now recognized by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. It has been embraced globally as an alternative to Halloween's commercial ghost and goblin aesthetic, a way of honoring death that is neither morbid nor fearful, but joyful, colourful, and affirming of the ongoing bonds between living and dead. The Aztec contribution to death culture is this refusal to make death ugly or terrifying. Instead, death is part of the cycle. It is necessary. It can be honoured, even celebrated. The dead are not gone, they visit. They remember us as we remember them. And in that mutual remembrance, death loses some of its power to separate us from those we love. Chapter 9, Victorian Death Culture, Mourning as Art. In 1861, Queen Victoria's husband, Prince Albert, died of typhoid fever at age 42. The Queen was devastated. She entered mourning and would remain in mourning for the rest of her life. 40 years. She wore black every day. She kept Albert's rooms exactly as they had been when he died. She had his clothing laid out fresh daily. She slept beside a photograph of him on his deathbed. She commissioned hundreds of memorials, statues, buildings named for him. Her grief was total, consuming, public, and it set the tone for an entire era. Victorian England, from approximately 1837 to 1901, developed the most elaborate, codified, and expensive mourning culture Western civilization has ever seen. Death became theatre, ritual, social performance, and enormous industry. The middle and upper classes, those with money to spend on proper mourning, followed rules so strict that etiquette books devoted entire chapters to death protocol. To fail to mourn properly was social disaster, suggesting you either did not care about the deceased, or were too poor or ignorant to know correct behaviour. When someone died in a Victorian household, the process began immediately. The body was washed and dressed by family members, usually women. Mirrors were covered or turned to face walls. Superstition held that the deceased's soul might be trapped in a reflection, or that seeing your reflection in a house containing a corpse brought bad luck. Clocks were stopped at the moment of death, marking the exact time transition occurred. Windows were opened briefly to allow the soul to escape, then curtains were drawn. The house entered official mourning. The body was laid out for viewing, a practice called lying in state. For the wealthy, this might occur in a parlour specifically reserved for formal occasions and receiving guests, hence the later term, funeral parlour. The body was dressed in a shroud or burial clothes, positioned in a coffin with the lid open, surrounded by flowers. Family and community members would visit to pay respects, to view the body, to participate in the mourning process. This could last several days. Victorian photography technology made possible a practice that seems unsettling today, post-mortem photography. Photographers were hired to take pictures of the deceased, often styled to look as lifelike as possible, propped in chairs, eyes painted on closed lids, posed with living family members. For many families, this would be the only photograph they had of a loved one, particularly in the case of children who died before they could be photographed alive. These post-mortem photographs were treasured, framed, displayed prominently. They were not morbid souvenirs, but cherished memory objects, ways to preserve the deceased's image when photographs were expensive and rare. The funeral itself was an elaborate production. For the wealthy, professional undertakers arranged everything: ornate coffins lined with silk or velvet, glass hearses pulled by black horses with black plumes, mutes, professional mourners dressed in black who stood silently at the funeral, their presence purchased to demonstrate the family's wealth and the deceased's importance. The procession from house to church to cemetery might include dozens of carriages, hundreds of participants, crowds lining streets to watch. After burial, mourning clothing became paramount. The rules varied by relationship to the deceased, gender, and social class. But for widows, who bore the heaviest mourning burden, the protocol was severe. Full mourning, lasting 1 year, required complete black clothing made from dull, non-reflective fabric called bombazine or crepe. No jewellery except jet, a black gemstone, or jewellery made from the deceased's hair. No social engagements except attending church and visiting close family. The widow was essentially removed from public life, her entire identity subsumed into mourning. After the first year, half mourning began, lasting another year or more. This allowed some grey or purple fabric, a few modest decorations, limited social interaction. Only after 2 or more years could a widow fully return to normal clothing and activities. For men, mourning was much briefer, 3 to 6 months of black armbands or black hatbands, reflecting Victorian gender expectations that women were more emotional and should carry the greater burden of grief expression. Mourning jewellery became a specialised art form. Rings, bracelets, brooches and lockets were crafted containing locks of the deceased's hair, woven into intricate patterns, set behind glass, sometimes combined with seed pearls, representing tears, or inscribed with the deceased's name and death date. These were not creepy keepsakes. They were intimate memory objects, pieces of the person you loved, worn close to your skin, a way of keeping them literally with you. Victorians were obsessed with permanence in the face of death. They wanted to capture, preserve, and maintain connection with the deceased through material objects. Hence the popularity of death masks, plaster casts made of the deceased's face, preserving their features exactly. Hence, elaborate monuments and tombs. Victorian cemeteries became parks, beautiful landscape spaces where families could visit, picnic, stroll among graves decorated with elaborate statuary, angels, weeping willows, broken columns, draped urns. Each symbol carried specific meaning, communicating the deceased's age, cause of death, or survivor's grief. Highgate Cemetery in London, established in 1839, exemplifies Victorian cemetery aesthetics. It is densely packed with elaborate Gothic tombs, Egyptian revival mausoleums, Celtic crosses, stone angels, crypts descending into hillsides. The cemetery was designed as a place of beauty, a garden of death where the living could contemplate mortality in picturesque surroundings. Other Victorian cemeteries followed this model, Père Lachaise in Paris, Greenwood in Brooklyn, creating the garden cemetery movement that transformed burial grounds from utilitarian plots into romantic landscapes. Why this elaborate death culture? Several factors converged in Victorian England to make death particularly visible and ritually important. First, mortality rates were high. Infectious diseases, tuberculosis, cholera, typhoid, scarlet fever, killed regularly. Child mortality was staggering. 1 in 3 children died before age 5. Most families experienced frequent deaths. You could not avoid death. It was constant. Elaborate rituals helped process this repeated trauma. Second, industrialization and urbanization disrupted traditional communities. People moved to cities for work, leaving behind extended families and village support networks. In this disrupted social landscape, formal rules provided structure. If you did not know instinctively how to mourn because you were cut off from traditional community wisdom, etiquette books would tell you exactly what to do, providing comfort through prescribed behavior. Third, the Victorian era saw the rise of the middle class with disposable income, but insecurity about social status. Proper mourning demonstrated that you had both the knowledge and the money to do things correctly. It was social performance, class assertion, a way to claim respectability. The poor could not afford elaborate mourning, so proper mourning became a marker of having arrived in middle-class status. Fourth, Victorian sentimentality and romanticism emphasized emotion, domesticity, and family bonds. Death, which severed these bonds, therefore required maximum emotional expression and ritual response. Grief was not something to hide or minimize. It was something to display, to perform, to honor through visible, sustained mourning. But there was also a darker aspect. Victorian death culture created a massive industry that profited from grief. Undertakers, coffin makers, monument carvers, mourning clothes manufacturers, jewelry makers, entire economic sectors depended on death spending. There was pressure to spend beyond your means to prove you properly honored the deceased. Families went into debt to provide suitable funerals and monuments. The industry encouraged this spending through social shame. If you loved the person, you would pay whatever necessary. Critics emerged even in the Victorian period. Jessica Mitford would later, in 1963, write The American Way of Death, exposing funeral industry exploitation, but Victorian critics made similar arguments, that death had become commercialized, that genuine grief was being replaced by social performance, that the focus on material goods and rituals obscured spiritual meaning. By the early 20th century, Victorian mourning customs began to decline. World War I, which killed millions and left few families untouched, made elaborate mourning impossible. If every family was in mourning, the old customs could not be sustained. The war also made death too common to ritualize so elaborately. Women who would traditionally mourn husbands for years needed to work to support families. Practical necessity trumped Victorian protocol. But Victorian death culture left lasting influences. The funeral home industry, professional undertakers, embalming as standard practice, viewing the body before burial, elaborate cemetery monuments, dark clothing for funerals. All these practices descend from Victorian innovations. Even our euphemisms for death, passed away, departed, gone to rest, reflect Victorian discomfort with harsh words like died or dead. The Victorian contribution to death culture is the recognition that death deserves ceremony, that grief requires expression, that memory can be preserved through ritual and material culture. They perhaps went too far, making death performance an industry, but at their core, Victorian mourning customs represented something important, the refusal to let death be casual or unmarked. The insistence that every individual life mattered enough to merit elaborate goodbye. The belief that those we love deserve to be remembered not just emotionally, but tangibly, through clothing, jewelry, photographs, monuments, through anything that says to the world and to ourselves, this person existed, this person mattered, this death changes everything. Chapter 10, Modern American Death, the Funeral Industry. In 1865, Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. His body was embalmed and placed on a train that traveled from Washington, D.C. to Springfield, Illinois over 13 days, stopping at cities along the route where hundreds of thousands of Americans filed past to view their dead president. Lincoln's face remained preserved, visible, recognizable throughout this journey. Embalming, which had been used experimentally during the Civil War to preserve soldiers' bodies for transport home, suddenly became proof of concept on a national scale. If embalming could preserve President Lincoln for public viewing across 2 weeks, it could become standard practice for all American dead. This moment marks the beginning of the modern American funeral industry, a system that would transform death from a family-centered home ritual to a professional service industry controlled by specialists who handle everything, removing death from intimate space to commercial space, from family knowledge to professional expertise. This transformation, which occurred primarily between 1870 and 1930, created the death practices Americans now consider normal, traditional, inevitable, though they are actually quite recent and quite specific to American culture. Before this transformation, death in America resembled death practices everywhere else historically. When someone died at home, which was where most people died, the family washed and dressed the body, placed it in the parlor for viewing, built or purchased a simple coffin, dug the grave, conducted a funeral service at home or church, and buried the body themselves. This was family work, women's work particularly. Communities helped, neighbors brought food. The dead person's body remained in family care from death to burial. Death was intimate, domestic, familiar. Multiple factors changed this. Urbanization meant fewer people had access to family land for burial, making commercial cemeteries necessary. Professionalization across all fields meant specialists emerged for tasks previously done by families. Medicine was becoming professional, nursing was becoming professional, midwifery was being displaced by hospitals and doctors. Death care followed this pattern. Coffin making had already become a profession by the 1800s. Carpenters who specialized in coffins. After the Civil War, these coffin makers began calling themselves undertakers, people who undertook arrangements for the dead, and they began offering additional services, preparing the body, arranging the funeral, handling paperwork, coordinating cemetery details. Embalming became their signature technology. The process, borrowed from ancient Egypt but perfected with modern chemistry, involved removing blood from the body via an artery and replacing it with formaldehyde-based preservative fluid. This stopped decomposition for weeks or months, allowing extended viewing periods and transportation of bodies. During the Civil War, embalmers followed armies, offering to preserve soldiers for families willing to pay to have bodies shipped home rather than buried in battlefield cemeteries. After the war, these embalmers returned home and promoted embalming as modern, sanitary, dignified, the civilized way to handle death. By 1900, the professionalization was complete. Undertakers, now calling themselves funeral directors, operated from funeral homes, buildings designed specifically for preparing bodies and holding services. The body no longer remained in the family home. It went immediately to the funeral home, where professionals embalmed, dressed, and cosmeticized it. The viewing occurred in the funeral home parlor, a room furnished to resemble a comfortable living room, but sterile, commercial, rented. The funeral service might be held there or at a church. The family's role was reduced to making choices from options presented: casket selection, flower arrangements, service details, cemetery plot. Professionals handled everything else. This system provided convenience during a traumatic time, but it also removed families from intimate engagement with death. Most Americans stopped seeing dead bodies except as embalmed corpses prepared by professionals. Children were especially shielded, where Victorian children had participated in home deathbed scenes, viewed bodies in the parlour, attended funerals as family events. 20th century American children were often excluded entirely, told that grandma went to sleep or went home, with no opportunity to process death directly. The funeral industry developed its own culture and sales practices. Funeral directors positioned themselves as grief counsellors and etiquette guides, telling families what was customary, what would honour the deceased appropriately, what people usually choose. This created pressure to spend. Casket showrooms displayed options from cheap, plain wood or cloth covered, to expensive, solid bronze, elaborately detailed, with the mid-price option positioned as standard. Families felt obligated to buy at least the mid-range option to avoid appearing cheap or disrespectful. Embalming, while promoted as sanitary and necessary, is neither legally required, except in specific circumstances, nor necessary for public life. Bodies can be buried or cremated without embalming, as they are in many cultures. But American funeral industry made embalming standard, something done automatically unless families specifically declined, and funeral directors often did not mention this option, or implied that viewing without embalming was problematic. The costs spiraled. By the 1950s and 60s, American funerals were averaging thousands of dollars, significant sums at a time when median annual income was under $5,000. The funeral industry defended these costs as necessary and traditional, but critics argued that families in grief, unfamiliar with options, pressured by social expectations and industry rhetoric, were being exploited. Jessica Mitford's The American Way of Death, published in 1963, exposed funeral industry practices with devastating effectiveness. Mitford described deceptive pricing, pressure tactics, exploitation of grief, unnecessary embalming, marked up caskets, and the entire system designed to extract maximum money from families who were emotionally vulnerable and ignorant of options. The book sparked national debate and led to some industry reforms, including Federal Trade Commission regulations requiring funeral homes to provide itemized price lists and allow families to decline specific services. But the basic structure remains. Most Americans still use funeral homes. Embalming rates remain high. Caskets remain expensive. The average American funeral now costs $7,000 to $10,000, not including cemetery plot, headstone, or reception costs. For families without savings, this creates genuine financial hardship. Many go into debt to pay for funerals, or delay burial while scrambling to raise money, or settle for minimal services that feel inadequate. Cremation has become increasingly common, rising from 5% of American deaths in 1960 to over 50% today. Multiple factors drive this. Cost. Cremation is much cheaper than burial. Environmental concerns. Decreased religious objection. Mobility. Families scattered across the country prefer portable ashes to fixed graves, and changing attitudes about what constitutes proper death care. Cremation allows flexibility. Ashes can be scattered, kept at home, divided among family members, pressed into jewelry, even launched into space or mixed into tattooing. This personalization appeals to contemporary sensibilities that value individual choice over traditional ritual. But cremation also raises questions about memory and memorialization. A grave is a permanent place to visit, a physical location where the deceased is. Ashes scattered have no such place. Some families create memorial spaces, dedicated gardens, benches with plaques, online memorial pages, But these lack the tangibility and permanence of graves. The question remains, when death becomes invisible, bodies disposed quickly and cleanly, ashes scattered to wind, does something important get lost? Does death become too easy to avoid confronting, too abstract, too distant from the messy reality of mortality? Alternative death practices have emerged in recent decades, representing pushback against both funeral industry commercialization and contemporary death avoidance. The death positive movement, championed by morticians Dante Doughty and others, advocates for families taking back control of death care, handling bodies themselves when possible, choosing sustainable burial options like natural burial or human composting, having honest conversations about death and refusing to let death become sanitized and hidden. Natural burial, burial without embalming, in biodegradable caskets or shrouds, designated conservation burial grounds where graves return to nature, is growing. This is death as part of ecology, the body nourishing soil and plants, decomposing naturally as it has for all of human history, except the last century in industrialized countries. No concrete vaults, no metal caskets, no preservation chemicals. Just the body returning to Earth, as every human body did before industrialization, made death a consumer product. Some states have legalized human composting, accelerated decomposition in controlled conditions that transforms bodies into soil within weeks. This appeals to those wanting environmentally sustainable death care, those uncomfortable with nature's energy use, those finding spiritual meaning in literally becoming earth that will grow new life. It is ancient in concept, Tibetan sky burial, Zoroastrian exposure, all working from recognition that bodies are material that returns to natural cycles. But human composting achieves this through technology rather than vultures or elements, making it acceptable to modern Western sensibilities. The American relationship with death remains complicated and contradictory. We hide death, avoid discussions of it, remove it from daily life, medicalize and professionalize it, until most people go through life without ever seeing a dead body except briefly and carefully managed funeral rituals. But we also remain fascinated with death, crime dramas, horror films, true crime podcasts, Victorian mourning jewelry on Etsy. We simultaneously pushed death away and obsessively circled it from safe distance. The modern American contribution to death culture is this professionalization and commercialization, which provides convenience and removes burden from families, but also creates distance, expense, and loss of intimate engagement with mortality. It reflects broader American values, trust in professionals and technology, willingness to offer services, discomfort with messy emotional experiences, preference for clean, controlled, managed solutions. And it represents a historically unusual moment. Never before have so many people lived so removed from direct experience of death. And never before has death been so successfully hidden from daily life while remaining such an enormous industry. Whether this is progress or loss is perhaps the wrong question. It is simply where we are, and the changes emerging. Cremation, green burial, death positivity, family-led death care represent the next transformation, whatever it will become. Chapter 11. Contemporary Practices. Death in the Modern World. On January 1st, 2024, Washington State became the first in the United States to legalize human composting, the process of transforming dead bodies into soil through accelerated natural decomposition. This new option joined burial and cremation as legal methods of body disposition, representing the first significant addition to death care options in over a century. It also represents something larger, the ongoing evolution of how humans handle death, the negotiation between tradition and innovation, between individual choice and community practice. technology makes possible and what culture finds acceptable. Contemporary death practices are remarkably diverse, even within single countries or communities. Someone dying in modern America might choose traditional burial in a cemetery, burial in a natural burial ground without embalming or vaults, cremation with ashes kept at home or scattered, cremation with ashes made into diamonds or incorporated into reef balls to create marine habitats, cryonic preservation in hope of future reanimation, donation of body to medical school, donation to body farm for forensic decomposition research, alkaline hydrolysis, water cremation, or human composting. Each option carries different costs, environmental impacts, emotional meanings, and philosophical implications. This proliferation of choice reflects several contemporary trends. First, decreased religious authority. When a single religious tradition dominated a community, death practices were prescribed by that tradition. You were Catholic, so you had Catholic burial. You were Jewish, so you had Jewish burial within 24 hours. You were Muslim, so your body faced Mecca. Individual choice was minimal. But in contemporary secular or multi-religious societies, religious authority is weakened and personal preference has become paramount. What would they have wanted is now the central question, not what does our tradition require. Second, environmental consciousness. Traditional burial uses enormous resources, caskets consuming hardwood, concrete vaults weighing thousands of pounds, embalming chemicals containing carcinogens and toxins, cemeteries requiring ongoing water, fertilizer, and maintenance. Cremation consumes natural gas or propane, requires hours of burning at high temperatures, releases mercury from dental fillings into atmosphere. These environmental costs trouble many people. Natural burial and human composting offer alternatives that return the body to Earth without persistent toxic pollution. Third, scientific materialism. For those who believe consciousness ceases at death, that there is no soul requiring special treatment, that the body is merely organic matter, it becomes logical to use that matter efficiently. Donate organs to help others live. Donate the body to medical school so students can learn anatomy. Compost the body to create soil. These practices make rational sense within a framework that sees death as biological endpoint rather than spiritual transition. Fourth, globalization and cultural mixing. Americans are exposed to death practices from around the world through media, immigration, and travel. Tibetan sky burial, Japanese cremation, with family members using chopsticks to place bone fragments in urns. Ghanaian fantasy coffins shaped like cars or animals. Mexican Day of the Dead altars. These diverse practices challenge the notion that American funeral industry methods are universal or necessary. People see alternatives and ask, why don't we do it differently? Fifth, the death positive movement. Mortician Caitlin Doughty, through her Ask a Mortician YouTube channel and books like Smoke Gets in Your Eyes and From Here to Eternity, has reached millions with the message that death literacy matters, that families can and should participate in death care, that American funeral industry practices are not inevitable, that talking about death is healthy, and that death is not something to be feared, but understood. Similar messages come from Alua Arthur, Going to Death doula, and others advocating for death acceptance and informed choice. Contemporary death is also characterized by prolonged dying. Modern medicine extends life dramatically. People who would have died quickly from infections now survive decades with chronic conditions. 80% of Americans now die in hospitals or nursing homes rather than at home, often after extended periods of decline, dementia, or terminal illness, managed with aggressive medical interventions. This creates new questions. When is enough medical intervention enough? When should life support be withdrawn? Who decides? What quality of life justifies continued treatment? The hospice movement, pioneered by Cicely Saunders in London in the 1960s and brought to America in the 1970s, provides an alternative to aggressive end-of-life treatment. Hospice focuses on comfort rather than cure, managing pain and symptoms, providing psychological and spiritual support to dying patients and families, and facilitating death at home when possible. Hospice explicitly rejects the medical model of death as failure, and instead treats death as natural transition to be managed with dignity and minimal suffering. Some jurisdictions have legalized medical aid in dying, allowing terminally ill patients to request prescriptions for drugs they can self-administer to end their lives peacefully. This is legal in Oregon, Washington, California, Colorado, Hawaii, Maine, New Jersey, New Mexico, Vermont, and Washington, D.C., plus several other countries, including Canada, Switzerland, Netherlands, Belgium, and Colombia. Opponents call this suicide and argue it devalues life, especially for disabled and elderly people who might feel pressured to choose death to avoid burdening families. Proponents argue it provides autonomy, dignity, and compassionate option for those facing unbearable suffering with no hope of improvement. Contemporary death also involves technology in unprecedented ways. Digital legacy has become a concern. What happens to email accounts, social media profiles, digital photos, cryptocurrency after death? Facebook now has more dead users than living ones, raising questions about memorial profiles, who controls them, whether they should persist or be deleted. Some companies offer digital immortality services, chatbots trained on deceased persons' texts and emails, holograms of the dead, virtual reality environments where you can interact with AI versions of lost loved ones. These technologies promise connection beyond death, but also raise concerns about grief processing, acceptance, and the possibility that technology allows us to avoid confronting loss. Near-death experiences continue to be reported, studied, and debated. People who have been clinically dead and revived sometimes report experiences, traveling through tunnels, seeing bright lights, encountering deceased relatives, reviewing their lives, feeling peace and love. Some interpret these as evidence of consciousness surviving death and afterlife existing. Scientists propose alternative explanations. Oxygen deprivation causes hallucinations. DMT released by the dying brain creates visions. Cultural expectations shape experience content. The debate continues without resolution, each side's certainty proportional to their pre-existing beliefs. Grief in the contemporary world has also changed. The Victorian expectation of long mourning periods has disappeared. American culture now expects people to move on quickly, back to work within days or weeks, functioning normally, concealing grief to avoid making others uncomfortable. Support groups, grief counseling, and therapy have replaced community mourning practices for many people. But these professionalized grief spaces can also make grief seem like a problem, to be fixed rather than a natural response requiring time and support. Some contemporary people are creating new death rituals tailored to their values. Humanist funerals, focusing on the deceased's life without religious content. Memorial gatherings in meaningful locations rather than funeral homes. DIY funerals where families handle the body themselves. Living funerals where terminally ill people gather friends and family for celebration while still alive. These innovations reflect desire for authenticity, meaning, and personal connection that many feel is lacking in traditional funeral industry services. Cemetery culture is changing too. Traditional cemeteries with headstones in rows remain common, but maintenance is expensive, and many cemeteries struggle financially once all plots are sold, and only ongoing upkeep remains. Some cemeteries have been abandoned, vandalized, or repurposed. Memorial parks, cemeteries with flat plaques instead of upright headstones, park-like settings, were popular mid-20th century, but are now seen as sterile. Natural burial grounds, where graves are marked with native plants or stones, and land is preserved as conservation area, are growing but remain niche. Contemporary death is also characterized by inequality. Wealthy people have choices, elaborate funerals, premier cemetery plots, estate planning, quality end-of-life care. Poor people often have none. Families unable to afford funerals sometimes must accept direct cremation with no service, or pauper's burial in unmarked graves. Medical care at end of life varies dramatically by income and insurance. The hospice movement aimed to democratise good death, but even hospice is underutilised, especially among minorities who mistrust medical systems that have historically failed them. We have journeyed 60,000 years, from a Neanderthal placing flowers on a grave to contemporary families choosing human composting, from Egyptian mummification to Victorian mourning to modern hospice, from ship burials to sky burials to bodies donated to science. We have seen death treated in almost every way imaginable, preserved, burned, fed to vultures, buried, honoured with monuments, celebrated with festivals, hidden from view, made into spectacle, commercialised, ritualised, and in countless ways transformed from mere biological event into meaning-laden cultural practice. What can we conclude after this long examination? Several things become clear. First, death is universal, but responses to death are magnificently diverse. Every culture must confront mortality, but how cultures ritualize death reveals their deepest values. The Egyptians valued preservation and eternal life, so they created mummification. Vikings valued warrior honor, so they created ship burials for heroes. Chinese valued family continuity, so they created ancestor veneration. Victorians valued emotional expression and material culture, so they created elaborate mourning. Americans value efficiency and professional expertise, so they created the funeral industry. Each culture's death practices are not arbitrary. They reflect and reinforce that culture's understanding of what matters most. Second, how we treat the dead reveals how we understand the living. Societies that honour ancestors believe relationships persist beyond death. Societies that dispose of bodies quickly believe consciousness ends at death. Societies that sacrifice to gods believe human action maintains cosmic order. Societies that create elaborate tombs believe memory and legacy are forms of immortality. The dead cannot speak, cannot demand care. Everything we do for the dead, we do for ourselves. To make sense of loss, to maintain bonds we cannot relinquish, to assert that individual lives matter, to create meaning from the one certainty we all face. Third, death practices are not fixed traditions stretching unchanging into the past. They are constantly evolving, negotiated, adapted. The Viking ship burials lasted about 3 centuries before Christianity ended them. Egyptian mummification lasted 3,000 years before ending. American funeral industry practices are barely a century old, but are already changing. Every generation inherits death practices from the past and modifies them based on current values, technologies, resources, and beliefs. Tradition is real, but it is also flexible, alive, responsive. Fourth, there is no natural or correct way to handle death. What seems normal to you is strange to someone raised in a different culture. Americans find Tibetan sky burial shocking. Tibetans find American embalming bizarre. Neither is more natural or civilized than the other. They are different solutions to the same problem. A body that was a person is now remains, and something must be done with it. The specific solution matters less than that a solution exists, that communities have agreed upon practices, that death does not leave people paralyzed by uncertainty, but guided by ritual. Fifth, death culture serves the living more than the dead. The deceased, if consciousness has ended, does not care what happens to their body or how they are remembered. If consciousness continues, we cannot know what it experiences or needs. But we know what the living need, ways to process grief, rituals that structure behavior during emotional chaos, communities that gather to support survivors, meanings that prevent death from being absurd or unbearable. Death practices are for us, the living, helping us survive the unsurvivable loss of those we love. Sixth, the modern Western tendency to hide death and avoid confronting mortality may be historically unusual and possibly harmful. For most of human history, death was intimate, visible, integrated into life. Children grew up seeing death, participating in death care, understanding mortality as part of existence. Modern industrial societies have removed death from daily life. Most people never see a dead body except at carefully managed funerals. Most death happens in hospitals, not homes. Most bodies are handled by professionals, not families. This may reduce trauma, but it may also prevent healthy death acceptance, create unrealistic expectations about mortality, and leave people unprepared for the inevitable. Seventh, humans are remarkably creative in making meaning from death. We have transformed mortality from brute biological fact into art, literature, philosophy, religion, ritual, and elaborate cultural practice. We have found thousands of ways to say, death matters, the dead matter, memory matters, life matters, precisely because it ends. This creativity in the face of death is perhaps the most human thing about us. Our refusal to accept death as merely ending, our insistence on ceremony and meaning, our determination that those we love will not simply vanish, but will persist in memory, in influence, in the marks they left on the world. Eighth, all death practices are attempts to solve the same fundamental problem: how to maintain connection with the dead while accepting that they are gone. This paradox, they are both here and not here, present in memory but absent in body, continuing in influence but ended in consciousness, is something every culture negotiates. Ancestor veneration maintains active relationships with the dead. Memorial stones mark physical places where the dead somehow remain. Stories keep the dead alive in consciousness. Whatever the specific practice, all attempt to bridge the unbridgeable gap death creates between the living and the dead. Ninth, death is the great equalizer. Kings and peasants, heroes and cowards, the pious and the wicked, all die. This universality has made death a site for asserting and negotiating equality and hierarchy. Elaborate burials for elites assert that some deaths matter more. Mass graves assert that some deaths matter less. Equal treatment in death, the same funeral rites for all, the same burial grounds, the same commemoration, asserts that all humans are equal. The struggle over whether death equalizes or maintains hierarchy is ongoing in every society. Tenth, and finally, after 60,000 years of human culture, after thousands of different death practices, after billions of people dying, we still do not know with certainty what death is. We know what happens to the body. It stops functioning, it decomposes, it returns to constituent matter. But consciousness, the subjective experience of being alive, remains mystery. Does it end? Continue? Transform? We have thousands of beliefs, from scientific materialism to elaborate religious afterlives. But we have no proof. Death remains, as it has always been, the fundamental mystery. So what do we do with that mystery? We do what humans have always done. We create meaning. We perform rituals. We gather communities. We tell stories. We honor the dead and comfort the living. We insist that even in the face of death, especially in the face of death, life matters, love matters, memory matters. We refuse to let death be the final word. This documentary has been about death. But in examining how humans respond to death, it has really been about life, about what we value, about who we want to be, about how we create meaning in a world that does not provide it ready-made, about how we love so deeply that we continue honoring those we love even after they are gone, about our creativity, our resilience, our refusal to surrender to meaninglessness. The Neanderthal who placed flowers on a grave 60,000 years ago was doing what humans still do today. They were saying, this person mattered, this death is significant. I mark this moment, I remember, and as long as humans exist, we will continue doing this. The specific forms will change, flowers or monuments or digital memorials, burial or cremation or composting. But the underlying gesture will remain. We remember, we honor, we make death mean something. Because if death means something, then life means everything. Thank you for making this journey with me through 6,000 years of how humans have understood, ritualized, and made meaning from death. If you've stayed to the end, you have spent nearly 10 hours contemplating mortality. That is time well spent. Because death is not morbid fascination, it is the central fact of existence, and understanding how humans have confronted it tells us everything about what it means to be human. Remember those you have lost. Honor them as your culture teaches or as your heart demands. And when your own time comes, as it will for all of us, may you face it with the same courage, creativity, and insistence on meaning that humans have brought to death for 60,000 years. We are mortal, but we are also meaning makers, and that makes all the difference. Imagine a library, not the libraries you know, bright, welcoming, orderly. Imagine instead a library hidden, a library whose books are kept in locked cabinets, whose manuscripts are shown only to scholars who sign documents promising careful handling, whose very existence some institutions prefer not to advertise. A library of books that were burned when found, banned by churches, hidden by their owners, copied in secret, passed through generations with warnings attached. These books exist in the British Library in London, in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France in Paris, in the Bodleian Library at Oxford, in the Vatican's archives, in private collections whose owners prefer anonymity. They exist as medieval manuscripts on vellum, as early printed books from the 1500s, as handwritten copies made by occultists in Victorian England. They exist, and they contain instructions. Instructions for summoning demons, instructions for compelling spirits, instructions for creating talismans that grant power, instructions for commanding angels, instructions for achieving magical transformation of the self and the world. They are grimoirs, books of ceremonial magic, and for over 1,000 years, they have occupied a strange place in Western culture, simultaneously sought after and condemned, copied secretly and burned publicly, dismissed as superstition and feared as genuinely dangerous. This documentary is about those books, their history, their contents, their influence, the people who wrote them, the people who used them, the people who banned them, and the people who preserve them today. Over the next 8 to 10 hours, we will trace the complete history of grimoires from their ancient origins, through medieval development, to Victorian occult revival and contemporary practice. Before we begin, I need to be absolutely clear about what this is and what it is not. This is not an instructional video on how to perform magic. I will not be teaching you spells or encouraging you to attempt rituals from these books. This is historical and anthropological documentation. We will examine what these books contain, why they were created, how they influenced culture, and what they tell us about human attempts to understand and manipulate reality through symbolic systems. Whether magic works is not a question this documentary will answer. That is for individuals to explore or dismiss as they choose. What we will document is that these books existed, that people believed in them, that they shaped Western occultism profoundly, and that their influence persists today. If you value deeply researched content that examines historical texts with scholarly rigor, that presents the occult not as entertainment or advocacy, but as legitimate subject of cultural history, then subscribe. Turn on notifications. Leave a comment telling me if you've ever encountered a grimoire in a library or collection, because these books, hidden though they may be, are real. They are part of our cultural inheritance, and understanding them helps us understand the human need to believe that reality can be shaped by will, symbol, and ritual. Now let us descend into the history of grimoires, the forbidden books of Western magic, the instruction manuals for commanding spirits, the texts that promise power to those brave or foolish enough to use them. Let us begin not with medieval Europe, but with the ancient world, where the ideas that would become grimoires first took root. Chapter 1. Ancient Origins. Magic in Mesopotamia and Egypt. The grimoire, the book of ceremonial magic containing instructions for compelling spirits and performing transformative rituals, did not appear fully formed in medieval Europe. Its roots extend deep into the ancient world, to civilizations that developed sophisticated systems of magic based on the belief that reality could be manipulated through words, symbols, and rituals if performed correctly. In ancient Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in what is now Iraq, magic was not separate from religion or medicine. It was integrated into daily life as practical technology for solving problems. If you were sick, you consulted a physician priest who might perform healing rituals. If you believed someone had cursed you, you consulted an exorcist priest who would identify the demon responsible and compel it to leave. If you needed protection, you acquired an amulet inscribed with cuneiform spells. These practices were systematic. They were not folk magic passed orally, but written traditions recorded on clay tablets and preserved in temple libraries. The tablets contained incantations in Sumerian and Akkadian, instructions for ritual procedures, lists of demons and their characteristics, recipes for creating magical substances, and descriptions of how to make protective amulets. One of the most important Mesopotamian magical texts is the Makhlou series, 9 tablets containing rituals for combating witchcraft. The text describes a multi-day ceremony involving burning images of witches, reciting incantations against them, and appealing to gods for protection. The precision is striking. The text specifies exactly which gods to invoke, which materials to burn, which words to speak at which moments. This is not improvisation. This is systematic ritual technology documented for replication. Another significant Mesopotamian magical tradition is the use of demon lists and exorcism formulas. Tablets from the library of Ashurbanipal at Nineveh, dating to the 7th century before the Common Era, contain extensive lists of demons, their names, their appearances, and the incantations that control them. Pazuzu, for example, a demon with a dog-like face, wings, and a scorpion tail, was invoked for protection against Lamashtu, a female demon who attacked pregnant women and infants. Amulets bearing Pazuzu's image were worn as magical protection. The demon who attacks demons, protection through controlled invocation of dangerous spirits. This idea that spirits can be identified, named, and compelled through correct ritual and speech is foundational to grimoire tradition. The grimoires of medieval Europe will inherit this structure: detailed spirit lists, specific names and characteristics, precise instructions for compelling obedience. The form was established in Mesopotamia 3,000 years before the first European grimoires. Ancient Egypt likewise developed sophisticated magical traditions that influenced later grimoire practice. Egyptian magic centered on Heka, the cosmic force that allowed creation and maintained order. Heka was not supernatural, it was natural, part of the structure of reality, available to gods and humans alike if properly accessed. Egyptian magical texts appear in multiple forms. The pyramid texts, inscribed inside Old Kingdom pyramids around 2,300 years before the Common Era, contain spells for protecting the deceased pharaoh and ensuring his transformation into a god. The coffin texts, painted inside Middle Kingdom coffins around 2,000 years before the Common Era, democratized these spells, making them available to wealthy, non-royal individuals. The Book of the Dead, papyrus scrolls placed in New Kingdom tombs from 1550 to 50 years before the Common Era, is the most famous collection, containing spells for navigating the afterlife, protecting the soul, and ensuring favorable judgment. But Egypt also produced magical papyri intended for use by the living. The most important collection is the Greek magical papyri, texts in Greek from Greco-Roman Egypt, dated between the 2nd century before Common Era and 5th century Common Era. These texts contain spells for love, curse, healing, divination, and spirit invocation. They blend Egyptian, Greek, Jewish, and early Christian magical traditions. They invoke Egyptian gods like Anubis and Isis, alongside Greek gods like Hermes, and Jewish names for god like Adonai and Sabaoth. The Greek magical papyri are proto-grimoires. They contain detailed instructions for magical operations, how to create phylacteries, protective amulets, how to invoke supernatural beings, how to perform divinations, how to compel love, how to send curses. They specify materials required, words to speak, gestures to make, times and conditions for performance. This is systematic magic. This is magic as technology. If you follow the instructions precisely, the results should follow necessarily. One papyrus, known as PGM4, contains over 3,000 lines of magical spells and formulas. It includes a ritual for achieving cystasis, a direct encounter with a god or spirit. The ritual is complex, requiring 8 days of purification, specific offerings, elaborate invocations mixing multiple languages, and visualization of the deity appearing. This is ceremonial magic. This is the structure that medieval grimoires will adopt and elaborate. When the Roman Empire converted to Christianity in the 4th century, these magical traditions did not disappear. They went underground. They were preserved by private practitioners, copied secretly, and gradually adapted to Christian cosmology. The pagan gods became demons. The Egyptian and Greek invocations were supplemented with Christian prayers. The protective magic that had invoked Isis or Hermes now invoked the Virgin Mary or St. Michael. The form persisted even as the names changed. This transformation, pagan magic Christianized, is crucial to grimoire development. The medieval grimoires will present themselves as Christian texts, using biblical authority and Christian angels while retaining the structural logic of ancient pagan magic. Lists of spirits, their names and characteristics, methods of compelling them, rituals requiring precise execution. The ancient world provided the template. Medieval Europe would fill it with new content while maintaining the form. Chapter 2. Medieval grimoires emerge. Between the 9th and 15th centuries, in the monasteries and courts of medieval Europe, a distinctive genre of magical literature emerged. These were the grimoires, books that claimed to contain secret knowledge about spirits, methods for compelling them, and rituals for achieving power, knowledge, or transformation. They circulated in manuscript, hand-copied by scribes, passed through networks of scholars and practitioners, condemned by church authorities, yet preserved despite condemnation. The word grimoire itself likely derives from Old French grammaire, meaning grammar or book. A grimoire was simply a book, but a book of particular kind, a book of instructions, A book containing systematic knowledge, a book that promised power to those who could read and follow its directions. Medieval grimoires share common characteristics. They claim ancient or biblical authority. They present themselves as translations of older texts, often attributed to King Solomon, Moses, or other biblical figures whose names lent authority. They contain lists of spirits organized hierarchically. They provide spirit names, seals, symbols for summoning, descriptions of appearance and powers, and instructions for compelling obedience. They describe elaborate rituals requiring specific materials, timing, and procedures. They insist on purity. The magician must purify themselves through fasting, prayer, and abstinence before attempting rituals. And they warn about dangers. Spirits are powerful and potentially malevolent if not properly controlled. One of the earliest identifiable grimoires is the Sworn Book of Honorius, also called Liber Juratus or Liber Sacratus. Manuscripts exist from the 13th century, though the text claims much earlier origin. The Sworn Book presents itself as magic revealed by divine revelation and authorized by a council of 89 master magicians who gathered to preserve magical knowledge under threat of persecution by church authorities. The book contains prayers, conjurations, and instructions for achieving the beatific vision, direct knowledge of God. This is extraordinary. Medieval Christian theology taught that the beatific vision was reserved for souls in heaven after death and after purification. But the Sworn Book claims magicians can achieve this vision while alive through ritual procedures lasting months and requiring extraordinary devotion. The ritual structure is complex. The magician must purify for a month. They must fast on bread and water. They must confess and receive communion. They must pray specific prayers at specific times. They must create magical implements, a lamina, metal disc, inscribed with divine names, a ring, special parchment. They must invoke angels. Finally, if all is done correctly, they will experience direct encounter with the divine, receiving knowledge and power. This represents ceremonial magic at its most ambitious, not requesting favors from spirits, but achieving mystical union with God through ritual technology. The line between magic and mysticism blurs. The grimoire presents ritual as path to spiritual transformation, but insists on precise mechanical execution. Do the steps correctly, achieve the result necessarily. Another important early grimoire is the Ars Notoria, the notary art. This text, circulating by the 13th century, claims to be written by King Solomon and revealed by an angel to him. It promises extraordinary knowledge and abilities, mastery of all liberal arts, perfect memory, eloquence, understanding of languages and sciences, all achievable through ritual prayer and meditation on specific figures called notai. The notai are complex geometric and symbolic figures, often incorporating divine names in Hebrew, Latin, and invented magical alphabets. The practitioner meditates on these figures while reciting specific prayers, sometimes for hours or days. The knowledge is not learned through study, but infused through ritual, a kind of magical download directly into the mind. The Ars Notoria was popular among medieval scholars and students precisely because it promised knowledge without labor. Why spend years studying when a month of ritual could infuse perfect understanding? Of course, church authorities condemned it. In 1320, Pope John XXII explicitly banned the Ars Notoria in his bull condemning magical practices. But condemnation did not prevent circulation. Manuscripts continued to be copied and consulted. The most influential medieval grimoires, however, are the various keys of Solomon, texts attributed to the biblical King Solomon, who in Jewish and Christian tradition possessed extraordinary wisdom and power over spirits. The Bible mentions Solomon controlling demons to build the temple. Medieval legends elaborated this into detailed grimoire tradition. Multiple Solomonic grimoires exist. The most important are the Key of Solomon proper, Clavicula Salomonis, which focuses on creating magical implements and performing protective magic, and what would later be called the Lesser Key of Solomon, Lemagittum, which focuses on spirit conjuration. We will examine these in detail in later chapters, but their emergence in medieval period establishes the Solomonic tradition as central to grimoire development. These medieval grimoires circulated in restricted networks. They were expensive. Manuscripts cost significant money to produce. They required literacy in Latin and often Hebrew. They demanded resources. The rituals called for rare materials, dedicated space, time for prolonged operations. This was not peasant folk magic. This was elite magic, practiced or at least studied by educated clergy, scholars, and wealthy laypeople. And herein lies a paradox. The people creating, copying, and using grimoires were often the same people educated in Christian theology and bound by Christian moral teaching. How did they reconcile magic, especially magic involving spirit conjuration, with Christianity? The answer lies in the grimoire's own rhetoric. They present magic as Christian. They claim biblical authority. They frame spirit conjuration as commanding demons in God's name, forcing fallen angels to serve divine purposes. They insist on prayer, purity, and piety as prerequisites. They portray the magician not as pagan sorcerer, but as Christian master, commanding demons through superior divine authority granted by God. This Christianization allowed grimoires to circulate despite condemnation. They were heretical, but not pagan. They were forbidden, but framed in orthodox language. Church authorities might burn them when found, but they could not entirely suppress them, because they were written in Christian terms by Christians, for Christians who believed they were working within, albeit at the dangerous edges of Christian cosmology. By 1400, grimoire tradition was established. The forms were set, the claims were standardized, the spirit lists were compiled, the rituals were documented. What would follow in the next centuries was elaboration, proliferation, and eventually, with the printing press, democratization. The secret manuscripts of medieval elites would become printed books available to anyone who could read and afford purchase. And with that democratization came both wider influence and greater danger. Chapter 3. The Grand Grimoire, the Red Dragon. Of all the grimoires that circulated in early modern Europe, none has a more sinister reputation than the Grand Grimoire, also known as the Red Dragon. This text, which emerged in its current form in the 18th century but claims much earlier origins, presents itself as the most dangerous grimoire, the book that teaches not merely how to summon demons, but how to make a pact with Lucifer himself in exchange for wealth and power. The Grand Grimoire claims to have been written in 1522 by someone called Honorius of Thebes, not the same Honorius associated with the sworn book, but a different figure, possibly entirely fictitious. Some versions claim it was discovered in the Tomb of Solomon, written in Hebrew or Chaldean, translated through the centuries. These origin claims are standard grimoire rhetoric, assert ancient authority, claim biblical connection, suggest forbidden knowledge preserved despite attempts at suppression. What makes the Grand Grimoire distinctive is its explicit focus on demonic pact. Most grimoires teach conjuration, summoning spirits, and compelling them to tasks through divine authority. The magician remains in control, commanding demons in God's name. But the Grand Grimoire teaches something more dangerous: voluntary pact. The magician negotiates an agreement with Lucifer or his representatives, offering something in exchange for power or wealth. This crosses a line. This is not commanding demons. This is allying with them. The book begins with instructions for creating a blasting rod, a wand made from hazel wood, cut at specific time, consecrated through ritual. This rod gives the magician power to command spirits. Then it provides detailed instructions for the central operation, summoning Lucifer or his prime minister, Lucifuge Rofakal. The ritual requires careful preparation. The magician must purify for 3 days. They must fast. They must create a magic circle for protection. They must prepare offerings, black hen, specific incense, virgin parchment inscribed with spirit seals. The operation must be performed at night, on Monday or Friday. Everything must be precise. When the circle is drawn and preparations complete, the magician recites elaborate conjurations calling Lucifuge Rofakal to appear. The spirit is compelled to manifest by invocation of higher powers, God, angels, divine names. Even in making a pact with demons, the magician uses divine authority. If the operation succeeds, if Lucifuge Rofakal appears, the spirit will demand a pact. The traditional terms, the spirit will serve the magician for a specified period, providing wealth, knowledge, or power. In exchange, after death, the magician's soul belongs to Lucifer. This is the Faustian bargain explicitly presented as ritual technology. The Grand Grimoire provides the pact text. It must be written in the magician's blood on virgin parchment. It must be signed and sealed. The spirit takes the pact as contract. The agreement is binding, and according to the grimoire, it cannot be easily broken. Once made, the pact holds. The book then provides extensive lists of spirits subservient to Lucifuge Rofakal, their names, their powers, and their seals. These spirits can be commanded, once the prime pact is established, to perform specific tasks. Find treasure, cause love, inflict harm, reveal knowledge. The grimoire has become not just magical instruction manual, but demonic directory, categorizing hell's hierarchy for practical reference. Does the Grand Grimoire describe real practice? Did people actually attempt these rituals? We have limited evidence, but some exists. Occasionally trial records mention grimoires. In 1728, a French priest named Abbé Guibourg was implicated in the affair of the poisons, a scandal involving black masses, love magic, and attempted murder by poisoning at the court of Louis XIV. Testimony mentioned grimoires and spirit conjurations, though details are suspect given torture was used to obtain confessions. What is certain is that the Grand Grimoire was read, copied, and taken seriously by some practitioners. Multiple manuscript and printed versions exist. The text was translated into multiple languages. It circulated among occultists in France, Italy, Spain, and it terrified church authorities. The Catholic Church explicitly condemned the Grand Grimoire and similar texts. The Index Librorum Prohibitorum, the index of prohibited books maintained by the Vatican, included grimoires among forbidden works. Possession could result in excommunication. In some periods and places, it could result in prosecution for witchcraft or heresy. The condemnation often increases allure. Forbidden books become valuable. They circulate underground. They gain reputation as genuinely powerful, precisely because authorities fear them. The Grand Grimoire's sinister reputation was enhanced by efforts to suppress it. In the 19th century, the Grand Grimoire found new audience among French occultists. Eliphas Levi, the magician who pioneered the occult revival, knew the text, though he dismissed much of its contents as corrupted or misunderstood. Arthur Edward Waite, British occultist and scholar, translated portions and analysed it in his massive study, The Book of Ceremonial Magic, published in 1911. Alistair Crowley was familiar with it, though he considered it inferior to the Solomonic texts he preferred. The Grand Grimoire represents grimoire tradition at its most explicit about danger. Most grimoires maintain the fiction that magic is controlled, that the magician commands the divine authority, that spirits can be safely compelled if procedures are followed. The Grand Grimoire admits that dealing with demons involves real risk, that pacts have consequences, that power comes with price. Whether this is metaphorical warning or literal instruction, it articulates what other grimoires imply. Magic is dangerous, spirits are not toys, and attempting to manipulate invisible forces can destroy you. Modern practitioners, those who still work with grimoires today, approach the Grand Grimoire with extreme caution or avoid it entirely. Even among occultists who believe ceremonial magic is effective and spirits are real, the Grand Grimoire has reputation as text best left alone. Some regard it as corrupted, its rituals incomplete, or designed to fail catastrophically. Others see it as test, the grimoire that reveals whether you are serious or foolish. To attempt the Grand Grimoire's central operation is to declare you are willing to risk everything for power. This grimoire, more than perhaps any other, embodies the grimoire paradox. Books that promise extraordinary power while insisting on impossible purity, that offer control while demanding submission, that claim divine authority for commanding demons, that teach dangerous operations while warning of danger. The Grand Grimoire does not pretend to be safe. It is, according to its own claims and its reputation, the most dangerous grimoire, the book that teaches the ultimate forbidden operation. And for that reason, it has fascinated and terrified readers for 3 centuries. Chapter 4, the Book of Abramelin, the Knowledge and Conversation. In the late 15th century, likely around 1458, though the dating is uncertain, a German Jew named Abraham von Worms wrote an extraordinary grimoire, unlike any other. It was not a collection of quick spells or a catalogue of demons. It was an 18-month spiritual operation designed to achieve what the text calls the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel, a transformative mystical experience that would grant the magician power over the entire spirit world. This is the Book of Abramelin, and it represents grimoire tradition at its most ambitious and most dangerous. It is not a manual for minor magic. It is a program for complete magical and spiritual transformation, and its influence on Western occultism, particularly through the 20th century magician Aleister Crowley, would be profound and enduring. The Book of Abramelin is structured as autobiography. Abraham von Worms addresses his son Lamech, narrating his own life story and the magical knowledge he gained during his travels. Abraham describes journeying through Europe and the Middle East, seeking magical wisdom from masters in various traditions. Finally, in Egypt, he meets a magician named Abramelin, spelled Abramelin, who possesses extraordinary knowledge and power. Abramelin, after testing Abraham's worthiness, teaches him the sacred magic contained in the book. The operation Abramelin revealed is unlike typical grimoire ritual. There are no immediate conjurations. There are no quick results. Instead, there is a systematic program requiring 6 to 18 months. Versions of the text disagree on duration, with most recommending 18 months, of increasingly intensive prayer, purification, and devotion. The practitioner must withdraw from ordinary life as much as possible. They must find or create a dedicated space, ideally a private oratory, but at minimum a clean room used for no other purpose. They must maintain strict moral purity. No lies, no anger, no sexual relations. They must pray twice daily, at dawn and dusk, spending progressively longer periods in prayer and meditation. In the final months, they must pray 3 times daily for hours at each session. Prayers are Christian. This is crucial. The Book of Abramelin presents itself as Christian magic, compatible with piety and devotion. The practitioner prays to God, pleads for grace, confesses unworthiness, and begs for the revelation of their holy guardian angel, the personal divine messenger assigned to guide and protect them. After months of this intensive practice, if the operation is successful, the holy guardian angel appears. The text describes this as a vision. The angel manifests visibly to the practitioner, speaks to them, reveals their true nature and purpose, and grants them authority over the entire hierarchy of spirits, both angelic and demonic. The angel bestows what a Brahmalin calls the true magic, the ability to command all spirits simply through the authority granted by direct connection to the divine. Once the knowledge and conversation is achieved, the second part of the operation begins. The practitioner, now acting through angelic authority, summons the four great princes of the demonic world: Lucifer, Leviathan, Satan, and Belial, along with their subordinate spirits. These demons must swear obedience. They are compelled to serve, not through the magician's personal power, but through the authority of the holy guardian angel working through the magician. The Book of Abramelin then provides extensive lists of demonic spirits and the services they can perform. Need to find treasure? There is a spirit for that. Need to cause someone to fall in love? There is a spirit for that. Need knowledge of any science or art? Need to fly through the air? Need to become invisible? Need to transform substances? For every imaginable purpose, the book provides spirit names and word squares, magical symbols that command the spirits to accomplish specific tasks. These word squares are a distinctive feature of Abrahamic magic. They're grids of letters, usually Hebrew, arranged to form words when read horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. Command spirits to perform the designated operation. The squares contain power through combination of divine names,